and basically northern Crawford County. You want to be in your safe shelter there. Looks like some very strong winds going away from the radar here and then toward the radar there. Weather Service is still waiting for confirmation of this tornado. Again, we've heard reports of power flashes and again a funnel cloud, but just waiting on word of is there a distinct confirmation on this?
Yeah. And I'm looking at some of the other velocity radars here. We were looking at some of these other products, and you can kind of see how from this particular vantage point over here in the Weather HQ, the rotation seems to be a little bit more sloppy now. So you've got that Doppler wind you're showing there, and here's another velocity look at it, and you can kind of see how it's a little bit more jagged. And so this may be losing some of its characteristics when it comes to the actual rotation and the actual tornado. I do think we still have some rotation, and you can see how again it's not really well defined here anymore as it's moving eastward. Not to say that it's not on the ground, not to say that we don't have a tornado at all. But there is a good indication that there's still rotation. It just looks a little bit less organized from the last run. This is a correlation coefficient, and we show this sometimes to show you the debris that's being picked up in the storm. And so I want to just put this into motion here and see and get off the last 6 hours. Just do the last hour here, and you can kind of you don't really see too much here, and so there may be a good indication there's not a whole lot of debris being lofted into the atmosphere. And so that is some consolation here. So let's get back to our sweeping radar. And there you can see the Doppler does show it is still raining. It's pouring in this area. So much lightning, so much thunder.
And hail, right?
Yeah, and we did have reports of hail. I want to see if we have our
while you do that, just checking the Doppler winds again. The winds going toward the radar, about 55. And going away from the radar about 43, so that's a good 90. So we're now on.
So we have
Cuba.
a camera here, 44 at Cuba.
Near Cuba.
That's one of our traffic cameras that you see there, and it does show near Cuba what the conditions look like in that particular screen. I don't have a monitor at all, so small, and
and it does look like showing strong rotation.
Our camera from MoDOT, it looks like it's right over 44. And what I put on here was the hail track, and I mean this thing is definitely producing some hail, and that's an indication too. A lot of times when you have hail, that you will have some kind of rotation or spin up quickly, and then perhaps it goes away. I want to get back to our velocity wind because, again, this is how you see the rotation, you see the wind, you see the spinning in the atmosphere. And I tell you what, there's definitely between, I'd say, east of 19 and north of 44 is where you probably are getting the worst of that wind spinning up right now. And you can kind of see here right about to go over 44. And I tell you what, so our Chief Meteorologist, Scott Connell, here on standby. Scott, it was really well defined a minute ago, and now it looks a little bit more jagged.
It may have broadened a little bit, but that rotation is still in track on the timing. And I would probably put it to, these are all estimates. Remember, we talk about times, they're not big, but 1 to 2 minutes. 2 minutes where that camera is at 44 right here, and Bourbon, there's Bourbon. I don't know what direction the camera is. Tyler, to my director, do you know what direction that's facing by any chance? But either way, if we lose connection with that camera, let me know. Early National Weather Service power flashes, so there's going to be some people without power. West of Bourbon, that's the latest from the Weather Service. So they're seeing everything we're seeing. Going to zoom here. Tornado headed towards Bourbon right now. Storm. Only St. Louis while in the clear now. We're going to get that may eat up a lot of the storm fuel. These are the two storms, and they move on. There's a potential for more storms. It really depends on how much is available later in the day, but there's two waves. This is wave number 2 is going to come with the cold in the St. Louis. I think this is probably going to be somewhere around 12 p.m.
Folding, and we're seeing it happen here right before our eyes. So that's, we have a camera here. This looks like that's over 44. This is 44 at 185, which is right near Sullivan, and it looks like it's loading there. And sometimes when you get these strong winds and heavy rain over the camera, sometimes that happens. It disrupts the signal a little bit, and so we may be having some signal issues here because of how heavy the rain's coming down, or perhaps how strong the wind is blowing. So the tornado warning does continue for that area until 11:45. Hopefully you're in your safe place now. And there are more storms that are continuing to pop up down near Perryville and Bloomsdale. You can see just south of Carbondale, a severe thunderstorm warning there, just south of that area. So these storms are riding right along a warm front with such moist, unstable air. And so as they're tapping into it, I mean, it doesn't take long for these storms to turn severe very quickly. So severe thunderstorm warning that does include part of Franklin County, also Gasconade and over towards Crawford, but it is the tornado warn cell, the red area, the red polygon here, where you do have the worst of the storm. And it looks like it's about to cross right over Bourbon at 44 right now. So let's go back to our velocity, because I want to show you that here, as the wind is always a factor.
And Anthony, while you do that, it appears the supercell is cycling, so a new area of rotation is expected to develop further east.
Yeah, and you can see it. I mean, it almost looks like it backtracked here, because for a while the rotation was about to hit over 44, and now it looks like it's a little bit back farther towards Argo, just southwest of there. So let's circle this here for you on the map, just so you can see it clearly, right about there. So it looks like it's about to cross. You see how the loop just updated. So probably on the tail end, I see the bottom end of the storm there from 44 near the polygon. So this is 44 at Highway F. Certainly see the dark clouds. And I don't know, is that a tornado?
No, the
Is
Weather
that a funnel
Service is
cloud
saying
off in
it
the
could be fire and
distance?
smoke plume.
Ah, okay.
So that's in Weather Service chat.
Okay.
So we're not saying that is the tornado at all.
But that's definitely something of
Right.
concern. When you see it for the first time, you think, oh, wow.
Right,
Okay.
absolutely.
So that's, yeah.
It's kind of pop up coffee sheltering, in your safe shelter. This is going to cross 44 and Bourbon near path.
But still, if you're in this warned area, again, northern Crawford County, southern Franklin County, and that does include Bourbon, Sullivan, those areas under that tornado warning until 11:45 a.m.
Yeah.
A few more minutes.
It does look like the circulation's broadened out a little bit, but nonetheless, it's still a concerning storm. And so, especially north of 44 here, as you
North
go
of Cuba.
Yeah, north of Cuba, north of Bourbon, north of St. Cloud along 44. You're in a very rural area where this should be tracking, which I guess that's better than being right over downtown Bourbon. But nonetheless, it's still a dangerous storm. You need to be in your safe place right now and treat this as a significant storm. It is a significant storm. The severe thunderstorm warning up into Franklin County, also because not only that threat of a tornado, which is right trying to move along that Franklin-Crawford County line, but the hail up in here. I mean, this hail is potentially, up to golf ball size hail. So that's another concern that you have over from Japan. That, if it keeps moving in this general direction and can maintain any kind of strength, we're talking Washington County, you folks in northern Washington County, and the rest, of southern portions of Franklin County, you also need to be on guard and be making your plans now, especially if you live in a vulnerable you're in a mobile home, you're more vulnerable. Manufactured homes, more vulnerable. So make your plan now if you're out ahead of this storm as to where you can go. You've got a few minutes out ahead of that, but that's what we have right now, this tornado warning, northeastern portions of Crawford County and southwestern portions of Franklin County, and now the new severe thunderstorm warning that stretches across southern portions of Franklin County and into Jefferson County. That's going to be for the, actually, go ahead and click on that one.
And while you guys do that, just the Weather Service confirming some hail in Bourbon. So, Scotty, that was exactly what you were talking
Actually,
about.
let's go to Max 2.
Yeah,
That hail
didn't work out too well.
Because that's supposed to be automated, but sometimes it sends it off to its own little world.
Right, right.
So you got Max
So,
2?
yeah, it's over
you
here.
go. Spin that's now just off to the northeast of Bourbon. That's where we are looking at this. Okay, right there. Right in this area here, east of Bourbon, that's where the potential tornado is, okay? Storm kind of hooking out. You're probably seeing some strong gusty winds just east of Bourbon now and then on down to the south. That's from really the gust coming around this system, the storm wrapping in that wind. And so this is the part up here where you see that more fuchsia, more dark red. That's where you're looking at the larger hail. So that's mostly in Franklin County here, and that's sliding to the east. So that's going to be pushing off to the east. In Sullivan, you're probably going to get some hail. The hail product lags just a little bit behind on the radar screen. So that would be where the heaviest hail has been, and now it's shifting off to the east as well. And that's going to continue into southern portions of Franklin County and keep moving into Jefferson County. So that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning that's now been issued over here into Franklin County. Still watching the circulation here as it moves along and north of 44. We bet the tornado would be right in here north of Bourbon at this point, and maybe getting ready to cross 44.
Well, and Scott, I've got the velocity pulled up here, and you can actually see we've been talking about how broad the rotation was. And right as you said it, right at 44. So that's where we've got the couplet where it's meeting up with the wind and the rain going, well, you know, the wind going towards or away from the radar. There's our velocity. And you can see it. I mean, those bright greens where the bright reds meet, right, just north of Bourbon. And there's another view of that as well. And you can see it looks like it's right about to cross over, if not already has done so, on 44, just north of Bourbon. Also West Sullivan approaching you and perhaps clipping southern portions of Sullivan when it comes to the tornado. So it's really between right now Bourbon and Sullivan on 44.
Yeah, in this general area, and there will be a new downstream tornado warning. So, you know, areas farther east of this, and that's going to take us, you know, farther into northern portions of Washington County, maybe for portions of Jefferson County. We'll see as time goes on. But again, this is going to get extended here in the next few minutes. So they will be issuing a new tornado warning to cover this rotation that is right now on the south side of Sullivan and trying to move across northern portions. It'll be crossing 185. And as we know, you go down 185, that's right out of Sullivan. That's on your way to Merrimack State Park.
Yeah,
so
a lot of trees.
Yeah, a lot of trees in here. This is the Mark Twain Forest. So you have a good area that's forested here and not huge population.
It's going to be for the hail that we've already seen in the storm. Warning is coming soon.
Okay, thank you. I mentioned northern Washington County. I mentioned Richwood. And what leaves purple area and red is where the that's hitting.
A new one will be issued here downstream shortly for this rotation. It looks like it's just to the south of Sullivan right now. That's where we're anticipating it, just across 44, and it's moving to the east. We still don't have any confirmation at this point, but nonetheless, a very dangerous circulation continuing to move off to the east, and this is a very potent storm, the first of many that I think we're going to see before this day is done.
Yeah, there's our velocity wind as well. And, you know, it looks like it's right on 44. I mean, just south of Sullivan, just south of 185. You know, and we were here early yesterday morning, about 3:45. That same area got hit hard. There were two tornadoes, two small ones that were confirmed yesterday in this same area. And so if you're watching from Sullivan, just south of there, in between Bourbon and Sullivan, you really need to be hunkered down. And as Scott mentioned, that new warning will likely be issued here as we go towards the next few minutes for parts of Washington County. So if you're watching from Richwoods or anywhere along 185, you need to get in your safe place, even though we don't have the tornado warrant for your county just yet. So what you're looking at on your screen, that's Interstate 44 near Cuba. And it seems as though the signal's working now after spinning for a minute. But, man, I can tell you the visibility is low there. You can see the dark clouds. And, you know, one thing I just haven't seen, Scott, we just haven't seen that typical wall cloud that you would see, you know, when these storms come through. So this is not, you know, one of those, oh, the storm comes in and blows through and you're done. I think these are going to have that supercellular type of component to them. And as Scott mentioned, you know, this is the first of many to come. You know, our atmosphere has been primed now with the heating of the day. Our numbers climb quickly up near 80 degrees. And our humidity, our dew points have been in the 50s and 60s, just south of St. Louis in this area. And so that's what you're finding is just this moist, rich atmosphere and now the storms are here and tapping into it.
Yeah, so right now, just south of Sullivan, this is where it looks like the tornado would be at this point, at least that circulation. We don't know if it's on the ground or not, but you need to be in your safe place. This will go to the east here. It will work its way in the northern portions of Washington County. And you also have the very large hail, perhaps up to the size of golf balls in southern portions of Franklin County, along with some pretty intense winds in these areas as well. So again, that's where our circulation is. You see the storm kind of pushing out. It's still pouring as you go all the way down 44 towards Cuba, and you can bet there's some gusty winds in there. The timing on the actual tornado or the potential of a tornado, based on what we're seeing right now, about 11:50 in Richwoods, Bliss at 11:56. Again, that's getting over into the far western portions of Jefferson County. So you have time to prepare, especially if you're in a mobile home or a manufactured home in these areas. You need to be a more substantial shelter in this sort of situation. So either move to some place down the road where you've got friends who have a well-built home, maybe have a basement. If you don't have a basement, then you're in the lowest level of whatever building you're in. You go to the bottom floor and you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So bathrooms, closet. We're always wearing our shoes in these kinds of scenarios because if there is damage, and we just added the lightning, look at all that lightning.
It is incredible.
Tremendous amount of lightning. And the lightning to the north here in Franklin County, a very good indicator of the amount of hail that's falling out of that. So large hail up here, and that's why the severe thunderstorm warning's in effect here all the way into Jefferson County for that storm, over the rest of Franklin County and into Jefferson County. Really, along Highway 47, Highway 30, you're taking it over farther east. But this is our biggest concern as far as imminent danger. You know, there's not much you can do about hail. It's going to fall. You just got to stay inside. This, you've got to take action. You've got to move somewhere. You've got to get to a safe place because that rotation, this potential tornado here, which appears to be south of Sullivan, is going to continue to move. And it may be cycling through. You see, you're getting splotches here with the velocity that's showing unique features. There's a lot of turbulence in there. And here comes that next tornado warning.
Crawford, Franklin, and Washington County until 12:15. So it's southern Crawford, or northeastern Crawford, southern Franklin, and northern Washington County. It includes Richwoods.
Okay, so that's going right where we said it would.
Yeah.
That's our anticipation here with this storm. And there you see the outline of it. So it's an extension of the tornado warning that's already in effect. All right, because we have this potential tornado here, strong circulation indicated by radar. The northern portions of Washington, looks like Potosi, you'll not be in this particular storm, but Richwoods, you sure will. Also think that includes Lonedale and Grubbville, those areas here, southeastern portions of Franklin County, far western Jefferson County. You need to be in your safe place in these areas. Pea Ridge, another spot. Very rural area here. Beautiful country, hilly terrain of the eastern Ozarks. You may not be able to get a shot at it if you want to look out your window, which we don't always recommend, but say you're in Richwoods and you're going to stand outside and look to see where is it coming, can I see it? Here's the thing. There are so many trees down here, and with the hills, it's very difficult to see these kinds of storms.
And very dangerous to try and do that.
Try to do that, yeah. You're exactly right, Anthony. So get in your safe spot now and stay there until we get this through and see if it can hold together or if it can weaken just a little
Oh my
bit.
goodness, I hit that button again.
So on that new warning, guys, just until 12:15. When this was put out, they said the storm with a potential tornado was near Sullivan, and it's now moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So a little bit slower than previous. And of course, that warning again: northeastern Crawford County, northern Washington County, and southeastern Franklin County until 12:15. You want to take cover. Again, radar indicator rotation, no confirmation of this actually on the ground yet.
Now, the circulation is still a little broader than it was just a bit ago. A little while ago, 15 minutes ago, it was a really
you
tight
could see
circulation.
it. Oh, absolutely. When it was moving just around Route Highway 19.
And here's your hail. That's the other component to this. Very large hail, perhaps up to the size of golf balls or larger. And that may be wind-driven hail. We may have some winds in here that are running 60 to 70 miles per hour. So you also have not only hail, but the potential for wind-driven hail, which is why you stay away from windows and doors, because if you have hail that's being blown up against the windows, it can very easily shatter those windows, and then you have breaking glass, which is why you wear your shoes in this situation. So if you don't have your shoes on yet, go ahead and get them on, get ready to go, be ready to move, be ready to take action as this evolves. Tornado warning here, Crawford, eastern portions of Crawford County, southeastern Franklin County, most of far southeastern Franklin County here, and then the northern portions of Washington County. This is running until 12:15, and in addition to the tornado potential, there's also the potential for large hail, which seems to be running right along the Franklin, Crawford, and then eventually the Franklin, Washington County line. Normally, in many of these storms, what we traditionally see is that hail core kind of rides north of where the tornado would track. Tremendous amount of lightning here. Look at all of this lightning. And it goes back into mid-Missouri. So this is just the first of the waves of thunderstorms we're going to see. Now, farther to the north, this is just rain, Bowling Green, back out into Montgomery County. These are the storms of concern right now. It is more unstable as you go farther south of St. Louis. So as you get south of St. Louis, those storms seem to be following a gradient, if you will, where we're not as unstable in St. Louis as it is down here. And so that gradient or that change in instability is where these storms may just continue to track here for the next couple of hours. And that would keep them moving off to the east, maybe east, southeast, we'll see. But notice the new tornado watch also in effect for areas south of St. Louis. That's going to take us into this afternoon.
Yeah, that now includes Monroe and the metro east down towards Sparta and Du Quoin as well. Scott, we were looking at the Futurecast early this morning, and it surely showed what you were just talking about, the training effect of these storms rolling over the same location. And I was talking to Jim how, growing up, you hear the sirens once, you get to your safe place. You hear them again, you think, oh, all clear. Well, I think on days like this, you may hear the sirens a few times, and it does not mean you're all clear. It just means there's a new tornado warning. And so you may get more than one tornado warning today in those areas where you do have that tornado watch box from our southern portions of our viewing area where you have that first tornado warning right now. You can see out towards Bell, just south of Jefferson City, that next wave coming in right behind it. So this is going to be one of those days where you may get hit several times. And that's why the chance of actually having a tornado is higher today, because it's not just one storm that's going to roll through. There could be numerous storms that roll through that produce different types of weather when it comes to hail, damaging wind, and even tornadoes that we're finding here this morning. And again, that severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like it's now been extended now to include parts of Jefferson County. And that includes you in Cedar Hill, right along Route 30, also known as Gravois, as you get closer to
And Anthony,
St.
not
Louis
only the
County.
tornado stuff, right? So we've got a police officer seeing golf ball size hail in Sullivan, Scottsdale Drive, per the National Weather Service chat. So within these cells, right in that area.
Yeah, and you can see the hail core, that's the gray on top of the radar.
And you see the camera, and I'm not sure where the camera is.
Oh, my goodness.
That's St. Clair at 44.
that's
So that's here.
Sullivan, yeah,
That's not even in the hail. That's just in the heavy rain. So that's where the camera shot is. Your hail is back here. And, around Sullivan, as we said, golf ball, maybe larger size hail, could be wind driven as well. And in addition to that, if we don't already have enough threats going on, in addition to the tornado warning, and again, that tornado or apparent tornado, the circulation is about ready to cross out of Crawford County and into portions of Washington County, and it's very close to the line with Franklin County. So keep that in mind, very close here. You need to be in your safe spot in these areas. But in addition to the hail, to the wind, to the tornado, there is now a flash flood warning in effect for much of this same area. You know how wet it has been in the last couple of weeks with all the storms we've had. There is no place for the water to go. The ground will hold no more, and so it will all run off. And in some cases, we're going to look at an inch or two of rain, very short order, very heavy rain, and so flash flood warning. I think they just put that up. There's a new one, Anthony, that isn't showing up on the computer screen,
Right.
but that's for
Right.
northern Crawford County,
okay.
southwestern Franklin County, and Gasconade County because of the thunderstorms and the flooding.
And you know we have a flood watch that was issued this morning from the National Weather Service just because of that potential. I mean, our backyard has been soggy and the front yard, and I mean, like you said, the water has nowhere to go. And so now the ground's overwhelmed, it's saturated, and so it just doesn't take much for runoff to happen. And of course, you know, the interstates, you get heavy rain over the interstates, that obviously creates issues as well when it comes to crashes and things like that. So what you're looking at right now is the velocity in the big box. That's the wind, tornado warning there for Sullivan, or for Crawford County, extended into Washington County. Now it looks like it's about to cross over the county line. And then you have the severe thunderstorm warning, which is what the hail concern is what Scott was talking about from St. Clair, that will eventually be moving into Cedar Hill into parts of Jefferson County. So these are our two warnings that are most pressing right now. Tornado warning for those two counties, Crawford and Washington, and it does include Franklin there. And then also for the severe thunderstorm warning, Franklin and parts of Jefferson County. So those are your two warnings here, and looks like my box is doubled up on them. So there we go. There's your severe thunderstorm warning for that particular location, both until 12:15.
And large hail, damaging winds, and then the threat of the tornado with this circulation in this general vicinity right in here. I think that's probably side lobing, but when these storms cycle, and they sometimes do, they can create new circulations. And so that's something else that we'll be monitoring here and helping you with during the afternoon hours. If you're in northern portions of Washington County right now, you need to get to your safe place. The storm's not in Richwoods, although there is a storm in the vicinity of Richwoods right now, just went through. That's not the severe part of this. The severe part is back here coming into Washington County now from the west, and it's going to be moving to the east. So Richwoods, you're about to get the worst part of this storm in the next 10 minutes or so as this tracks on to the east. Potential tornado would be very close to Highway 185 right now, just south of the Franklin County line. This is all torrential rain and hail along 44 from St. Clair to Sullivan. Trooper reported just a few minutes ago he had about 20 yards maybe of visibility, I think is what he said, and that was about it. That's not much. That's how hard it's raining and how much hail's falling out of this storm. So it is a very intense thunderstorm rolling onto the east, one to take seriously. Unlike the two tornadoes, Anthony, you were tracking yesterday morning in the Sullivan and Bourbon area, those were quick spin-ups. If this one goes down, the potential that it stays on the ground for an extended period of time is real, because you're looking at more of a supercell type storm here, more of a storm that has the ingredients for that storm to rotate and to continue to maintain that circulation and that rotation as it pushes across northern portions of Washington County. Again, this is a very rural area. Pea Ridge, right off 185 there, Caseyville. You want to go in a little tighter right around this area here, Anthony, and we'll see what else pops up in here. I don't know that you're going to get a lot of like cities or towns, but Hackberry Road's probably pretty close between Hackberry Road and that Hamilton Hollow Road around 185. And then we go east from there as we slide off to the east. Some of your other roads that are in this area, Mulberry Road, Durango Drive will get in on this eventually. But if you're in these areas, if you live off these country roads, you need to be in your safe place right now. Again, very unpopulated area. This is State Highway A here. that runs out of Richwoods all the way back to 185. Wouldn't want to be traveling that right now. And again, lots of trees in this area. So even if a tornado doesn't touch down and you've got serious problems as well as we march our way through these storms as they continue to trudge onto the
Scott, it looks like we lost your microphone there for a second, but as he was mentioning, yes, this is moving east out of now Crawford County into Washington County. Richwoods, one of the bigger towns there, in the location of the path of this storm. And we had a tracker on here a minute ago. I'm going to put that back on here. And while it may be raining already in parts of Richwoods, where the tornadic part, where the rotation in the storm is falling, this is the timing for that. So again, you already have rain, and you already have a lot of it, heavy rain, lightning and thunder, even into Richwoods. But this would be the timing on the circulation that we're finding right back here, about to cross over the county line. So Richwoods about 11:58, Fletcher 12:03. And some of these towns, you know, our computer is just a compilation of many different formulas, and some towns I've never heard of. Sometimes the computer just puts towns on there that aren't even in our area. But if you live in any of these towns, again, some of them I haven't heard of, Frumet and Ware, DeSoto, we know that town, and Olympian Village, about 12:12 to 12:18, and that's moving into Jefferson County. So now there's not a warning for that particular location, but if this holds together, that's going to be extended even more to affect those parts near Highway 21, eventually over 55, and again, all those areas in the Jefferson County area. So right now, if you're watching us from Washington County, it looks like Crawford County, you're about to be in the clear here shortly, and also in Sullivan as well. While it is still raining, while it is still pouring, we do have that potential that still exists for the rotation, and of course that means it could drop out a tornado at any moment, or already has done so.
Yeah, and Anthony, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. If you could go on that, northern Jefferson County and southeastern Franklin County until, again, golf ball size hail with this main threat, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So it's moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So a brand new warning on that. It doesn't look like it's populating yet. But severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 12:15. And again, this is over, let's see, golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, northern Franklin County, northern Jefferson County, and into Franklin County there.
Okay.
Looks like hail the biggest threat with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, our tornado warning still continuing here for northern portions of Washington County. It looks like it's just finally eased out of Crawford County, although it's still pouring and you still have, you know, major issues going on and the potential for flooding too now. And, you know, keep in mind, this is the Merrimack River Basin, and, you know, we all like to go on float trips. And the Merrimack River is beautiful when it's
Not flooded.
Not flooded.
Yeah.
But because it's a small river and it's a float stream, essentially, at least this part of it, very narrow, very pretty, very scenic, very small. But when it rains like this, all that water goes in and you have a very rapid rise in water. And so that's what we're going to be looking at here, is a very rapid rise in water with that as these thunderstorms move through. And this isn't the only one. There's another batch of thunderstorms coming in back behind this that also is producing heavy rain and maybe some hail. Doesn't look like it's severe per se, but it's a pretty intense round of thunderstorms there, and there are more that will develop back behind that before the day is done.
Yeah, so we still do have this tornado warning that's in effect for Washington County now, about to pull out. We have our storm tracker on the scene. I know they were in Bonne Terre last we spoke. Our storm tracker was in Bonne Terre, so I don't know if we're going to them now or if that was just an accident. But nonetheless, there's the radar that does show the tornado warning that's still in place from 12 until now, until 12:15. So that's still for another 25 minutes here across that part of the county. So this is for for Washington County for the tornado warning, but it is Franklin County that you have the severe thunderstorm warning, and also for parts of Jefferson County. Just starting to rain now in Cedar Hill, just starting to rain a little bit over in Hillsborough, right along Route 21 and Route 30. And I mean, St. Clair is getting hammered, really. Sullivan, even though the tornadic threat has passed that area, it looks like you're just getting so much heavy rain and so much lightning and thunder with this. I wouldn't be surprised if we start hearing of power outages in that area when it comes to, losing power in these areas. If you're watching from St. Louis, you're probably thinking, well, what the heck? There's nothing going on.
Right, yeah.
And this is just to our southwest. I mean, these storms, eventually you see the ones out just west of Winsville in the O'Fallon area, these here. These are going to be moving into St. Louis here shortly, even in St. Charles County, but there's no severe component to these just yet in the northern portion. It's just down here in Sullivan and in the parts of Washington County where we do have the biggest threat right now, and it is the tornadic threat. So let's go back to our velocity radar. This is what we show you when it comes to the wind hitting the Doppler radar, and this is how you measure the rotation in the wind. And that's why you have the tornado warning, because of the velocity couplet. You hear us throw that term around quite a bit when you have these storms, and it's when the red and the green meet up. And you can see there's just so much rotation in this particular part of the storm. It looks like it's crossing over 185 right now, the rotating part of this storm. And so eventually, as we've been talking, Richwood, heads up, I would say in the next 5 minutes, this thing is going to be on your doorstep. And we zoomed in a little bit earlier and showed you some of the towns, Highway A, State Highway A, or excuse me, some of the streets. And there you can see over towards Pea Ridge, probably in the thick of it right now. And some of those streets, Hackberry Road, Briggs Road, Mulberry, Baja Drive, Walnut Road. If I've listed off any of those towns or you live near them, you need to be in your safe space. You need to be in your basement. You need to have your shoes on. You need to have something to protect your head in the case of debris flying around. We always recommend a helmet. Even pillows, blankets, things like that will work because, again, falling and flying debris can certainly do damage to not only property but also to your own body.
Yeah, and it looks like the rotation's starting to increase once again on this system. So that once again increases the potential that we're going to get a tornado, that inflow, the winds towards the radar, and then away from the radar seem to be increasing a little bit. So that hook feature reappearing here, starting to see more of rotation in the lower levels. It's in the upper part of the storm. The whole storm is rotating because it's a supercell storm. So just the timeline on that, and there you have it. That's your timeline at this point as we are continuing to track these storms off to the east. It's almost into Richwoods here. And you'll get some rain out ahead of that, but once you get into this part of the storm that could produce the tornado, that's the most dangerous part of the storm. Now, having said that, as you go up along the Franklin County line and to the north, you likely are looking at the potential for golf ball to maybe tennis ball size hail.
Yeah,
this video, where's this video?
Sullivan.
This is Sullivan, okay.
Yeah.
And so we heard just a few minutes ago from Sullivan that the law enforcement, I think it was a highway patrolman, said he couldn't see more than 20 yards. You see why? Drenching rain. And notice the rain has nowhere to go.
It's just bonding.
It's just gonna roll to the lowest spot, and that means we are going to be looking at some flooding as well. So flash flood warning continues for much of these areas, in addition to the severe thunderstorms and to the tornadoes. So there's a lot going on here with this system as it presses in from the southwest of St. Louis. So cities in the path of this. Richwood's definitely there. The circulation in this general vicinity here, crossing past 185. Fletcher, after Richwoods, then eventually it's going to get over here into Jefferson County. So Ware and Frumet and Fletcher's in there too. Olympian Village in there. Festus about 12:30 if it holds together and keeps going. The severe thunderstorm warning includes much of the rest of Jefferson County. That does include Ware, and that also includes this area as you work your way out along Highway 30 going out of Jefferson County back into Franklin County. So that's where the hail and the wind will be more of a threat. This area is where we're more concerned about a tornado, right along and south of the Washington-Franklin County line right now. And you can see we're starting to see this part right here nudging out a little bit, and that's your circulation. Okay, there's also another little nub in here. It's not impossible for this storm to create multiple circulations and for us to see more than one tornado come out of it. But that's our main area right now where we're watching and looking at that wind and the tightening of that rotation as it approaches Richwoods in the next 4 to 5 minutes or so. You're going to see conditions rapidly deteriorate, so you need to be in your safe place right now.
Yeah, just Kate Quinn is at the news desk, and she just passed this along to me. The Cardinals game is delayed now. It was going to happen earlier around 12:15, but that's been delayed. So have had folks ask us about that in St. Louis, even though we don't have a tornado warning here in St. Louis just yet, or at all. The delay for the Cardinals game, if you had plans to go to that, has been delayed. So
out ahead of this supercell, we're actually getting a little thunder here, even in downtown St. Louis. But again, no severe weather here at this point. It remains in that supercell that Scott's been talking about that continues to rotate. And just again, Richwoods, you need to be in your safe space right now, as it looks like this is tightening back up again, which is what we were expecting as it moves to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So the only tornado warning still in effect is to the south here, again, south of St. Louis, and we've got tornado warning in effect and a watch also to the south of St. Louis. But thunderstorms are popping up even out ahead of that, that main batch of storms.
Yeah. You know, we have had a busy last few weeks here across the bi-state when it comes to severe weather. And of course, you probably are well versed on what to do if you do have a storm in your area that has rotation or even has hail and, of course, frequent lightning and thunder. So we're getting to the point of our day where our noon show usually starts. And so what we're going to do here shortly, we are going to reset and roll our animation to let the noon show open up, and we will continue our storm alert coverage here in just a few minutes.
This is 5 on your side at noon. Focused on you.
We are in storm alert. Severe thunderstorms moving through counties to the south of the city of St. Louis. Our entire area could see hail, strong winds, and possible tornadoes. Thanks for being here. I'm Kay Quinn. Storms moving through several counties to our south right now. We have team coverage. Let's get right back to Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell, Anthony Slaughter, and Jim Castillo.
We are tracking these storms. Tornado warning is the biggest threat right now, and that includes southeastern portions of Franklin County, the northern portions of Washington County. This is to the southwest of St. Louis. This is in effect until 12:15. It's this circulation here that you see that's crossed 185 now. It's working its way towards Richwoods, and within the next couple of minutes, it will be in the Richwoods area. We have radar indicated rotation, and at times it's been very strong rotation, which would be indicative of potentially producing a larger tornado. Unlike the storms we had earlier this week, yesterday morning, that went through the Bourbon area and the Sullivan area, those produce brief spin-ups. If this one touches down, it likely will not be a brief spin-up. Instead, it will be a larger tornado with a bigger impact and potentially stronger winds as we work our way through the course of the day. Let's flip the Max 2, and we'll get you on to Max 2.
Guys, for a second.
And you'll see here in just a second what comes up, but you need to be in your safe place. Where is that safe place? That safe place is in a basement. Okay, if you don't have a basement available, then you need to go to the lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and you need to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So that's our tornado warning. That's approaching Richwoods, the tornado is. North of that, this is all hail in Franklin County, up to tennis ball size hail perhaps. That's sliding off to the east. That's why the severe thunderstorm warning stretches across into Jefferson County. It does include Hillsborough and Cedar Hill. So it's all the way over to Highway 21 for that severe thunderstorm warning. This tornado warning is because of that cell that is spinning down here west of Richwoods. Radar indicated rotation. We haven't had any reports of it actually touching down, but radar indicated rotation is strong, and that's going to be moving right over the Richwoods area as we head through the next 15 or 20 minutes, or right along the Franklin and Washington County lines as it pushes to the east. In addition, To that threat, you also have the threat for large hail and damaging winds here across parts of Franklin County as this system continues to move to the east. These storms are tracking about 30 miles per hour, moving to the east right now. They are using the instability or the fuel that's available south of St. Louis. More of it's available there than in the metro area. And because of that, that's what we're looking at with the potential of the severe weather, at least right now, being focused just south of St. Louis. That's why there's a new tornado watch that's in effect for all of our southern counties here. That does include the areas just south of St. Louis. Does include Jefferson County over into Monroe County, Illinois. So tornado warning in effect right now. Southeastern portions of Franklin County, northern portions of Washington County. If you're on this stretch of highway that runs through Richwoods and off to the east, you know, Highway 47 slips right through there. If you're in that area, you need to be in your safe spot right now. There's the circulation. Here's where we have the back edge of that kind of rotating through. This is going to be the area we watch as we continue through the course of the next 15 to 30 minutes to see if it can maintain the circulation, to see if it can strengthen and tighten that circulation. When circulations tighten, it's an indication that the storms are about ready to drop something. So here's the area we're watching right here, coming into the Richwoods region right now. A lot of strong winds also back behind this and also farther to the north. There's also large hail in here. Wind-blown golf ball to perhaps tennis ball size hail is definitely possible very close to the Washington and now Washington and Crawford and Washington and Franklin County lines. So really all in this area, more concentrated at this point, approaching Highway 47. That's going to impact areas perhaps around Londell, perhaps around Grubbville too. You know, with hail, there's not much you can do. You want to make sure you're wearing your shoes right now, because if this is wind-blown hail, it could break windows. If the tornado, which is tracking closer to Richwoods, that potential tornado causes damage, then the potential is there for you to end up seeing additional debris and things broken. So you wear your shoes. We're going to go to the lowest spot of whatever building we're in. We're going to put as many walls between us and the outside as possible. Again, this is a look at it from just what we would consider the regular radar view, if you will.
Scott, the National Weather Service has mentioned in Sullivan, emergency crews, they have extreme flooding and a lot of trees down. Mentioned they will send pictures shortly.
Yeah, okay, and you know, we know that given all the rain we've had right now and this more torrential rain, you get a 50 or 60 mile an hour wind and you're able to blow down trees easier because the roots are not being held because of the wet ground. Storm trackers out running this afternoon, heading in these general directions to keep us up to date. Again, if you're in this area here of southern portions of Franklin County, this most likely is where we're seeing the largest of the hail. This area right in here, just south of the Franklin County line, appears to be where we have our circulation and appears to be where that potential tornado is. That's going to be sliding towards Richwoods, and you're really, within minutes, it will be moving into the Richwoods area, as this looks like it may actually be strengthening a little bit in that area. And this hail core up here to the north, that is an incredible hail core. Golf ball to perhaps up to tennis ball size hail. So just kind of tracking this whole line farther to the east. Richwoods, Maupin, Ware, Fletcher, those are the towns that are on your map. There are other small towns in these areas here that we'll be dealing with. Highway 47, right now, once you get up into far northern, once you get north of Richwoods on Highway 47, it's raining so hard all the way up to St. Clair you can hardly see, which is a bad thing because there's also wind with this storm and you have a ton of trees on the side of the road. This is what it looked like just a few minutes ago in Sullivan. And of course, we appreciate your pictures, but we want you to be safe when you are able to send them to us. But this is video from Sullivan of the strong winds, and you can see that torrential rain. And now, Anthony, you were telling me Sullivan police are reporting significant flooding in that area now. Yeah. And trees down.
Trees down.
That's
Yeah,
from the
we-
emergency manager there in Sullivan.
Lots of lightning with this, trees down, and extreme flooding as it moves closer to Richwoods and eventually into Jefferson County.
We're also getting a report of a spotter north of Richwoods reporting a tornado on the ground, but hard to see, rain wrapped. And I mean, that's,
Yeah, and
you
that's
saw the
gonna be-
rain from Sullivan.
Yeah.
You can't see much out there.
And that's going to be part of the problem with this as we go through this. If these storms do get wrapped in the rain, and that's possible, then you're not even going to have a chance to see the tornado until it's right on
and then
you
you're going
before.
outside taking a video and boom,
Yeah,
getting
and-
swept away.
yeah.
So do not do that right now.
No,
We
let's be
appreciate
safe.
it, but we can just use the radar.
Yeah, be safe.
You know, in these instances.
And the large hail, again, that's really focused in this area, this corridor here in southern portions of Franklin County. Northern portions of Washington County, right along the Franklin County line, very close to or just north of Richwoods, potentially where we are seeing that tornado right now as it continues to track onto the east. I suspect these warnings are going to get dragged farther east before all is said and done. I'm getting a hail indicator there of close to 4 inches out of that storm.
goodness.
And, you know, that's just off the radar. That's just off the radar, but and it usually reads a little high. But nonetheless, you know, tennis ball size, baseball size hail, that's a big deal. That's a live look down towards Cuba, Anthony. You can see how it looks behind this system. This is behind it on the
That is
backside.
so ominous.
A very ominous sky. You're going to see a lot of scary looking clouds this afternoon, and some of those clouds are going to produce severe weather as what we're seeing right now. There's your hail, largest hail working its way right along the Franklin, Washington County line right now, approaching Highway 47, and this area very close to or just north of Richwoods, where we believe we have the potential for the tornado as it continues to slide onto the east, moving at about 30 miles per hour. There you,
Scott,
see that.
The
Yes.
tornado warning actually goes until 12:15 here. And I mean, we're about 12:10 now. And so really just about 5 more minutes. I would suspect they're going to extend this
I'm pretty sure they will extend it.
probably
And-
until about maybe 12:20 or
Yeah,
25.
well, they'll probably issue a new warning downstream to take us farther into Jefferson County. And which brings us to the point. If you live in Jefferson County, especially the southern portions of Jefferson County, Hillsborough, DeSoto, over to Festus, Ware, anywhere in that area north of Valley Mines, if you're in that area, you're not under a tornado warning just yet. You probably will be, but you have some time here. You have 15, 20 minutes to get yourself to a safe place if you're in a mobile home, if you're in a manufactured home. You need to be in substantial shelter for a storm that looks like this. This is, you know, very supercell looking storm. Lots of very large hail here on the north side of it. And then you have that circulation here that's in the general vicinity of Richwood. It's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly where that tightest circulation is based on what we're seeing out of the radar right now, but you see how it's moving and how it's maintained and stayed together. It may go, the tornado, if there is one that touches down, may go just to the north of Richwoods, right along the county line there with Franklin County
Scott,
and Washington
you
County.
may have already mentioned this, but the National Weather Service said they are going to issue a new tornado warning into Jefferson County.
Yeah, we
and
thought they would.
They are going increasing, or they're watching the increasing hail threat of size of baseball size
Yeah.
hail in this storm.
Well, we said that, you know, the 4-inch indicator
Yeah,
off of the
so perhaps
radar.
that's true.
Baseball's 2.75 inches, I believe. So, I mean, that's big hail, and that's a problem. Especially, it's a problem if it's falling when there's no wind. It's a bigger problem if it's falling when there's 50 or 60 mile per hour winds, which
absolutely.
potentially there is. So, wind-driven hail, you know, you got to stay away from windows and doors here. But this is the track of the worst part of this storm. On the southern side of that, really, Festus going back to the Washington-Franklin County line and kind of south of that line, that's where the greatest tornado threat appears to be right now. The greatest hail threat appears to be on the north side of that storm. But again, hail up to the size of baseballs or perhaps larger with this. Now we're starting to get that red and dark red and orange in there. So the hail indicator definitely showing us what one would consider near giant size hail. Definitely very large.
And, you know,
It's-
Scott, this
yes.
video that one of the emergency management sent, you see this water just flowing over the road into an area where there's a house. I mean, so much water has come down in a short amount of time. You know, that's why you have the flash flood warning that's in place. I mean, there are so many polygons on the map right now. The threat for tornadic activity and, of course, the flash flooding. So even though you may not get, you know, hail or a tornado, the heavy rain could really be an issue, especially, you know, if you're headed out to lunch break right now and you're just thinking, oh, I got to go grab lunch. You may want to put those plans on pause right now.
Yeah, there's the storm tracker right now, and you can see they are traveling on side roads. They are not
They
on
were
the
down in
interstate.
Bonne Terre for a while. I'm not sure exactly.
So they're
in that
probably
area.
heading back to the north and have a view of that storm.
Yeah, there's a new tornado warning, guys. Franklin County, Jefferson County, and Washington County until 1 p.m. Until 1 p.m. Again, this storm is moving east at about 30 miles an hour, so heads up Cedar Hill to Festus, everybody in pretty much southern portions of Jefferson County under a tornado warning now. And again, watching not only very large hail, the flash flooding that we've seen, the massive lightning, and I believe Storm Tracker is out and about.
Okay, so they're on 67 north of Bonne Terre.
Okay, so Tracy Henson, you're on 67 north of Bonne Terre. Can you hear me?
Talking to our producer there.
Okay. Oh, she's on 21 in Hillsborough. Okay, so she's in Jefferson County.
So hopefully they're being safe and they'll get to a spot. You know, meteorologist Tracy Henson, she is well versed on how to stay safe in these type of scenarios. I know a lot of folks worry about us as well when we're out tracking these storms. So she is prepared, and we're hoping to get you prepared as well with these images. And of course, the Doppler radar that shows the new tornado warning that now goes until 1 o'clock for Jefferson County and also Franklin County. Even Washington, it looks like, in there as well.
Yeah, they clipped that northeastern portion of Washington County, just kind of where this storm is right now, and then southeastern portions of Franklin County and over into portions of Jefferson County, most of the southern parts of Jefferson County. So in many areas, the tornado sirens go off for the entire county, even though it may only be a small part of the county. So you may be hearing tornado sirens in Arnold. Parts of Fenton, you may be hearing tornado sirens. You are not dealing with a tornado threat in northern Jefferson County. That tornado threat is in southern Jefferson County right now. The baseball-sized hail threat is in central portions of Jefferson County. The tornado itself right now looks like it's just to the east, maybe northeast of Richwoods at this point, and that's going to be sliding towards Maupin. It could impact DeSoto. It could eventually impact Festus, but down Highway 21 here is the area that we're really tracking with these storms and the potential that you're going to get the worst of the severe weather here in these areas. So Grubbville, you're just moments away from the worst of it really sliding into your direction. Hillsborough, DeSoto, Hematite, Olympian Village, Peevely, Selma, all in the path of this storm. You need to be in your safe place in these areas right now.
Yeah, Scott, we're getting pictures here, too, of hail that's covering the ground. I mean, it looks like snow in parts of St. Clair, Missouri. Also, there was a report of a roadway, Little Boone Creek Road, which is actually covered in water right now, and emergency management says it's possibly washing out.
Yeah, that's
so
a
we always
problem.
talk about, you know, turn around, don't drown. You think the road's there, and it may not be. So if you live in that area, you know, Little Boone Creek Road, I would avoid that area right now.
If there's water over the roads, and this is going to be another threat this afternoon, like we needed another one, but when you have all this heavy rain and hail, and that's rushing off because the ground is so saturated, it has no place to go. So when that fills up the little creeks and streams, if they go through and over a road, it's very easy for them in many cases to wash out that little bridge, if you will. And you're driving along and you see some water, you don't know if it's washed out or not. So please do not drive through flooded roads this afternoon where we've got fast flowing water running across those roads. Your hail core right now, right along Highway 47, and it is north of the Washington-Franklin County line. Grubbville, perhaps Lonedale, you're in the path of that really big hail. We're talking nearly giant-size hail, up to the size of baseballs, perhaps a little bit larger. Richwoods, you're now getting some hail. That circulation and the potential tornado, what's prompted the tornado warning, and probably one of the reasons why they have the tornado warning extended farther north as well, is because of the destructive hail in combination with that tornado threat. While the tornado threat is to the south, the destructive hail is to the north. This was one warning that will set off all of the phones and do all the tone alerts on the radio stations so that everyone can get involved. That's why your phone has gone off this afternoon. Now, your sirens may have gone off. This Sullivan video here.
That's
with
the one I was
flooding.
talking about
Yeah.
with the water covering into near the house. And I mean, you can see it. It's just flowing like a river. And then boom, you got a water area there covered in, a road there covered in water.
Yeah,
That's
and
the Sullivan area.
The main supercell is past Sullivan, but look what's developing behind it. This is what we were thinking. And like Anthony was saying earlier, you might have already heard of the tornado warnings, and then we'll watch that next cell behind it, and you might hear the tornado warnings again. That would be a new warning.
Well, and on days like this, you know, you think you get a big storm, it clears the atmosphere out, right? We're back to stable air.
Right.
And this is holding together. The one behind it looks just as intense as the first one. So this is one of those days where there's so much instability in our atmosphere where one storm may come through, it's not going to clear things out and, you know, give you the okay, the all clear. It looks like there's more behind them. And Kay Quinn, she's been helping us with these reports. It sounds like in Berkeley, Missouri, the Boeing plant is actually they just sent all their employees home for the day, and probably a good idea when it comes to, you know, just staying safe.
Now, I don't know if any of the schools have tried early dismissal today, or I know a lot.
Well, I got to get out of here if that's the case.
Parkway is no after school.
Parkway may delay dismissal depending on the weather at the time.
I think what's going to happen, because kids, if they didn't do an early dismissal before now, with this activity in and around the St. Louis area, and particularly to the south, and we'll leave it on this broader perspective here just for a second, Jimmy Kay.
I've got a couple of other details out of Franklin County. There's a fire in an attic reported just east of the Union area along Fairway Drive, believed to have been sparked by lightning. And we may have seen that on the MoDOT camera earlier, the smoke we were talking about. It is believed that came from this fire. And then, as Anthony mentioned, Little Road, the Spring Bluff area. The highway department is headed to that area where the road appears to have been washed out due to the flooding and the high water.
All right, and you can see we have the radar on the screen. We have the traffic cameras where you're looking at that heavy rainfall in many places. We're on a broader perspective, and we're going to hold it on this broader perspective just for a couple of minutes. Here's why. First of all, let's talk the tornado warning. That is for northeastern portions of Washington County. The storm right now that's possibly producing this tornado, the tornadic potential of this storm is right along the Jefferson, Washington, Franklin County line. Okay, it is moving to the east. That's in a direct path that will eventually take it over to Festus. So if you're in the southern portions of Jefferson County, you need to be in your safe place. That's a basement. That's the lowest floor of whatever building you're in. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom, closet would work. Cover your head. We're wearing our shoes, right? Okay, that's part one. All right, we also have large hail across much of the rest of southeastern Franklin County that's moving into Jefferson County. That's probably going to stay just to the south of Arnold, but hail up to the size of tennis balls, perhaps, maybe baseballs with that. Looking back to the west, there's a flash flood warning that encompasses much of the area that just saw this heavy rain and hail. You have flooding ongoing right now around Sullivan. Many of the small creeks and streams quickly jumped because the ground is totally saturated, quickly jumped and are in flooding. Now we're back to this broader view. Notice there are still thunderstorms in the flash flood warning area here back to the west, coming out of Gasconade into western Franklin County. We have non-severe thunderstorms from Innsbrook to Warrenton, back out to Herman. They are pushing east. These will be moving into the metro area. The instability is much greater down to the south of St. Louis. That's what's fueling these storms. The instability is not as great up farther to the north in the immediate metro area. We will watch these storms to see if they can tap into any of that tries to move in up over and aloft of these storms. But right now, that's not happening. So in the immediate metro area, even though it's dark in St. Charles County and you're starting to see the rain push in towards Wentzville, it's not severe there, and there's more development back to the west that's going to cause us additional problems before the day is done.
Scott, the Ladue School District has canceled all of their after-school activities as well.
We should mention a big backup on Interstate 270 at I-64. As you mentioned, Scott, no severe weather in the immediate area, but traffic is already being affected in many areas. We're trying to get the MoDOT cam up. This is I-270 south near I-64. And just so you know, if you're heading out or know someone who is out driving, they may be late. It may take a little while.
In that area around Ladue Road on 270, they are doing construction, so the
Right.
lanes on 270 do narrow there, and the speed, slows down.
Yeah,
and
and
people-
surprising, it's not even barely raining.
Yeah,
in
I don't
that
think
area.
I don't think the rain's really made it there just yet. So here's some golf ball size hail that we have from a viewer. Elizabeth sent this in to us. That's golf ball size hail. Look at the jagged edges on that. I had some hail this weekend at my house. It was almost perfectly round. The jagged edges are a very good indicator there that you have a lot of wind within that storm, and that's what's stretching that hail out. So, Elizabeth, thanks for sending that in. Again, hail, another big threat now, and that is moving into Jefferson County. So we can zoom in on this part of the storm. This is the worst part of the storm that we're going to deal with here as we head through the next hour. The worst storm that's out there, the most intense storm. Heavy hail, large up to the size perhaps of tennis balls, and then we also have that potential tornado circulation that is now starting to nudge its way east of Richwoods and into portions of Jefferson County. So here's where that bright red and green are meeting up here. And again, keep in mind, the radar scan runs a couple of 3 minutes. By the time the radar processes all the information and it has to go through all the internet channels, it takes a couple of minutes. But there's some really intense rotation here that's not too far from Richwoods, maybe crossing 185 now and then sliding off to the east. So if you're in...
Things coming in, if you want me to take over for a second,
Please go
give you a
ahead.
minute to analyze the radar. First, I just want to say that Mercy Hospital in Jefferson, they are sheltering from that storm. But I wanted to point out another feature. Those in St. Louis, we're not seeing the rain yet, but we are seeing right now is lightning traveling anywhere from 18 to 25 miles outside of the thunderstorm. So you're not yet getting hit by the storm, but already lightning around downtown area, and storms are coming your way. In fact, they're already starting to move into St. Charles County. They're starting to move into St. Louis County. So not a good time to head out for lunch. If you were planning on going out for lunch today, I would just avoid that, not only because of the lightning threat that's currently moving into your area and some very populated city limits in the metro area, but also because the storms are going to be right on your doorstep as you're coming home from that lunch break. So I just want to emphasize that lightning's still a risk with these storms, but it's just thunderstorms moving into St. Charles County. I'm going to loop this for you. It is just thunderstorms moving into St. Charles County at the moment and St. Louis County. Nothing severe with these, but certainly going to make it a very messy lunch break. So again, I would just emphasize stay where you are at, just with the threat of that heavy rain, all of the lightning, and ponding on roadways. Been getting a lot of reports about that as well. So something I will continue to monitor here over the next couple of minutes, but just rain, heavy thunderstorms moving into St. Charles County, St. Louis County.
Heading into the southwestern southern parts of Jefferson County. Really starting to tighten up quite a bit within this. So, yeah, getting several reports now that there is not just lightning and thunder, but big, heavy rain. Got some visuals here from Franklin County where there is some flash flooding happening in the Melody Lakes subdivision. As I mentioned, the Mercy Hospital in Jefferson County is sheltering in place right now. Sirens are sounding currently in Jefferson County. The emergency manager is just alerting us that the sirens sounding in Jefferson County. And more information about flash
The loop there, and we'll use our scope to take a look at the hail within the storm. I mean, just look at those the brighter colors are the better chance for not only hail, but large hail. And that's coming right at Hillsborough, maybe clipping DeSoto as well. So again, that hail scope here. In fact, what I want to do too is just back that up a little bit and just see if that second cell back to the west coming in. Yeah, this probably, the one that's coming into Sullivan probably has some hail as well. Okay, then the second part of the storm is the tornado that we've been on the air tracking. If you're in Richwoods, again, another couple minutes to be in your safe shelter, but really the rotation is just now starting to move east of you. This is where the rotation would be in a potential tornado. It's going to exit into Jefferson County. This white line right here is the Jefferson County line. So we're going to go from northeastern Washington County into Jefferson County here pretty shortly. Jefferson County, you are in the warning. This is a warning, that red box that has 73,000 people in the warning extends all the way to Festus. That's why Leah said Mercy Hospital in Jefferson County in Festus is evacuating. I mean, think about a hospital. It takes a lot to move people who are not easily moved into safe shelters. So they're doing the right thing, but that's what these first alert heads up are all about, is giving people the time to do those things. As far
that is producing large hail, and it's potentially producing a tornado. And it looks like that circulation at this point, we're going to pop the velocity on here. That circulation looks like it's in this general vicinity. North of Richwoods, moving to the east. Now, it may be a little farther east than this. I don't know exactly when this radar picture was. It's a couple of 3 minutes old. These storms are moving about 30 miles per hour to the east. So again, if you're in the path of this, you need to be in your safe place right now. They're going about 30 miles per hour. So let's see if we can't track this for you. Just where that, I'm going to give you a, well, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Well, there it is. That track here goes off to the east, Ware, Fletcher, DeSoto, Hematite, eventually over to Festus. All right, it's going all, this storm is going to make it all the way to the Mississippi River. There's no question. But the winds here in this bright color, certainly indicative of very intense rotation. Okay, the ones coming towards the radar, the ones going away from the radar's almost, you know, it's right up the road here, so it's not, doesn't have the best view of it, but nonetheless, it's showing us what's going on. And you can see this is the large hail to the north of that, that's right on the line here with Jefferson, as well as
and Scotty, they were saying on the National Weather Service chat, so just watching that area of hail that will be impacting Hillsborough very soon, up to baseball-sized hail.
So here's State Road Y, all right, that's Highway Y. Here's WW, all right, it's coming out of Franklin County and moving. You're going to get some large hail in Grubville, but the largest will be just to your south, and then it's moving off to the east. So this giant hail, Morse Mill into Cottage Farms, eventually into Hillsborough. So that's State Highway B, that's Column Drive. State Highway C, there's Ware. Here's Highway 21. All right, there's Highway 21. Hail is your biggest threat here, along with strong winds. So we broaden that back out, and then we look at where the circulation is. Somewhere in here, now crossing into this area that will approach DeSoto in the next few minutes. We've heard from several school districts, and that's a look at 185 and Sullivan at 44, and you can see it's still pouring there right now. We've heard from several of the school districts that will be postponing their after-school activities. Ladue, Wentzville, and Parkway are the three that we've heard from that will not do after-school activities today. Keep in mind, if your students are still at school and these storms are moving through, the school districts have a plan. Most of the school superintendents are on National Weather Service chat. Most of them work closely with the National Weather Service. They will not release your kids this afternoon in storms like this to go home on a bus. All right, so there may be late dismissals later on this afternoon. They will hold the kids at school. You don't need to go to school to get your kids. The kids have a very well-defined, safe place for all of the teachers, all of the administrators. They work very hard on a plan for where to be when the weather gets like this, if there were a tornado threat, which right now, that's in southern portions of Jefferson County. And I can tell you all the school districts down here have their kids in the safe place right now, and they are prepared for this. They have a safe place. They will keep your kids safe this afternoon. You don't need to go to school to pick up your kids. They will also hold the buses if they have to later this afternoon at dismissal. They're not going to put kids on buses as we go through this afternoon. So your tornado threat seems to be right in this notchy area here, just
above the ground, translated down to the ground and created perhaps some damage. Don't know that for sure, but we've had a couple reports. And this is just a really strongly rotating storm, supercell. 60 miles this thing has been rotating. What I'm thankful for is that over this 60 miles, we haven't had one report yet of damage. That is good news. Am I right on that, Leah? Nothing has come across?
Nothing coming in.
Okay. Let's hope that continues. Just know that these supercells can be cyclical, where they cycle. They broaden out and weaken, then they tighten up and strengthen. That's why we're still in the air, and it's one of the reasons why there's still a tornado warning here, just in case this does tighten up and end up producing a tornado. And it very well could be producing a tornado on the ground right now, right there coming into Jefferson County. Although we don't have any confirmation, it is radar indicated at this point. I'm always going to be transparent and honest with you on if it's radar indicated, what I see out of the signature. And hopefully that helps you, take the storm serious and get to shelter. So radar indicated tornado warning just to the west of DeSoto right now. Let's put a timing on DeSoto. Now that hooked a little bit more, just in that last frame right there. Let me take a quick look at the Doppler winds and see if anything is strengthened. Nothing is strengthened there, and then debris tracker. That's going to be, this is all inflow. This is just dust and bugs that get sucked up into the storm. So debris tracker not showing me any hits of potential debris or anything like that. So that's all good news. I mentioned I would get you a timing. I have that into, I think it's probably right at DeSoto in about 9 minutes. So remember we were talking about maybe this is going to be in between Hillsborough and DeSoto. I'd say it's more towards DeSoto. Again, sometimes the rotation, if a tornado develops, can kind of sneak up a little bit north into that notch right there. And if that happens, then it's maybe a little more on the north side of town. But right now, I'd say right towards DeSoto in about 9 minutes. So what do you need to be doing? Inside, away from windows, down in the basement. If you don't have a basement, you want to put yourself in an interior room where there's as many walls between you and the outside. If you've been watching for the past, I don't know what it is, hour now, maybe I've said this before, and this is repeating it to you. But remember, people in DeSoto maybe have just tuned in. So I'm just giving you the heads up. Hopefully we reduce the anxiety by telling you where to go. So basement, obviously, is a good choice. Interior room, not necessarily a bathroom. Sometimes people think a bathroom is the safe spot. If a bathroom has an exterior wall, maybe a closet on the interior part of the building is a better bet, because that closet provides not one but two walls between you and the outside. You're just trying to protect yourself from the debris. Getting to the lowest level is going to be the best bet.
Steve, if you put that back into motion, it's really interesting. It's going to be, most of it's going to be right behind you if you put the loop. But look at how it's sucking up. Matt mentioned this the other day. It sucks up all those smaller showers that are on the right side of your screen, right under your tablet there, almost like little snacks. That's that storm fuel that you were talking about, that this thing is drawing in from the south. So notice the storm is moving west to east, but those smaller elements out ahead of it are moving from south to north and just getting sucked up into that environment. Also, if we look behind Leah here, I think she can talk about, we're on the same, no, you can talk about your flooding, right?
We've been watching a situation where the thunderstorms are training. So when that happens, the thunderstorm impacts the same area again and again and again. And I see that especially off to the west. I want to focus on Sullivan because water over the roadways eastbound on 44, and then they did have to shut down 185. So if I zoom in really closely into Sullivan, this little roadway right here, I know it's difficult to see, but that is where they did shut down the road, right about here, for water over the roadway. That's
can also
so
show
you can't see it very well.
Accumulated rainfall for that particular area.
We'll hear from her in a little bit. This would be the part of the storm that has the circulation associated with it and some strong winds really back behind it. Let me add the winds back in here and pop the velocity on, and you can see some of the stronger winds are actually behind where that circulation is showing up, and that circulation may be kind of trying to relocate itself a little bit farther to the east. But anywhere in southern portions of Jefferson County, I'd be in my safe place right now. That is in the basement, if you have a basement. Not everybody does. If you're in an apartment, try to get to the lowest floor. Maybe you have a laundry room that's down in the basement. Maybe you have can go to a neighbor's that's on the lower level. Again, strong winds are about to push into DeSoto right now as these storms continue to roll on in, and we continue to track not only the intense rain that's caused flash flooding back to the west, but also looking at the very large hail that we find here across central portions, mainly south of Cedar Hill and down towards Hillsborough. This area is really getting pounded by the larger hail right now. That's coming into Morse Mill. That big path of hail is going to go along Highway BB and then head over to Highway 21. There's Highway B, there's Cottage Farm and Ware. State Highway Y has already had some of this, maybe up to baseball size hail, certainly golf ball size hail as it's pushing off to the east, and potentially some stronger winds in there as well. So the tornado warning continues all the way to the Mississippi River here for southern portions of Jefferson County. Now, widening it out because it is getting dark and ominous in other places right now. These areas farther to the north, Greene County, Jersey County, Calhoun County, over into Macoupin and Montgomery counties. This is just rain. I know you don't need it, but that's all it is right now, nothing severe. What we're looking at as we get back into the western parts of the metro, parts of St. Charles County, Warren County, out towards Herman, not severe, okay? Just rain. Speaking of rain, that's what it looks like, heavy rain right now, falling in many locations. And Kay, you've got an update for us?
For Scott, I-44, very slow going near Highway 50 in Union. That's where there is water across the road at this point. Apparently traffic is moving, but it's very slow going. Emergency crews are on the scene. They're dealing with the flash flooding now, but again, this is I-44 near Highway 50. This is all near Union. That's just a little snapshot of one area. You know this is happening in a wide area down in Franklin County, around Sullivan, even affected. So you really want to stay home if you can right now and not go out in this weather.
I think that's an important thing too. And even after it kind of winds down, stay put for a little bit because there are going to be issues. As we heard, a potential lightning caused fire back into parts of Franklin County earlier. Kay, you were telling us there are first responders that need to do their job, and there are people that need some assistance and some help. So with that in mind, you stay in your safe place until the worst of it goes through. And then as we work our way through the remainder of the afternoon, even after it lets up a little bit this round, just if you don't have to go out, don't go out. That's I-44 and the flooding right now. You can see it looks like there is a car perhaps in the middle of the road, just one lane on either side. So again, a lot of water on our highways. Heavy rainfall falling south of St. Louis, down 44. It's about to move into 55. Actually, it's raining pretty well south of Arnold through Barnhart down to Festus. But our biggest concern is really where we have this tornado warning, and that does include in the Festus area. You're under the warning. Hillsborough likely seeing some of that hail right now. The potential circulation and possible tornado, even though it doesn't show up as well as what you might expect, there's still pockets of winds, and it looks like that potential circulation is getting close to DeSoto right now. So stay in your safe place until these storms pass through, and we'll continue to track them for you this afternoon. Kay, you have an update?
We're hearing from some additional school districts that we haven't heard from before. Fox C6 saying at this point, status quo. They are evaluating what's happening. They have not canceled after-school activities, but the Festus R6 district just did that. All practices, after-school activities in Festus R6 canceled. Also canceled after-school activities in Wentzville, Parkway, and Ladue schools. Students are not being dismissed early. We have not heard that yet, but we do know that anything after school is probably not going to happen in a lot of those districts to our south.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the school districts to the south that are facing this when it comes time to actually put the kids on the bus will slow things down. Spotters are telling us that there's a clear circulation here. I believe it was northwest of DeSoto. Is that what that says? West of DeSoto. So that's going to be in this area here where, yes, that's right on the hook with this storm.
Near Highway 21.
Yeah, you're hooking right around. So this is just west and northwest of DeSoto near Highway 21. That's an area that is of concern for the potential of a tornado. So here's State Highway P. If you're in DeSoto right now, just kind of tracking this out. But there's Clark Street, there's the Rock Road. State Road Y goes out of DeSoto. It's in this general vicinity where we are seeing that very clear rotation. Now, it may not be touching the ground right now, but spotters can see that rotation, which means at any moment a tornado could drop out of the sky, and you need to be in your safe place. In the Hillsborough area right now, looks like torrential rain and potentially some hail happening in the Hillsborough area now, although the bigger hail looks like it's farther north of that up towards Morse Mills. So this is the one problematic storm that has prompted this tornado warning, which continues now for central and southern portions of Jefferson County. The spin located very close to DeSoto right now, and it is going to move east out of DeSoto along Highway 110, and that'll take it over towards Olympian Village, over towards Victoria, and then eventually towards Selma. And eventually it will cross Highway 67. 67, you know, your favorite route to get to Farmington from St. Louis. So you have a lot of people that go up and down 67, pick up 55 south of Festus to come into town. Now's not the time to be making that trek. Okay, we're going to stay put if we can in all of these areas. We have northern portions of Crawford County back into the western portions of Franklin County and Gascony County with flash flood warnings. There is water flowing over the roads in many places, especially those low water crossings are full. We also have potentially some bridges washing out or some culverts washing out. You can't tell that that is happening if you're driving in flooded water. You don't know if there's actually road bed underneath you. So in those areas, we are not going to drive through the flooded waters. Back into tracking this tornado. I want to give you all a heads up. If this storm holds together and you're in Maystown, you're in Redbud, you're in Prairie du Rocher, Roma, Illinois, anywhere along the Mississippi here, along Rim 55 going into southern portions of Monroe County, northern portions, even northern portions of St. Genevieve County and northern portions of Randolph County. If this storm continues to maintain its strength and moves east, there's the potential you could be under a threat of a tornado within the next hour or so. Start thinking about plans here over into southern Monroe County of where your safe place is and where you would end up going, Tipton, Fultz, in the event that a tornado warning were issued for you and that storm moves in your general direction. There's another MODOC camera, and that's I-55 in Jefferson County down towards the Herc area, Herculaneum. And, you know, you're really picking it up here from Imperial south to Peevely down to Festus. This is just rain right now. In fact, I'm going to kind of try to get in and look at the trees a little bit. The trees are moving a bit, but the strongest winds don't seem to be right there right now. Let's just look a quick look at the velocity, and that doesn't look too terrible there, but where it does look bad is here back out towards Hillsborough. That's a lot of strong wind west of Hillsborough showing up right now. And that's live in Hillsborough right now from the weather tracker. That looks like that's pea-size, maybe some dime-size hail mixing in there. Could get a little bit larger as the system swings on through the area right now. And again, there's some strong winds approaching even the Potosi area, gusty winds not necessarily associated with a thunderstorm per se, although the storm is back behind you, but the gusty winds on the leading edge of this, they don't look as severe as that one area that we were tracking and that we still are tracking that right now is very close to DeSoto. That's Imperial right now on 55. Let's get back to the radar here. I want to show you very closely. This is the circulation coming into DeSoto. In this area where Highway 110 comes in north of town to 21 and 21 right through DeSoto, we have the potential here of a tornado. This is where the circulation is in this general area. That includes Victoria. You folks need to be in your safe place right now, in your basement, in an interior room, a hallway, a bathroom, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're going to stay in that safe place. We just got a new scan until this slides by. The rain and maybe a bit of hail starting to pick up now in the DeSoto area. Hematite, you're also looking at that up to Hillsborough. We just saw some of that hail in Hillsborough. The hail is actually larger off to the west and northwest of Hillsborough right now. All of this is tracking pretty steadily at about 30 miles per hour off to the east. So now the heavy rain has enveloped 55. You don't want to be driving on, we have folks that stream the 5 Plus app even in their cars as they're driving because, it got dark, it kind of gets a little scary, they want to know what's going on. So this is the area to watch here going south on 55. You don't want to drive out of the rain and then bam, you're in a tornado. So it's best just to, wait until this system passes by. I will say the hail core has let up considerably from what it was, so that's good news. Richwood, you're still getting drenching rain, but you're no longer under the tornado warning. That tornado warning, central, southern portions of Jefferson County right now. Okay?
1 inch, we have 1 inch hail reported in Morse Mill, that's in Jefferson County. We're just talking about that. That is from the National Weather Service weather reporter. And we are looking at Hillsborough right now. But Morse Mill appears to be taking the brunt of that hailstorm at the moment. We also have more school districts adding to our list of schools that are canceling after-school activities. They're not canceling school. They're going to release, if the weather permits, at the usual time. But new on the list, Fox C6, Rockwood, along with Ladue, Festus, Wentzville, and Parkway school districts, all going to cancel after-school activities for today only. Scott?
All right, Jimmy, what do you have on the power outages right now?
It's amazing how limited the power outages are, but let's say Crawford County, 1,000 without power, 353 in Washington County, Gasconade County, 634, and Franklin County, 205. So far, Jefferson County is looking good, but as this storm obviously rolls through here with not only the large hail, the high wind, and a possible tornado, we'll be seeing more power outages here very soon.
I would think so, and we have a new flash flood warning because of this storm producing the torrential rain and hail. So now the flash flood warning does include all of Jefferson County, and it goes south down towards Festus, northern portions of Washington County. It even clips south of 44, it even clips part of St. Louis County, it looks like. So that's a new flash flood warning. Again, there is torrential rain, large hail with this. As you see from the traffic cameras on the side there, traffic incredibly slow. We recommend staying put until this goes away and moves out. Now, the circulation that we've been tracking down here in Jefferson County at this moment, it's still spinning. It's very close to or just maybe east of DeSoto right now. Still spinning. But you notice all these storms that have kind of been building in from the back, from the southwest. They may be competing with this somewhat for the instability that's available for this storm. So that could either do one or two things. We could have some cell mergers happening and things could get bad really fast, or it could put a kibosh on the circulations and weaken the whole thing. We don't know what's going to happen. It's like kind of making a recipe for the first time. Sometimes you're not sure exactly what all those ingredients are going to do, and that's the case here. So we're looking at that cell. Looks like the circulation here is somewhere along and north of 110 towards Olympian Village, about ready to cross over Highway 67. It will be pushing towards 55 in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So, Jimmy, those are the areas that we have to watch here. And just a real quick track on this. Let me stop it for a second.
And you notice that notch near DeSoto, just to let you know, even from Jim at the Weather Service, so lots of wall cloud reports in the DeSoto area.
Yeah, and there's your kind of your timeline there. Olympian Village, Soma, over to Danbury or Danby. These are all, this includes 55. That's where our potential tornado is going to be at this point as we go through the next few minutes. So again, it's an evolving situation this afternoon, one that is concerning. Don't want to forget you folks down in Cuba. You're still dealing with some of this torrential rain between Steelville and Cuba right now. That's not severe, but it's already aggravating the flooding situation that's ongoing there. And now the flooding situation will get worse here as we push east through Jefferson County. Most of Jefferson County will end up with a heavier rain, and noticing some cells starting to bubble up down around Farmington. They're not severe. Also close to Viburnum. We'll be tracking those. And then in the rest of the metro area, There's nothing severe or concerning at this point. Everything that concerns us is focused south of St. Louis, Kay.
Right. Sullivan right now, we are hearing water over the road near the Dollar General. Again, this is a snapshot of just one location. This is happening in many areas in and around Sullivan. We've also had reports of golf ball-sized hail in Ditmer in Jefferson County and 1-inch hail in Morris Mill. We have a shot on your screen right now of hail falling. I believe that's from our storm tracker. Tracy Hinson is out and about looking for severe weather, and there it is. We have hail falling. It doesn't look like golf ball or 1-inch hail, but definitely reports of some damaging hail. You want to stay undercover. You want to keep your car undercover if you can, in a garage.
Yeah, and I know baseball-sized hail just first sound, but don't go out and try to get it until this storm passes. There's a tremendous amount of lightning, which in and of itself is a dangerous thing. Here's your circulation right now, and it's just kind of wrapping here through DeSoto. We haven't had anything confirmed at this point other than law enforcement could see, or ham radio or weather spotters could see the tight circulation. They could see the rotating clouds, but did not see anything touching the ground just yet. But Olympian Village, Oakvale, it's about to cross Highway 67 along Highway 110 here. State Road CC, you folks in this area need to be in your safe place. We'll say Victoria too, over to Interstate 55. Selma's in there. State Road T and Double T. All of you folks need to be in your safe place right now. This is where that potential tornado is spinning. Now, as Jimmy pointed out a few minutes ago, we don't have a huge number of power outages, which is a good thing because that tells us that perhaps the wind hasn't been as bad on a wide scale basis, but we still have this circulation in here right now. Let's pull up the velocity and see what it looks like here. Again, it's a little muddled, but this is where our circulation is in this general vicinity. Maybe spinning up here just off to the east of DeSoto. And again, Olympian Village seems to be the prime target for a tornado if, in fact, it is going to drop a tornado here. So you need to be in your safe place in these areas. The other thing, in addition to that hail that we were talking about up towards Hillsborough here, you're going to see gusty winds. There are some strong winds embedded there. There are still some strong 35 to 45 mile per hour winds behind this initial strong storm with the pouring rain that's occurring right now. So again, our circulation is really in this area that's down here, that's just gone east of DeSoto towards Olympian Village right now. That's where our potential tornado is, and the tornado warning goes east and may get extended into Monroe County. We don't know yet. We're waiting to see how this storm evolves. There's a lot of competition here from the storm that's down towards Potosi, trying to fight with it for instability. This cell that's down towards Viburnum, we have to watch because that area has not been impacted down here by any other activity. So storms that are out by themselves, they have this whole atmosphere that's basically untouched and ready, fueled, and ready to go and fire more storms. But our tornado warning, including the potential for large hail and damaging winds in addition to a tornado, does include the central and southern portions of Jefferson County, and especially that area around Olympian Village right now and heading south of Festus and going on to the east towards Selma. You need to be in your safe place. Jimmy?
Yeah, so just checking out the Weather Service chat here. Heavy golf ball to baseball size hail in Hillsborough per trooper. I've got the Hillsborough camera up on Max 1 if you want to take that. And it does look like there's a little bit of white now showing up on the ground there, but we're not really seeing it bouncing off the ground. Again, that is in Max 1, guys, if we can take that. Other than that, within the supercell, you not only have that tornado warning and circulations being spotted in many areas. In fact, Tracy Hinson just sent us in some hail from Hillsborough. So you've got the hail, you've got the high wind, and you've got that lightning out there too. You want to stay inside and away from windows as this is going through. And I think, Scotty, that's Max 1 right there. Can you tell the white on the ground? A little bit of
Yeah.
A little bit of hail for
Looks
sure
like
accumulating.
yeah, sure does look like it. It's not a pleasant day at the Jefferson College campus right now. And they're safe. All of our educational institutions around the area, your school district and your neighborhood, they have plans. All right, it looks like they just extended that tornado warning. It's going to come on this.
Monroe County now?
And yes, going right across the river. Let me clear that off. Let's see. There we go. So taking this storm with its rotation near Olympian Village, that tornado warning now extended into northern portions of St. Genevieve County, the northwest corner, including Prairie to Rocher of Randolph County, and then a good chunk here of Monroe County. So let me pull that back just a little bit. Waterloo to Valmeyer to Maystown to Fultz, that's where that is. And I'm on max 2, operating on max 2 here. But there's where your new tornado warning is. And again, it's for that circulation that's located near Olympian Village that's going to pass very close to or just south of Festus, cross Interstate 55, and then go east. Listen to the sound. This is Tracy Hinson in the 5 on your side storm tractor getting pounded with the hail right now in Hillsborough. And you can see it is quite the impressive storm that's going through the Hillsborough area right now. The circulation potential for any tornado.
And Scott, I think we just lost power here as well.
Oh, you think? Okay. So it's not out of the question. How are the winds, Tracy?
Yeah, the gas station lights went off. Oh my gosh, they're so strong. So we're actually surrounded by cars on all sides of us, but we can still feel our car shaking around. We're under the awning here. We've seen probably quarter-size hail, and then it just picked up a little bit here with very heavy rain. The road is actually not too far in front of me, but I can hardly see it. So there's that road there, and we would have a regular view, but it is quite strong. And I hear our Mark Bowery getting in the car. Mark is soaked. Mark, how was it out there? He was looking at that hail earlier. He's got a good sense of humor about it, but Mark is soaked. We've got that hail that's come down pretty good here at a good clip. But this is such heavy rainfall, Scott. These rainfall rates are really overwhelming the roadways out here.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the big case here this afternoon. In addition to our tornado threat, this is the part of the storm that has the circulation right over Olympian Village. There is rotation with this cloud. National Weather Service employees actually are somewhere in that vicinity, and they are advising that there is definitely rotation in the cloud. No visible funnel at this point, but it's rotating, and we can tell that on the radar. Where Tracy is here in Hillsborough, all right, that's where the hail is falling. That's where you see that brighter magenta or really dark red. That is moving to the east. So you have a combination. I think the northern part of this storm, if you're in Monroe County along Illinois 156 going into Waterloo from Valmeyer, those are the areas that probably get the heaviest hail. As you go from Festus to Maystown to Fultz, this is going to be the area where we are most concerned about a tornado threat. Let's get over to Kay.
All right, Scott, we have J.T. Hardy. He is the city administrator for the city of Sullivan, Missouri, on the phone with us now. J.T., thank you so much for joining us in this severe weather situation. You've been doing a great job keeping us updated. Anything new on the water rescue on 185 at East Vine? Okay, can you unmute your mic, J.T.? That's what we're hearing. Is it may be your phone. If you could unmute your mic, and we're going to get an update right now. Sullivan, this afternoon, the hardest hit area. J5, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, we can. Anything new on the water rescue at 185 and East Vine?
It is actually 185, I believe, spur located on South 185 near the state park. I don't have information on that as it's a fire department MoDOT rescue right now. We're closing down, say, Highway 185 north because of the flooding across it in several roadways. We're just being inundated with water right now. I don't know if you have video or not.
We have seen the flooding in Sullivan and water over the road on I-44 near the Dollar General. We've been getting all kinds of reports. What is your biggest emergency at the moment that you're dealing with?
Well, tree removal from the high winds and the activity we had in the area. Some power, but mostly right now it's flooding. We have several places that are flooding over roadways, people trying to drive through. It makes the recovery effort really hard right now.
Do you have a warning for residents of the Sullivan area or information, a directive you'd like them to follow at this point?
I would say right now that the best thing to do is not travel. If they could stay in a secure location, as long as they're elevated away from any kind of floodway or floodplain, even ones that aren't normally flooded. But staying at home right now, out of the way of the emergency responders, would probably be a great thing to do.
Describe the problem with downed trees, which we've heard there are many that have been snapped at the base.
It hasn't.
Many trees down. What else can you tell us about that?
The winds, of course, other than just causing transportation issues, blocking streets for emergency responders and for citizens, they also affect the power lines, which then cause people to be without power, and especially individuals who may need that for medical purposes. The ambulance is responding to different places for people in situations like that. It's just really hard to travel right now.
And this is the second day in a row you've had to deal with this. We had the tornado yesterday at Open Bar and the assorted damage that came from that storm. How are you dealing with day 2 of this?
Well, at least we had the opportunity to, know ahead of time that something was coming. As far as how we're dealing with it, right now, yesterday was a situation where we responded, we secured, we made sure that everything was stable as much as possible, and then today we're just seeing the evidence of things that may have been weakened yesterday and then came down today. But this is a totally different event today. Yesterday was a tornado that came through really fast. Then skies cleared up and allowed us to work on the trees, the power, and everything else. But today it's hard to work when we can't go anywhere, and the rain just keeps coming.
Can you recap and tell me what main roadways are underwater right now?
Currently, Highway 185 north at the north and south intersection, much of North and South Road, Blair Street, portions of Elmont Road, several roads over between Main Street and our Lakeview Drive, Dunnigan, those areas. Interstate 44 has potential risk, if not already. I think it's underwater at 230. As you mentioned, the water rescue on Highway 185 South. It's all over right now.
Have there been any reports of anyone injured?
I do not know for sure about injuries due to flooding at this time, or any trees or anything like that. Most of it seems to be possible car accidents due to the weather, or people that are trapped.
And do you have any word on power outages in the Sullivan area?
As far as the city of Sullivan is concerned, we have our own municipal utility. We've had some brownouts. I don't know that anyone is currently totally without power. I know that the co-op around us also has some down poles and may have some outages as well.
J.T. Hardy, Sullivan City Administrator, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Please stay safe. Let us know again what information we can get to your residents, because we are at your service ready to get that out. But once again, thank you so much for joining us. So again, many roads underwater in the Sullivan area, lots of flash flooding, car accidents as a result, and also a water rescue on 185, and that is closed right now in that East Vine area, Scott.
Yeah, we saw the tornado warning in effect here. Circulation's approaching Festus, kind of between Olympian Village and Festus right now. Looks like it's just south of Festus. We'll be crossing over 55. So far, we haven't had anything confirmed as far as touchdown. All radar indicated rotation, but that tornado warning is extended eastward to include much of Monroe County, especially central and southern portions of Monroe County, and then the northwest corner of Randolph County and the far northern portions of St. Genevieve County. Although it really would appear that it's going to be a stretch for that circulation to get into St. Genevieve County at this point, based on how fast it's moving. But that's your circulation very close to Festus there, and it is moving off towards the east at this point, and it is moving fairly quickly as it slides at about 30 miles per hour eastbound. So this is going to be crossing right over 55 to go along with that torrential rain that is falling once you go south of Arnold down 55. This is hail in the area from Festus, between Festus and Peevely, right by the racetrack. You know, you're getting a torrential rain at the racetrack, I think, as you go farther south here towards McNutt and, you know, down towards Highway A. This is where you really get into that larger hail. Also towards Mappaville out on Highway Z, you're looking at hail perhaps up to the size of golf balls, maybe a little bit larger. So while the tornado warning here does include Maystown and up to Valmeyer, I think for you folks in Valmeyer and Waterloo, your major concern would be for hail that's destructive, up to the size of baseballs in a worst case scenario with this system. Certainly golf ball size hail is not out of the question, but some of it could get to the size of baseballs. Then once you get from this Maystown to Festus line and a little farther to the south, that's where we're tracking the circulation and the potential that we're going to see a tornado spin up as it pushes to the east. That includes Fultz as well. This includes the areas here along Highway 3 and the Bluff Road. So, you know, just keep this in mind as you're making your way across the Mississippi River into southern portions of Monroe County. That circulation will be in Monroe County in about 15 minutes or so, and it's definitely capable of producing a tornado. So you need to be in your safe place at this point. The other problem, as Kate was mentioning, has been the excessive rainfall and the flash flood warning that's in effect now from Jefferson County going west all the way to Gasconade County and then down to the south. A whole bunch of areas here with flooded roads and significant weather problems related to that this afternoon. But that tornado warning, eastern portions of Jefferson County, far northern St. Genevieve County, northern portions of Randolph County, really the northwest sliver of it, and then into central and southern portions of Monroe County in Illinois as these storms advance to the east. Okay?
Scott, we are now getting reports of the tornado sirens going off in Waterloo, Illinois. Just in the past few minutes, one of our employees reporting he's on Route 3 in Waterloo and hearing the sirens there.
Yeah, and the tornado warning in effect for that area, so you would expect to hear the sirens go off here. Again, for Waterloo, I think the biggest impact for you is from the destructive hail. And that's Waterloo in the top box there on your screen, right? Over
Yes,
there.
correct.
Okay, so I think the biggest threat there, and for most of central portions of Monroe County here in Illinois, will end up being from this cluster of really large hail that's between Festus and Peevely. It's that circulation that we have concerns about here as we go down into the area just south of Festus. You know, we're really looking at that right in here, and right where it splits, right where you hit the 67 split. That's about where we're seeing the rotation right now in this general vicinity, and it's sliding to the east. So Maystown, you're in the path of that circulation. To the north of that, with this supercell storm, that's where you see the exceedingly large hail. We're talking hail, perhaps golf balls to baseballs. That's giant size hail that could be impacting a good chunk of the area there. And then going over towards Valmeyer and heading towards Waterloo, that's where your hail threat will be. There's some of that really large hail from a viewer, Kenzie, sharing with us. That looks like it's pretty darn close to baseball size hail. Again, that's going to do a lot of damage here. And if you're in a vulnerable home, mobile home, a manufactured home, in these areas that are under the threat for that potential tornado, you need to be a more substantial shelter. Maybe you have a storm cellar. Maybe you have some neighbors just a little ways away. You have some time here to scoot and skedaddle off to the east of Festus here, over towards Maystown and Fultz, east of the Mississippi River. You have just a few minutes to get to more substantial shelter, but you don't want to spend this in a mobile home, especially with the gusty winds. More heavy rain and potentially some smaller hail now coming in on the backside of this, and probably with some pretty good winds around DeSoto as well. Jimmy, have we had any additional power outages to report on this with some of this wind?
You know, just checking Crawford County, about 1,028, and then you have 502 in Washington County. Amazingly, 16 reported out in Jefferson County at this point, Franklin County 283, and Gascade about 610. So obviously, as this storm moves to the east and into Monroe County, Illinois, we should have a lot more power outages. Surprisingly, we're not seeing as many in Jefferson County at this point.
Which means even though we see the wind on the radar, it's not necessarily reaching the ground with the storms, but that's okay. As long as it stays up in the clouds, it doesn't become a bigger problem for us, right? We're getting reports here just west of Festus now of golf ball size hail, and you can bet this area really going into right here, Festus, Crystal City, here's McNutt. You're going to see hail here up to the size between ping pong, golf ball size, maybe up to baseball size hail as this tracks off to the east. That is a significant threat for you too. That's going to head over towards Monroe City and eventually towards Wartburg and head up towards Valmeyer and Waterloo. The circulation, which is just to the south and southeast of Festus, that's what we have to watch as it heads towards Maystown. That's where the potential that we could spin up a tornado will be. And then there's more and additional heavy rainfall behind this. So our tornado warning, really it's twofold, okay? You have the circulation with the potential tornado here south of Festus. And we're trying to communicate the threats as best we can to you this afternoon. But the tornado threat looks to be just south of Festus and then stretches east across towards Fultz and south of Waterloo, really towards Maystown. Then on the northern side of this tornado warning, we have the large hail. You're not likely to see a tornado up here just south of Barnhart to Peevely, but you are looking at the larger hail, and that's what you're likely to see head towards Waterloo. The reason why it's a larger tornado warning for this scenario is to try to prevent confusion, because there would be multiple other types of warnings here right now. So we got you all on alert. Everybody's phone's gone off. That's why the tornado warning's in effect for the circulation south of Festus. But if you're north of Festus and you're going over towards Valmeyer and into Waterloo, you're going to have to deal with that hail too as that pushes on towards the east. And that hail is a really big, as you just saw, a really big threat because some of it's the size of baseballs, and it's just crossed over Highway 55. I don't know if we have a camera down here, if you guys can pull up one of those cameras. There's 55 right now. You see not only, as you see there, the wind is kind of howling around. I suspect that you're missing the hail there because the hail is a little bit farther to the north. But yeah, the trucks are going through because trucks do what trucks do, but everybody else has got to slow it down and slow it down considerably. And a lot of these people, if they're going northbound on 55, are going to run into that big hail. And if they didn't slow down and kind of pause, they're going to pay for it when they have to buy a new windshield. So the tornado is now about ready. That circulation's about ready to cross over the Mississippi River, it looks like, and head towards Monroe County. This is where we're seeing that circulation, down here close to the Selma area. This is where we need you to be in your safe place. As you go farther north, if you're in Valmeyer or Waterloo, you don't need to go to the basement, but boy, you need to be inside and away from windows and doors, because if this wind-driven hail moves over you, it very easily could break windows, and there'd be a lot of broken glass. Remember, we're wearing our shoes all afternoon long. Just putting them on now, and we're keeping them on. I'm going to pull this back out because we need to reset. We're about 1:15 now. And I want to get you back to a broader view just so you can see what's going on elsewhere. A lot of people in St. Louis are saying it's dark outside, I'm hearing thunder, I want to know what's going on. So yes, there are thunderstorms in South St. Louis County. There are thunderstorms and showers in St. Charles County going up towards Troy, over to Hardin, over to Jerseyville. You've got them in Carrollton. You've got them in Chesterfield, Illinois, Farmersville. There's some heavier rain up there, but none of this to the north is severe. None of this, okay? And even the stronger storms that are out here around Herman that are trying to flare up right now, none of those are particularly notable. Yes, there's some stronger storms north of.
That's where you end up with sometimes.
We're also watching a monster storm that's up here southwest of St. Louis that's been producing very large hail and tornado warnings for the past hour or so. That is going to be moving here towards southern Illinois over the next couple of hours, so we'll have to monitor that closely. We'll have an hour-by-hour look at how these storms will unfold through the rest of the afternoon coming up here in just a few minutes. For now, we'll toss it to Dylan Payne with more about those schools that are letting out early here on this Weather Authority Alert Day.
Olympian Village down towards Park Hills and Valley Mines. Now we have a severe thunderstorm warning that stretches east from there over into St. Genevieve County and the western portions of Randolph County. No circulation indicated there. Your main threat for that is going to be from the potential of strong winds based on how it's bowing out there to 60 miles per hour. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 2 o'clock, and it's northern portions of St. Francis County, central and northern portions of St. Genevieve County, and then goes over into western portions of Randolph and southern portions of Monroe County. We go up to the tornado warning here, and I will move that just a little farther south. We still have our tornado warning. It's in effect here. And really, it's for this area just about to cross out of Jefferson County and moving into Monroe County. That's where that circulation is. That's where the largest hail is, although you've got a new hail core that's kind of spiking up here southwest of Festus, it looks like. So let's see if we can get there. And that's 55 you're looking at right now. What was the intersection on that?
55 and 61.
Oh, it's 55 in Festus. Okay.
Also, multiple reports of ping pong to golf ball sized hail near hematite in Jefferson County right now.
Yeah, and we're going to see that spread over here in Illinois. Again, if you're Festus to Maystown, south to Fultz, that's where we've had our circulation in here. Looks like we may be developing something else trying to nudge in a little farther south. But if you're in Fultz, if you're in the area, I'm kind of just getting out ahead of this. Fultz and Renault along the Bluff Road here. There's 155 that goes through here. You need to be in your safe place. This is the area where you have the potential to see that rotation go right over your head. Other strong storms are developing farther to the south. These things are putting down huge amounts of rain and hail. That's been causing flooding, especially on some of the secondary and side roads. We don't know some of those roads we heard around.
I think the radar go back and forth. Oh yeah, you can really see the surge. Oh yeah. Okay, so northern St. Francis County and northern St. Genevieve County, so Bloomsdale would be affected by this surge. I'll show you what I'm seeing here in a second. Town of St. Genevieve may get clipped, but Bloomsdale more in line. And I'm going to speed it up because typically these surges, they do speed up. So instead of 30, I'm going to go 35. Bloomsdale, about 16 minutes. That's not the rotation. That's potential for damaging straight line winds. Okay, let me rotate, or let me loop this radar in a slower fashion to show you what I saw. So you're going to notice this section of the storm here starts to bow. I just drew that for you. But if you go back, it looks linear. It looks like it is just a line. And I'm going to go back an hour. Look at that. This is just a line. This is just a heavy thunderstorm, squall line, squallish, probably 40, 50 mile an hour gusts. But all of a sudden it surged and we say bowed out, created that bow signature, that bow echo. And it did it right about there. It starts doing it right about there. That was at 104. It's 119 right now. And there it crossed 55. And there it is. There's the apex of the bow and the potential for the strong winds. The reason that that's important is not just because that's the reason for that severe thunderstorm warning, that yellow box, again, potential for hail in there as well, but these surges can sometimes create tornadoes on northern apex of that bow. and that's a separate area from the hook echo, which is right here. It's complicated, and we're analyzing this like in real time. We're just figuring it out as we go. But I mean, that's the advantage here of us being on the air for so long. Now 1:20 in the afternoon, maybe you're watching us from work for salute4.com or on the app and the live stream. We're going to be here. Stay connected as we watch this round one and maybe a second round later today that can produce some severe weather. So I'm going to loop this again, but I'm going to keep it slow and point out the hook echo right there. There's our hook. It's still hooking. It's still rotating. It's now east-southeast of Festus. Festus, you're just in the hail. Rotation is gone from any threat for you, okay? So Festus, you're in the clear from rotation. You're not in the clear from hail. Looks like there's some new hail developing here, too. That's going to cross the southeastern part of Jefferson County and cross 55. There's the bow and the rotation just to keep an eye on that second area. It's not real strong. It's a stronger straight line wind signature than it is a area of rotation, but it's a second area of rotation that I now need to monitor for you. Doppler winds don't see a real strong signature either way. That might be a downburst signature right there over 67. If that is what it is, I guarantee it. Let me switch over to the radar. And yeah, that's where that other hail. So what's happening here, the rain is hitting the ground with hail and splattering and creating some really strong gusty winds. And that's what we were seeing when you see that green. That's because as the rain hits the ground, this would be the impact zone. It's going to force air or raindrops that way and force air that way. So there's a little downburst right on 67 headed towards 55 as its potential to create some damaging winds. Then the two areas of rotation to watch. The main one right here is on that hook echo and that supercell we've been tracking for 80 miles now. And then the second one just to kind of monitor on the northern apex of that northern flank, I should say, of that bow echo, that area of strong straight line winds right there. Okay. Let me zoom out a little bit and get back to the radar and see what's going on in St. Louis Metro and make sure we haven't seen anything intensify. Okay, we've seen some heavier storms, nothing severe though. I don't see that happening, but hey, if you're anywhere from High Ridge, Eureka, Sunset Hills, Kirkwood, over to Afton, Central West End, we're getting some heavier rain, some downpours, absolutely. None of this is severe. It doesn't even look like it's going to be severe. There may be some small hail in some of these storms. So heads up on that. Just be inside away from windows when this passes, just in case some loose tree limbs or something, a 40-mile-an-hour gust comes through, sub-severe. But none of that is severe, and I don't anticipate it to become severe. I think our only severe threat is going to be south out of round one here. The supercell that we're tracking, south of it now there's a little bow echo that can produce damaging winds. We'll monitor the northern flank for another area of rotation. See this down here too to the south from southern Washington County. Let's watch that for our friends in Farmington. I'm going to investigate that a little bit. No warning on it right now. But that, as you go south, gets into an area where there's some untouched storm fuel. And so over Belgrade right now, not severe, heavy downpour. It's rotating. It is, not strongly, but hey, that's a storm we're going to keep an eye on. Will you help me monitor that too, Leah?
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. Do you want me to give a real quick big picture? Because already with round two that we're expecting later this afternoon, I want to give an update about that.
Yeah.
We are starting to see some severe thunderstorm warnings just east of 49. This is over the Ozarks region. And then near Tulsa, that would probably be closer to Miami, Oklahoma, actually. So we've got another severe thunderstorm warning. So what I'm already seeing is that round one is moving through. And our question was how much energy would be available for round two. And already indications are showing that we have plenty of energy off to the west. We have some severe thunderstorms. So as they march eastward into our area, there's still a lot of untapped air in the southern areas. So it's possible that as round two comes in, it's still looking like we're going to get some severe weather out of that round and already seeing some severe weather way off to the west. So I'm going to be monitoring round two very closely. In addition, Steve, to, as you said, that storm that's developing to the south and showing some weak signs of rotation. I'll keep my eye on that. I have not gotten any recent damage reports. We have our crew, again, that's on 55, so I'm going to check in with them momentarily. I was waiting for the hail cord to pass over the highway to get an update from them, and you can see that up to baseball, golf ball size hail passed over 55. So I checked in with them. I'm going to have them head out there in just a few minutes when that hail core has passed overhead, just to see if there's any impact to the cars on the highway, because that has been a concern in some previous storms that we've been covering, that cars had some shattered windshields on the highway. Hopefully that isn't the case with this storm, but that is something I'm going to be checking on in the next couple of minutes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. There's a lot to keep track of. That's why it takes a team. Thanks to meteorologist Leah Hill, who you saw there, and Ken Earhart, who's in the weather office, analyzing data too. So let's analyze the storms we have going on here. There's really two storms. One is this persistent supercell now moving into Monroe County in Illinois, and then just south of it, there's another cell that's been producing, at least on radar, a signature that's just indicative of strong straight line winds and a potential for some hail, and a little area of rotation we'll need to monitor. It's not as strong of a rotation as what comes out of the supercell, but it's definitely something to monitor. So let me kind of pause here. The yellow box is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is that area for strong straight line winds. This is the area to monitor for rotation. It's not the reason for the tornado warning. The tornado warning here is because of this hook echo right here. The other thing I've noticed is, see this little area of purple? I believe that's causing a little microburst too. And I'm going to explain what that is when I switch over to the Doppler winds here to show you what's going on. So right east of Platten right here, see that green and the red? That is buried in an area where hail is coming down. In fact, the hail tracker will probably show it right on top of that area. Give it a second. Let me give the data a second to catch up. But that area is where you've got a downpour and probably some hail. There it goes right there. And so this wouldn't be where you'd find a tornado, but you would get a burst of winds that can create some damaging winds. So that's what I was seeing when I looked at the Doppler wind.
The rivers and creeks are just overflowing at this point. If you know a road you use to, get around, you are going to want to avoid that at least for the rest of today, if not for at least a couple of days. We also got an update on the water rescue earlier. No one was injured. That has been resolved. However, 185 is still closed due to water on the road there. It's one of those areas that early on just took on a lot of water, and you will not be able to use that route.
Well, and if you've been outside and actually walked in the grass somewhere in the last few days, you know that the ground is just sopping wet right now. So all of this water, and we're seeing a tremendous amount of rainfall out of this, along with the large hail, which melts and flows right into the rivers as well. And you get the Merrimack River down there by Sullivan, Steelville, very flashy because it's very small. Beautiful float streams, but they're small. And so when you get the heavy rain like this, they take giant jumps. And the smaller creeks and streams take those giant jumps even faster before they get to the larger rivers. So that's something of concern. The tornado warning continuing here for at least a little bit longer. Not sure how much longer they'll keep it going on this storm. As we seem to, it's getting much more muddled here as far as any circulation per se, but we still have somewhat of an indication that there is at least some spin there close to faults, but it may not be in the lowest level. The hail, as we told you, Maystown seems to have refocused and shifted a little bit farther south towards Maystown. That hail also shifting farther to the south here as you go down along Interstate 55 here in northern portions of St. Genevieve County, southern portions of Jefferson County from Danby down towards Kinsey. That's where some of the larger hail is, and that is going to continue off to the east. And that's in Sullivan, the Sullivan area. Yeah, 185.
So this is Route 185 we've been talking about, where about an hour ago, a water rescue took place. You can see the barricades are up. The water is running very high in this area. The road is closed, and luckily no one was hurt. That's the good news that we're getting.
Yeah, and the other thing, Kate, you see the barricade was there, right in the middle of the road. It goes back, and there's the barricade. If you come up on this, our road crews only have so many resources to go out and put a sign out or get a barricade up. Don't drive around the barricade. They're there for a reason. So, and if there's water over the road and there is no barricade, then don't drive into it because it can be flowing under there. You don't know how fast it's flowing, and you only need 6 to 12 inches. Really, 12 to 18 inches will take an SUV moving, if it's swift flowing water, it'll move it right off the wheels, off the road, and take it away. Or the road could be washed out underneath and you have problems. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning here. We were talking just a few minutes ago about that storm down towards Belgrade and southern portions of Washington County. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm, and that takes it east into St. Francis County. So we're going to take this storm, and it looks like it now is capable of producing hail up to the size of quarters. And the hail will probably, it's crossing Highway 21 right now, and Irondale to the north of Irondale is probably where that largest hail will go. The storm that's in Park Hills right now is not severe. It's that storm that's west of Irondale that's heading towards you that has prompted the National Weather Service to post that warning, severe thunderstorm warning for Washington and St. Francis County. That's in addition to the severe thunderstorm warning here for eastern portions of St. Francis County. The storm that went through Bonne Terre now pushing east into northern portions of St. Genevieve County. Strong winds with this. This may develop some circulation as well before all is said and done. We'll see what happens with that. Still the tornado warning here as you work your way up into portions of Monroe, central southern Monroe County, and then into the northwest corner there of Randolph County in Illinois. Redbud to Prairie to Rocher, Maystown, Fultz, all part of that. Not sure if they're going to extend that tornado warning there because it's becoming more diffuse, that circulation is. In fact, if we pop on the velocity, there's a lot to see here. This looks more like strong winds that's in northern portions of St. Genevieve County. Far southern portions of Jefferson County, that looks like a brighter area of stronger winds. You also have the area around Prairie to Rocher that looks like some stronger winds. And then you have that circulation down here towards Belgrade. And that is, that's a rotating thunderstorm. By the time the radar beam gets out there, it's shooting very high. So the storm is definitely got rotation to it, but it also has strong winds. And it's not looking like it's a tornadic thunderstorm at this point. But again, keep in mind, sometimes thunderstorms can and do produce tornadoes without much warning. You're looking there at Interstate 55, I believe, and again, the torrential rain coming down and the very slow traffic there. That's at 61. And you see people have their flashers on and are driving very slow. They really end up slowing down when we get the hail that goes with these storms, that's for sure. And there's still a fair amount of hail with these storms. I don't know, Jimmy, about the power outages. I know you've been watching that and watching NWS chat as to what's going on there. But it looks like we're losing that tornadic potential to some degree with these storms.
Yeah, it's amazing. 3 supercells and some rotation, but again, only 1 tornado warning. We've only seen 1 throughout the last couple of hours here. Hopefully that'll be the case and that'll continue.
Yeah, and so we're tracking this as it moves on to the east. There's a lot of hail here on 55, right there at the Jefferson-St. Genevieve County line. You also have some of that larger hail that's pretty close to Valmeyer, south of Waterloo. So it looks like Waterloo, you're probably going to miss the worst of the hail here. It's closer to Maystown. And, it's kind of missing you. So that's good, but it's still headed towards Highway 3. And we'll be crossing Highway 3 north of Tipton or near Tipton in the next few minutes. So still a lot going on here this afternoon with these storms south of St. Louis. Nothing in the immediate metro area is severe outside of these storms that are south of town in Monroe as well as Jefferson counties. So there's a lot to track here. And Jim, we keep watching these storms and looking to see if they can weaken some. But, then you've got the other storm developing down there in Bismarck, which is a problem as well.
Yeah, and it's moving into more unstable air to the east. So likely they'll at least stay together. And they continue to create this huge hail that's been in the area, and also very, very high wind at times, and also some very heavy rainfall. So flash flooding and the hail seems like it has been the biggest concern with all of these storms. But then you look around St. Louis, we've had some thunder and lightning and some rain in the area. Look at the hail. And where's that out of? Hillsborough. That's Hillsborough. So that's how big some of this hail has been. Festus is coming next. This is out of Festus. And look how large that is, Scotty. And that's the hail that we've seen from Sullivan westward, and then further east now, and likely pushing into Monroe County in Illinois.
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage too.
Huge damage. I'm sure reports will be coming out. Still looking for that.
Yeah, there's going to be another round of insurance claims here, and a new tornado warning just popping in for this storm down to the south, the one in Washington County. So let's go there. This is for that storm we were just talking about in Belgrade, how it had a circulation and it was rotating, but the level that the radar is hitting, it's pretty high. But now it's starting to show that hook, that more classic supercell look. And so we have a new tornado warning that includes southeastern portions of Washington County, and then that stretches east now to include a good chunk of St. Francis County and into the western portions of St. Genevieve County. So your sirens are going to go off in Park Hills. They're going to go off and probably going off in Bonne Terre, although you're not impacted tornado threat in Bonne Terre, even if you hear the sirens. It is south. The track right now, that storm is located south of Irondale and southwestern portions of Washington County. This would be on the way if you've ever gone down to Johnson's Shut-ins or down, to Elephant Rock State Park. You kind of have to go this back way to get down into that area, and that's where we are. So Irondale and into the area here, east of Caledonia. So I'd say the circulation somewhere in here. That's Highway U, Dock Wallen Road. That's what's showing up on our screen here into the Irondale area. There's Scout Camp Road. Circulation's probably around Highway U here. Let's pop it into that velocity mode. And again, we're scanning kind of higher in the storm here. So the circulation, wind towards the radar, wind away from the radar. So there's your circulation. And it does look like it's off to the northwest of Bismarck right now. And that would take it towards Derby. Assuming it's moving towards the east and northeast, that would take it towards Derby, towards the Park Hills area, towards Loughborough. And eventually, perhaps it gets into the Farmington area. We will see. Obviously, it could get that far. I'm going to put a track on this for you. And I think it's still moving about 30 miles per hour. So just kind of pulling it up. And that's where we're tracking it. Just pulled it out, and it goes over to Leadington, Farmington, Bismarck. And of course, Leadington's also kind of the Park Hills area where they kind of merged all the towns there back in the day. So that is a new tornado warning now. Southeastern Washington County, as well as St. Francis County and western portions of St. Genevieve County. So the broader view, all of the trouble is to the south of St. Louis right now. Yes, it's raining, and there are some pretty good thunderstorms in the metro area. Some of them are producing some heavy rain. There's nothing severe in St. Louis proper. Around 255, 270, nothing but rain right now. This is all rain to the north and west, but to the
south. A little higher up. The farther away you get from the radar, the higher up you are, because what happens is the beam goes straight, but the earth curves, so it drops out from the beam. So we're a little higher up. So sometimes you can see what looks like really strong rotation, but you're actually up at 5,000, 8,000 feet above the ground, and you're not sampling the air that's maybe at 1,000 feet closer to the ground. It's just what we have with the limit of the radars and amount of radars we can put across the entire United States. But what it does is it gives you an idea that this thing's rotating and could put down a tornado at any moment as it heads towards Bismarck. We don't have any confirmation of that at this point. It is a radar indicated tornado warning. Let me zoom in a little more and see some of the other cities that kind of pop up in the path of that storm. So we'll cross 32, and then we mentioned Loughborough. So that would be before it hits Farmington. So that would probably be about 15 minutes or so. And then I mentioned Farmington, tracking that in about now 20 minutes. Okay, so that's the new tornado warning. I'm going to switch.
Highway U, Scotty, like you were talking about that. So again, watching that circulation as it crosses Highway U, and no confirmation of any touchdown, but everybody, even in Farmington. So again, just reading this, Farmington around 150, Deloge around 145. You do want to be in your safe shelter just in case this tornado is actually on the ground and moving your way.
All right, so again, That's what we have right now. Strong to severe thunderstorms. The severe thunderstorms are mainly south of St. Louis. There was that tornado watch in effect over southern portions of the area as well. Doesn't include St. Louis. And again, you're saying, well, it's pouring in my house. I live in St. Louis County. Yeah, but you're not under an immediate threat. It's pouring. It's okay. These are the areas down to the south where the storms are much more significant and have been producing, have a history of.
Do we see the storm fuel surge to the north, and all of a sudden when round 2 develops, round 2's right here, do we get severe weather again? I think it's a better bet that it's
tornado warning continuing here in Monroe County. That one I think is set to expire here in a few minutes. Let me just check on that real fast. I think it's set to go. Yeah, I think they're going to let that one probably go and go with a severe thunderstorm warning after that. And then the next tornado warning is the one where you have the bit of a hook here, really starting to show that classic supercell look down coming out of southeastern Washington County and then going over into southern portions and central portions of St. Francis County. That takes you from Park Hills down towards Farmington right now and out along Highway 32 as well. So we kind of zoom in on that because that seems to be the noticeable storm. Also an uptick here in the hail. You may be looking at hail up to the size of golf balls or larger that's about ready to push in along Highway 8 here as you go out of Park Hills, Leadwood, back to the west, onto the Mark Twain Forest. Again, very hilly terrain here. You're not going to be able to see a tornado very well because of all the trees and the hills. In the Irondale area and just to the north of Irondale, that's where we're likely seeing hail up to the size of golf balls. That's along Highway M right there. And then this is probably going to track right towards Mitchell and Leadwood as you're getting some of that hail now, but it's going to track towards Deloge and towards Park Hills. That's the hail part of the storm. The circulation part of the storm is now coming in towards Bismarck and is probably very close to the north side of Bismarck right now with that rotation in the clouds. And that's why you need to be in your safe place there in the Bismarck area over to Lowborough and along Highway 32 as you go into southern portions of Jefferson County. Kay, I know you had some information.
We were showing the spiky hail earlier and a lot of questions about what causes that. That's how turbulent that air is above. That hail just gets tossed around and tumbled within the cloud, and you end up with this irregular ice pattern and that spiky, jagged appearance. You know, we're all used to that round, smooth hail, but this is what's been falling today, and is that really an example of how turbulent this storm is?
Yeah, the storms are full of turbulence. They are full of wind. There's a lot of wind. And also when you start getting hail this large, Kay, what happens is maybe that initial small hailstone is bumping into larger drops of water and instantaneously freezing them while on the fly through the clouds. And sometimes you also get the smaller hailstones that start to stick to each other. And you get these really unusually large-shaped and dangerous hailstones because they are spiky like that, easily breaking windows. That's our storm tracker right now down in Jefferson County tracking these storms. And we had Tracy Hinson out there throughout the morning now into this afternoon. That possible tornado with that circulation down there pretty close to Bismarck right now. That's where it looks like. Let's add the velocity in here and see if we see anything that stands out. And sometimes we have to be careful because we're looking very high in the storms and we're kind of guesstimating here. The National Weather Service has time to kind of step through the different levels of the radar and look at a lot more information than we get to look at here as we bring you this on TV. But in this general area here, very close to Bismarck, somewhere in and around the Bismarck area, is most likely the area where we are seeing that circulation. It's very close to Highway 32. And again, as it pushes off to the east, that is going to take this area, pushing it between Park Hills and Farmington over the course of the next 15 to 20 minutes. That's why we have that tornado warning in effect there. So you should be in your safe place. Basement's best. If you don't have a basement, then you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and you're basically going to a closet or a bathroom. We're all wearing our shoes this afternoon in case we have some broken glass. You don't want to be walking around in bare feet or socks with broken glass. And we're going to take something to protect our heads. That could be a pillow. Maybe you've got a bicycle helmet hanging around. And these types of storms, these are not little spit-up tornadoes. If they drop, they would be a little more significant. And that's your area where we're seeing that spin very close to the Bismarck area right now, surging onto the east. Also surging, think this is some gusty winds here that are surging out from Bloomsdale that will be approaching the St. Genevieve area. So just keep that in mind. If you're in St. Genevieve, while it's not a tornadic situation, we don't believe, we would be looking at gusty winds here just based on that storm surging out. So you may have some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. As much as it's rained over the last week and a half, you get a 50, 60 mile an hour wind gust, which under most cases, most of the trees would be fine. In a situation like this where the ground is sopping wet, it can blow those trees over and cause problems there. So again, that's another issue we face. And also the fact that we've had a tremendous amount of rain and the flash flooding that is ongoing across parts of Jefferson County, back into Franklin County, southern Gasconade County. Even though the rain has let up back to the west now, you still have all of that excessive water running off and quickly filling up those small creeks and streams and then flowing eventually into the Merrimack, and eventually that will work its way into the main stem rivers. But everything that's severe right now is south of St. Louis. Just a quick look around the metro area. Yes, we're seeing thunderstorms blossom 270 on the north side of town, heading out towards Greenville, Illinois, and Carlisle Lake. None of this is severe. They just have some downpours, but none of this in the metro area is severe. It's just producing more rain for us, more thunder, more lightning. All of our severe weather remains to the south right now. And here's your new warning, replacing that tornado warning that was in effect, the one that was stretching basically the main storm, the first storm we were tracking that became severe. We've tracked that from the west all the way now into portions of St. Clair County, northern portions of Randolph County, and into southeastern portions of Monroe County in Illinois. So this includes, I believe, the Red Bud area and over towards New Athens. You're going to get this as a new severe thunderstorm warning. While you could still spin something up, the overall appearance of the storm to have that tight rotation doesn't seem to be in play at the moment, and that's a good thing. There's still hail up to the size of golf balls here, but really 156 going from Hecker to Waterloo, not a place you want to be traveling right now. At the very least, it's pouring with some pea-size hail. And from 159 and Route 3, from Ruma, Red Bud, all the way up to Hecker, you're going to get in on that heavier rain. You're already seeing it pretty much pouring, but you're going to get into more as time goes on, and some more hail with that. So that's our latest warning, and that will push off to the east. Some pretty good hail there towards Prairie du Rocher, and then we go back to our tornado-warned storm here that now continues to move into southern portions, that circulation now into southern portions of St. Francis County, southeastern portions of Washington County, no longer under the tornado warning, but that's where you're looking at that circulation. It's going to pass darn close to Farmington here shortly. Jimmy?
Yeah, I was just talking about that severe thunderstorm warning. The one around, it's interesting, southeastern Monroe County and southeastern St. Clair County and also in Randolph County in Illinois has quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So not as strong as the supercells to the south, but you can see how much lightning is with this and these incredible rains that are coming through this area. So heads up, Waterloo, Sparta, Red Bud, New Athens, Marissa. Again, not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning, and the possibilities there for 60-mile-per-hour gust and quarter-size hail. That storm that Scotty was looking at down south near Park Hills, and that rotation is a little further south from there. That's the one that we're really keeping our eyes on for any tornadic activity. I'll zoom in a little bit down here, and you can see a little bit of a hook right in this area, and that's why we're concerned. Again, no reports of any touchdowns, but we're watching that as it moves east of Bismarck and to the south of Park Hills. You're under that tornado warning for just a little while longer.
Well, and Jimmy, one thing we're looking at here that is a little bothersome, this is kind of just surged out here along Highway 32, 55. This is south of Bloomsdale. This is west of St. Genevieve. So we're in northern St. Genevieve County. This is kind of just surged out a little bit here. And I don't know if that's going to be able to create enough spin in the atmosphere to maybe spin something up. But if you're in the St. Genevieve area right now, or going out on 61 west of St. Genevieve, or even going 32 out of St. Genevieve, really that area in and around St. Genevieve right now, I would be concerned. I would go ahead and get in my safe place if you're in this area, just to be safe. I can't tell you that there's a tornado there, but I don't like how that just surged out like that.
The Doppler winds are really showing that couplet.
Yeah, so there's something there, and they also, the Doppler winds may be showing something that is a false return, but just based on the way that surged out like that, sometimes you get a scenario that plays out where you surge the winds out and it interacts with a storm, and when it comes surging out like that on the northern side of that surge, you can spin something up very quickly. So just to be safe here, if you're in and around the St. Genevieve area, especially Highway 61 going out of St. Genevieve here, let's just kind of go in a little bit closer to these areas and get some street names on here. If you're in this area, really, downtown St. Genevieve's one, but going Market Street out, there's Highway 61, and then going over here towards Mosher, and then out along Creek Road, and then in the Industrial River Road, Ridgeway Street. You know, there's not a tornado warning there, but I don't like the way it surged out. So if I was looking at this at home and not here, being a meteorologist, I would be in my basement just to be safe, okay? Just to be safe. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in here for this area right now, and there is the potential these storms can spin up tornadoes. They can and sometimes do, and they sometimes do that with little or no warning. So again, that's the area approaching St. Genevieve right now. That storm will eventually move towards Ellis Grove. The problem is these southern storms are really messing with the inflow for the northern storms, and so it becomes more complicated to deal with how all the ingredients are coming together and interplaying with each storms, because the storms are interacting with each other. So that other cell that has the tornado warning on it, west of Farmington right now, we go into that area, and you can see that circulation showing up now east of Bismarck down towards Bloomsdale, and that's pushing towards, well, this just changed. You just changed radars. They just changed radars on me. But that circulation is going back here south of Park Hills and approaching Farmington. So there's Highway 221, which you take when you go down to, a lot of times you go down to Johnson Shut-ins that way, or you can. But there's that circulation there. That's approaching the Farmington area. There's no confirmed tornado with this, but there's definitely a circulation. This looks more like the supercell storms. We still have the larger hail in the Park Hills area, Leadington up towards Bonne Terre. And then we have the larger hail from Prairie to Rocher down to the west of St. Genevieve in this area. And then again, that little nub that just kind of spun out here, we'd be concerned around St. Genevieve for the potential for some stronger winds that may spin into something, Kay.
We're getting more reports of water on the road, Scott, and we want to pass this one along. The water situation seems to be shifting to Jefferson County right now. In DeSoto, Flucom and Rough Road, apparently underwater, water over the road in that location. We know that Winsell Creek in Sullivan had very high water, rapidly flowing. That's what's happening in all of these creeks and rivers right now. Any road that abuts a river or a creek is going to be at risk of flooding at this point. The Merrimack River near Sullivan under a flood warning for the next several days. If you are in Jefferson County near DeSoto, where all of that rain has been falling, you're going to want to be careful if you go onto any roadway that traps water in a
Right.
rain situation.
So, Kay, we're going to jump back in here because we now have a tornado warning on this storm that we were just talking about, how it was surging here towards St. Genevieve. It does include St. Genevieve right now. So this is a tornado warning. and this is going to be for about the next 45 minutes or so. It includes St. Genevieve, and it stretches east here over into a good chunk of Randolph County. Chester, Illinois is included in this as it goes across into Randolph County, almost to the Randolph-Perry County line there. And you can see the spin. We were just talking about this spin in the atmosphere and how we did not like the look of this storm. So in and around St. Genevieve, in particular, you need to be in your safe place right now. You know, there's a lot of wineries in St. Genevieve, beautiful place, but this circulation is surging out. So this could very well be over St. Genevieve right now. At the very least, it is rotating over your head. It may not be touching the ground. It's radar indicated rotation, but it is something that we are concerned about. Right along Highway 61 on the west side or downtown St. Genevieve, and this is nudging out. So St. Jude Acres, it's probably nudging in just to your north, but that'll take it right over here to the Mississippi River. You're darn close to the Mississippi River, and this is going to be very close to crossing the Mississippi River in 5 to 7 minutes, and then it goes into portions of Randolph County here and slides over into central portions of Randolph County. New tornado warning. There's your circulation right on top of St. Genevieve. You need to be in your safe place. That's in a basement. If you don't have a basement available, then we're going to the lowest floor. We're going to put as many walls between us and the outside as possible. All right, so a bathroom, a closet. You're going to the lowest level, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and we're staying away from windows and we're staying away from doors, right? Until this system goes through. That spin, radar indicated rotation. Let's pop on the velocity here and we'll see what we get when we do that. And there you have it, right there, that circulation showing up around St. Genevieve. All right, and it seems to have tightened up a bit. Right on top of St. Genevieve, really, is where this is, or where it was just a couple of minutes ago.
Right.
Very strong circulation in here. So now, given the fact that the radar's a minute or two older, this is probably along the Mississippi River, crossing the Mississippi River and moving towards Sleeve Road, moving towards Lock and Dam Road. This is over into Randolph County in Illinois. There's Roots, there's Collins. This is probably going to track just to the south of Roots and Collins, but very close to Ellis Grove. And Jimmy, I'm going to pop back over here while we look at this. That thing, it really spun up very quickly.
And just seeing the gate-to-gate shear, you know, you get going away from the radar about 60 miles an hour, then on toward the radar more of closer to 40. So that's about 95 to 100 mile per hour winds. Is it reaching the ground? We haven't had confirmation of that, but it is definitely spinning. And again, you need to be in your safe space. Let me go through this tornado warning again. So this is for, let's see here, east and northeast at about 25 miles an hour. And that is for the St. Genevieve area, and it's moving eastward into Monroe County eventually.
Yeah, so actually running in Randolph County here along Illinois Route 3, that's Ellis Grove. So it's about ready to cross over the Mississippi River right now, that circulation is. This nudged out ahead, started circulating and started spinning, and it did so just west of St. Genevieve. That circulation now passing over or just east of downtown St. Genevieve. No confirmation that it's on the ground. I just checked the last radar scan, and Jimmy, kind of looking up to see if there was any debris lofted. I don't see any showing up yet, but certainly the potential's there. So as this crosses the river, it's headed towards Ellis Grove. And this area along South Levee Road, Lock and Dam Road, Riley Lake Road, there's Riley Lake, there's Ellis Grove. Once you get to Highway 3, you go west of Highway 3 to the Mississippi River there in Randolph County. You need to be in your safe place right now. The storm that's circulating is very close to St. Genevieve. It is moving to the east. It looks like that circulation is north of New Bourbon, although there might be something that tries to spin up there before all's said and done. So that's one storm. That's the latest tornado warning. Then we go back to the west here. Just checking in on this storm. It's not looking like the spin is as impressive as it was just a few minutes ago, But here's Farmington right now. Here's 221. Dairy Queen's right there. And I think at this point, your rotation's kind of broader here. Let's add the velocity in here so we can look at the winds. So there's something definitely showing up here as this is coming along 221, approaching Highway 67, coming into Farmington. That's pretty close to Farmington High School on the track of this. Again, that's rotation within the clouds. Whether it's reaching the ground, that remains to be seen. But it's a situation where, just as a precaution, you need to be in your safe place right now. All of these storms tracking mainly off to the east, maybe slightly northeast. That tornado warning, again, includes Farmington. This tornado warning includes Steelville, or St. Genevieve, then it includes Steelville, Illinois. It also includes Ellis Grove. And if you're in the Ellis Grove area and down to that Riley Lake area west of Highway 3 to the river here in Randolph County, you need to be in your safe place in these areas as that circulation is still showing up there. Let's just put on the debris tracker here and see if we see anything that stands out. Now, I'm going to back it up a couple of scans. I don't see anything just looking at this.
Haven't seen that blue that you usually see.
Yeah, usually you see some blue. There is a little drop out there, but I can't confirm that that would be it. It's not exactly in the exact right spot, so I don't know that that would be it. But Kay, you mentioned something earlier about the hailstones and the turbulence. When we look at the turbulence inside these storms, I mean, that's an amazing amount of turbulence in this storm as it's gone through St. Genevieve and is now right across the river and working its way into Randolph County, Illinois. More turbulence, it's just tons of turbulence in here. These storms are very, very loaded with wind going up and down in the storms. That's one of the reasons why we're seeing these large hailstones, these giant-sized hailstones. Baseballs, perhaps, and a little larger in some cases. So it's a big deal. Let me pop on a different velocity product here, just looking at the storm relative velocity. It looks like as we go down into this area here, again, that circulation is probably just sliding over the Mississippi River, possible tornado here, around just southeast of St. Genevieve, heading over towards Ellis Grove. We go back a little bit, back towards the Farmington area. And I think we were looking at this particular spot back here, but that doesn't look like it's overly favorable circulation, or has it moved into Farmington? You know, we may have it kind of reforming, and you may have something now on the north side of Farmington. It's a bit of rotation there, not necessarily a tornado, but a bit of rotation. The other thing we've been looking at with these storms has been the hail, and that has been, in some cases, pretty incredible. The good news is the northern storm, we've lost a lot of the big hail with that. We still have a lot of the big hail here with this storm that's around St. Genevieve, and you still have some pretty good-sized hail down towards Park Hills. Traditionally, the hail is usually larger on the north side of these storms based on what we have been seeing so far today. So we're trying to use all of our tools to keep you updated here on what's going on and how these storms are evolving this afternoon. Again, around the metro area, there's nothing concerning us for St. Louis right now. This is all to our south. But these are intense and severe thunderstorms. They have a history of producing very large hail. And this storm in particular, as it kind of hooks here down around St. Genevieve and just to the west of Ellis Grove, that really does have us concerned.
Yeah, the Weather Service confirms strong rotation in that area around St. Genevieve, just to the east and southeast.
Yeah, and I'd like to see one more scan on this from the Weather Service. When I'm looking at the radar, obviously they have more options to look at the radar. They're looking at more levels than I have time to look at right now.
Right,
but that rotation really does look impressive down there for sure. And I wonder if I'm going to pop off. Let's do this. We're going to pull this out a little bit, and I'm going to go to where we're on the Paducah radar.
And again, I'll just go through this tornado warning.
Yeah, I'm going to get another little scan here. So If we look from Paducah, okay, and I have to keep it broad so I can get Paducah's radar site, but this is looking at it from a different vantage point. That circulation is showing up here, just east and southeast of St. Genevieve. It's still a pretty tight circulation that's showing up from the St. Louis radar as well. So again, tornado warning here, especially east of St. Genevieve and into Randolph County. That includes Ellis Grove. It includes the Chester area, although I think the circulation is going to be closer to Ellis Grove. If you're in Ellis Grove, Riley Lake, you need to be in your safe place. There's Old Kaskaskia in there too. Again, what we're seeing here is a very intense storm and some pretty tight circulation sliding east. So be in your safe place along and west of Route 3 to the Mississippi River for sure. And then east of Route 3, you got a minute or two before it gets over towards Steelville and Wine Hill and perhaps some of these other locations like New Palestine and Welch in that area. But you guys down in Monroe County or in Randolph County, you need to be in your safe place right now. Also, that area down around Farmington, although it seems to have lost some of its circulation just a bit, but it's pretty close to Farmington right now, at least what I'm seeing on the radar. Whether that's actually real or an artifact from radar, because we sometimes get that, remains to be seen, but there are a couple of nubbies in here that would indicate potential circulation, one now going to the north and northeast. Have we had any power outages down that way, Jimmy? Do you know?
I was just checking that. It's let me refresh, and then we have about 1,017 now in the Jefferson County area, so a little bit more there. Mm-hmm. And into Illinois, not as much, but I'm sure that will change as those storms continue moving into Randolph County.
Yeah. And again, we've got the potential here. These circulations spinning up, that's the debris detection, which isn't showing me all that much right now and isn't showing you much, just, that we're getting mostly raindrops. There's some spots that are indicating there's some different things. So here, we're starting to pick up some of that big hail again, going south of Evansville. This is in Illinois, south of Evansville, down to just north of St. Genevieve into Randolph County. So we're Randolph County. That's where we're seeing some of that largest hail. And then the hail that's down here into St. Francis and St. Genevieve County back to the southwest of that storm isn't as large. It's still potentially large hail, but it's not as large. So those are our two tornado warnings. St. Francis, St. Genevieve County on the western side for that storm that's around Farmington. And then for the storm that's around St. Genevieve into Randolph County, especially the southern half of Randolph County, that tornado warning in effect. That mainly is south of Sparta, but does include Chester and Ellis Grove. You should be in your safe place right this very moment and stay there for a little bit until this wave of storms rolls through. Flash flood warnings. Yeah, the rain has stopped here, Jefferson County, west of 55, all the way back into most of Franklin County, but we're still having drainage issues there. Broader perspective, yes, there are thunderstorms perking up here around the metro area to our north, off to the north and northeast. None of those are severe. It's right now Randolph County into St. Genevieve County and St. Francis County, south of St. Louis, that we have the problems. That's Cotter Creek right there, and between Hillsborough and DeSoto, and you can see how high it runs. As is the case with all the small creeks and streams, you get a couple of 3 inches of rain, and you get it in a short amount of time, which we've seen the heavy rain in a very quick pace this afternoon. And then you take that and put it on top of a ground that's already sopping wet. All that water has no place to go. It simply runs off, runs straight into the creeks and streams. They jump, and then they flow into the smaller rivers, and those smaller rivers will take big jumps as well. We're not done. This is just the first round of the storms we're dealing with for today. We have more to come later on this afternoon. Focusing in on this one storm here where the hook seems to be off to the southeast or east of St. Genevieve right now. The largest hail is just south of Evansville, and we kind of zoom in for you. Roots up to Evansville is where your largest hail is. That rotation's likely in this area somewhere between Ellis Grove and Riley Lake. And, you know, Jimmy, this is one of those scenarios where these storms, they have rotation, and then you have to wait and see if that rotation ever has a chance to reach the ground. Right. And so far,
significant straight line wind, and unfortunately the possibility of rotation with them. So the hail would likely be located in this territory right along Highway 76, stretching down Highway 12. The rotation on the southwest flank of this storm is moving very slowly, actually. This one's only moving at 15 miles per hour. So we'll put a storm track on this for you. We've seen individual cells move as fast as 35 miles an hour, so this one is noticeably slower. Also seeing a severe thunderstorm warning now just to the southeast. That's the yellow box that you just saw pop in. Severe thunderstorm moving towards Hendersonville. It's moving towards the Madison, Goodlettsville area, likely packing hail and wind. The main concern for now with that storm. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some additional tornado warnings, though, as we head into the evening hours. Here's a look at that storm track. Sango, 237. Cedar Hill, 327, Springfield, 349. Henry, I know you've pulled it up. We're really starting to see activity blossom.
Yeah, we are. So I'm going to go on and take a look. First off, as we look at things here, you can see these storms have a movement to the northeast. This is as a warm front is lifting through the area. And as we take a look at things, if we can come over here to the smart screen and talk a little bit more about it, we've got a number of severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. And yes, we have got the tornado warning. So getting in for a closer check. Again, the warning itself just south of Clarksville proper, but where the tornado warned part is, it is heading towards I-24. If you had to go out and run errands, wait. If you know anybody that this may be part of their afternoon commute, please call them and tell them to stay off the roadways right now. And then that severe thunderstorm warning that we have right here for parts of Davidson County and into Cheatham County as well. So kind of looking at this, not looping and just looking at the warnings and the rainfall. I'm going to get in on this, and we're going to put a storm track real quick on our severe thunderstorm warning that we have. Again, that warning that is in effect until 2:45, Cheatham, Davidson, and Robertson counties. So let's go on and draw just a storm track, give you an idea of this with the movement of it. And we'll take it out about 22 miles. So this is moving into Union Hill at 2:21. The current time is 2:12, so that's about 11 minutes. Goodlettsville, 2:32. Millersville at 2:39. Now, the warning goes till 2:45, but if this holds together, it'll be in Hendersonville between about then and 2:50. Now, taking a look at things with our current warning that we have got with the bigger picture. Again, the tornado warned storm, a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that we have going on up in parts of Kentucky. But I want to get in for a closer check again for this tornado warned storm that we have been monitoring. And Bree, see this kind of on the backside of it, getting a little bit more of a hook on the tail end of this storm. That's about where the rotation was just a bit ago. So I just want to see if this rotation's any tighter right now. And it's still pretty well defined where you've got the green and the reds that have been coming together right now. So we're going to do a storm track from where we do have a little bit of this rotation. And again, the movement of this has been about 20 miles to the northeast. So I'm going to draw this track right in here. We'll take it up at the movement at 20 miles. That puts it about 20 miles out in just over an hour. So Hickory Point at 2:19, Henrietta at 2:30. We will see Oak Plains at 2:36, Thomasville 2:44. Again, for that tornado warned storm up in Montgomery County. One thing to keep in mind, this is just the beginning. We have tornado watches that are in effect throughout southern Kentucky and basically along and north of Interstate 40 in Middle Tennessee. So right now, one way to keep yourself safe, take out your phone or your mobile device and scan this QR code. This is for the Storm 5 weather call. Unlike an app that is basically geolocated, you can put your number in.
Out a little bit, it kicks up, it goes down, but this is all things that have just changed dramatically here in just the past 5 minutes. Again, blue skies, and now it is dark out here. It almost looks like night. You see that car right there, and the headlights there are about the only thing you can see. Just a quick switch that just happened here. And again, folks out concerned. I talked to a couple of individuals who are out now trying to get in contact with spouses at work and other individuals to make sure they are safe, and the rain kicking up here. Guys, that's the latest that's happening right over here in Shelby, and I'm going to show you this real quick before I kick it back over to you. We had the flags just going there for a little while from the wind here. And again, this is a fast-moving thing that just popped up and just moved in here moments ago. Guys, back to you.
Hey, Ken, thank you so much. And first things first, Ken, you are right on the fringe of where that potential tornado is. So you got to stay right where you are. Do not move. You're going to deal with, of course, the major wind aspect of that. But I think the tornado, if there is one, will be passing by just to your north. So Highway 18, do not go any farther up north, Ken, okay? I'd stay put from where you are. And also, you could see with those pictures and the images coming out of that, you're not going to see a tornado out of that, period, right? So we got law enforcement out there trying to check out and see if they can find anything, but nothing to no avail just because this is simply wrapped in so much rain. Let's see if we can find the rotation out of this. And yep.
After school activities, we're sort of in that hour now where school will be dismissed. And Lindbergh is now on the list, as well as Fox C6, Ladue, Festus R6, Rockwood, Wentzville, and Parkway, all canceling after-school activities. Your child will not be released from school if there is a severe weather situation unfolding at that time. So just keep that in mind. But otherwise, schools should be releasing students as scheduled. There will be no after-school activities. Jim?
All right, Kay, yeah, we just want to reiterate because, again, getting on under the Doppler winds here, this tornado warning that's in effect for Randolph County, Illinois. So it's Chester. You need to be in your safe space here. New Palestine. So this entire area right there. So you can see it, that where red and green meet. That's where the wind is going either toward the radar, the green, or away from the radar, red. And it's moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So this is where we have the tightest rotation. So far, no confirmation that we have the tornado on the ground. But again, a tornado warning in effect for Randolph, central Randolph County and Illinois until 2:45. And of course, you definitely want to be in your safe space. Get into the basement, away from windows. If you don't have a basement, get to the center of your home and away from windows. We'll continue to watch that. Now, so you can see that tornado warning. There's only one right now, but it's east of St. Genevieve. So St. Genevieve, you're out of the threat of this, but you go into Randolph County and get anywhere in between Chester and New Palestine, and right along the Palestine Road there is where this circulation is going to go over, and eventually moves eastward toward 150 and also Chester Road. So again, tornado warning till 2:45 for central portions of Randolph County and Illinois. Still some strong storms back to the west, severe thunderstorm warning. Another one in effect for right along 55 there to the west of St. Genevieve, down into
until 9 o'clock. I expect the next few hours to primarily impact our northern tier. It's later tonight that storms will sink down into our southern tier, so we may also see some.
Now, you saw that video where in Shelby and where Ken had showed those pictures. That isn't even the worst part of the storm. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that bad up there compared to what's going on up to the north. Major difference. So up to the north in Kaiser and Polkville and in Falston and in Waco, that's where we see the worst weather. Next spots are going to be Cherville, and I got a new updated run there and a new scan. Cherville, you're coming up. So I hope right now you got your phone charged and you are watching us via the weather app, not on television. Watching us, we're streaming here, this coverage. You need to be in your safe spot, as Joe mentioned, right now. So let's go ahead and track this as it moves 30 miles an hour, and keep a heads up. Gastonia, Dallas, Ranlow, High Shoals, you're next. Charlotte could be next down the road here. This could be a long time deal here. So this is the path here. As we go forward in time, we're talking about communities like Cherville, of course, needing to be ready very, very soon. Reepsville as well. The community of Krause, probably on the northern edge of this, but not as far as the real bad stuff is concerned. Kings Mountain also on the southern edge. It shouldn't be as bad in Kings Mountain, even though it's going to storm pretty hard where you're at. It won't be as bad. Now, we're going to show you some pictures here in just a little bit of some hail that we were talking about, where the hailstones were the size of golf balls in some areas. Eyewitness News reporter Ken Lemon got some pictures of that we're going to show you here momentarily. And guys, you could just show me while I'm talking as we get it ready. But what we're also looking here is the possibility right there where there's some wind action right here. Okay, we're going to go to Ken Lemon right now, and you can see those hailstones.
Yeah, John, just a few seconds ago, this thing turned to hail. Now, I don't know if you can hear this, but I hear this popping against my vehicle. I've moved my car over so that it protects the camera just a little bit better. And, yeah, we're getting hail in here. I was trying to grab something and show it to you, but the screen is really kind of messy. Give me 1 second here. Let me wipe this thing clean.
Hey, Ken, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, now you're up in Uptown. You're in Uptown Shelby, right?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So as you're traveling, and is that camera facing north, from what I can tell, on the northern side of Uptown? Yep, there's the hail.
It came to me. It came to us from the west. My camera right now is facing north towards the Shelby Police Department. I'm trying to focus on this vehicle to see if you can see some of the hail coming down here.
I can see it.
But yeah, it is headed due east, and I could see this thing coming at us, slowly but surely coming at us. And it first started out with just this big ominous cloud off in the distance, and when the cloud got closer, suddenly the rain came, then the wind, and now we're getting that hail.
Okay.
This is probably about pea-sized hail that I hear hitting, and it looks like it's calmed down just a little bit, but yeah. Yeah, you can see, if you were with me earlier, you can tell the difference in how dark it suddenly got in this shot compared to what we had earlier. John?
And Ken, as you're pushing that camera, you're pointing up to the north. That's where the worst weather is. So you're seeing that hail from your vantage point. And is that debris there, or was that just a little bit of, I saw something there as you were.
Really large hail and that tornado threat and some strong winds. We've also got the flash flood warnings that are in effect now. And that stretches back northern portions of Crawford County, northern Washington County, into Jefferson County, Franklin County, and Gascony County. This area pounded with that heavy rain and hail earlier. That caused rapid rises on all of the creeks and streams, and that also caused some flash flooding, and so that water still has to drain. And we also have hilly terrain here and low water crossings. So there's the potential you have water running across those low water crossings. You don't want to drive into that. In fact, if water's covering the road anywhere, you don't want to drive into it. Just kind of switch out to the radar, and we'll get you back to the regular radar view. Look at
picture right here. The severe thunderstorm warning that we have that is in effect for parts of Davidson, Robertson, and Cheatham counties. That will go, I believe, until 2:45 for that warning. Yeah. And then the tornado warning is until 2:30. Now, it looks like Katie may have some new information for us. She's been joining us as well. Katie, what do you have going on?
Yeah, so keeping a close watch in case you aren't tuning in here, or of course you are, you're watching us here, but you might be watching us on Facebook Live, right? So that's also an option. Can we switch this over to Max 3? Trying to get this loading to show kind of what I want to show. There we go. So this is perfect. So I've been watching Facebook Live. It's a really great way. You can instantly tell us what you're seeing. You have questions, you have comments. So I'm going to show you a bit closer where that rotation is. Henry mentioned this, Hickory Point especially. So this is velocity. It shows us winds going towards and away from radar. It's a really good indication of rotation. A lot of the questions I'm seeing is, where is this in regards to Clarksville? Because this is in your county. So if you have a weather radio, it is going off. And after what we saw, of course, a couple months ago in Clarksville, understandably on the edge. So I just wanted to show you a bigger picture, but not too far out. So there's Clarksville for us. The rotation is south of that, so almost along 12, heading towards 24, just about. So if you're in Clarksville, don't let your guard down. You're still within both of these, right? But the rotation itself that we're watching is south of Clarksville. Also, we've had a lot of questions about what if I'm in a mobile home, I'm in a manufactured home, what do I do? Safe Places is a really great program that we've been working on, Heather Mathis especially. What you do is you go to newschannel5.com. On the front page of the website, it says Safe Places. You click that link, it's going to take you to a page like this. You're not going to see these boxes. What you're going to do is you hit this drop down, select your county, pick where you're at, and there's going to be a list of options on where you can go. So that's a really good choice for today, especially because, as Bree's been saying and as Leland's been saying, it's not one and done. We've got a day and a night ahead of us. Storm Shield, also a great option as well. You can download that on the App Store. That's a good way to stay in the know. And as Henry mentioned earlier, weather call. You just scan the QR code, and what this does is it will call you. It is subscription based. It's about $15 a year. It's a little over $1 a month. Completely worth it, guys. So again, I wanted to just show you this is moving south of Clarksville. Doesn't mean I want you to put your guard down, Clarksville, but I understand the way that you feel, especially after those last couple of months. So, Bree, what are you seeing right now? Do you have something to pass along?
We're starting to get video into and some phone calls from viewers, and thank you so much for any information that you can share safely. I don't want you to put yourself in harm's way. Absolutely not. Safety is the name of the game today. Flooding is going to become a concern as we head into the evening hours as well. This was video sent in to us from the Gallatin area earlier today. This is near Station Camp Creek. Oh, nearly 6 inches of rain fell in some spots overnight. Not everybody, but you can see. So the ground is saturated. We start adding some severe thunderstorms to this, even the possibility of tornadoes into the evening hours, and that may enhance some power outages into the evening hours with trees really having nothing for the roots to hold on to but mud. Right now, we've got scattered storms that are producing 60-mile-per-hour wind, hail as large as an inch. Tornado warned storm continues in Montgomery County, south of the Clarksville area. The severe thunderstorm that is in Davidson County showing some signs that it may wanting to be rotate. So I want folks to go ahead and treat that severe thunderstorm warning for Davidson County very seriously. That means folks in Sumner and northern Wilson, we're just going to get out of this one's way, right? We're not going to wait and see if it decides to spin. We're going to go ahead and get into that lowest, most interior space. This is a look at the watches and warnings right now. Yellow is severe thunderstorm, red is tornado, but quite frankly, between now and 5, I think most severe thunderstorms that come through are going to want to rotate. So let's just go ahead and treat them like they want to be mischief makers and be in that lowest, most interior space of your home. I know a lot of schools were releasing early this afternoon. Some had closed today, some no aftercare. Keep that in mind if maybe that's put a parent in a position where they're on the road when they wouldn't normally. A lot of schools that have aftercare programs, if the schools decided to not have aftercare, well, then we've just increased the number of parents that are in the pickup line. So that may mean a few more not typical traffic patterns on the road. And since we've got storms right now that are impacting folks, we want to make sure that you're in that interior space. So severe thunderstorm warning is now being extended into Robertson County, including Springfield. That's ahead of the tornado warned storm. The circulation is starting to fall apart across portions of Montgomery County, so they're continuing this with primarily a hail and wind threat as it moves into Robertson County. Seeing that hail signature pretty persistent here, that wind speed also very persistent as well. So let's take a look at 2 of these storms since they're the strongest ones we've got in Middle Tennessee right now. Turning the lightning signature off, still a pretty pronounced hook on that Montgomery County storm.
Yeah.
And that's where we would find that rotation. And the reason why we use terms like hook is because it looks like a hook, right? We've got this sort of, it almost looks like a balled up fist, right? Kind of wrapping around on the southwest side of the storm. That's where that wind is kind of being wrapped in and ingested into the storm. And then it's out ahead of it. So likely now on the east side of Interstate 24, where we've got some pretty significant hail elevated aloft. This is going to move into northern portions of Robertson County. So north of Pleasant View, you're not in a warning right now, but Springfield up to Barren Plain, you are. Severe thunderstorm warning just to the south. Henry, would you mind scooting my radar over just a little bit to take a look at this one?
Which one?
Just dragging it down so we can take a look at the storm in northern Davidson. There we go. So right here, Millersville now to Goodlettsville. So this is over towards Moss Wright Park. This is where we've got 65 cut north. That's just been under nonstop traffic for construction for like what feels like forever. So we've likely got quite a few vehicles on the roadway here and potentially some hail.
With this center of circulation here moving towards Cherville, and again, folks down in Bessemer City, you want to be watching this as well. John.
Hey, Joe, thank you. So that being the case, let's just say, there is no tornado warning beyond that time. That is no reason at all to take your guard down. In Charlotte, we need to be ready for this thing because it is going to be noisy. It is going to be powerful. As we watch what's happening right now in Cleveland County, and you saw the pictures from Ken Lemon, all of that is coming into Charlotte. And you look at the lightning strikes out of this. This is a major storm pushing off to the east. So the Weather Service is discussing what to do about the tornadic threat. But if it does not, it certainly will not minimize its capability. Its capability is very, very immense as you got the lightning strikes coming through this way. So let's go ahead and talk about the next spots in line. Cherville is just about ready to go over your area, if not already. So you hopefully have been heeding our warnings and you're getting yourself in your safe place and watching us over the phone. So as you watch here, Gastonia next, Dallas next, right in that particular spot in the northern end of Gastonia, right around Cherville Highway, Dallas Highway, that spot, that's where we're talking about next. Stanley, you're going to be in line of that. This storm will not weaken as it makes its journey to the east, and that is why the thunderstorm warning is in effect for Charlotte until 4:45. For Charlotte, we want to just give you the heads up, right? The Weather Service wants to give the heads up that it's coming, it's not weakening, and you got some time here, right? It's probably not going to knock on the door into Charlotte until about after 4 p.m. So you got a little bit of time to prepare for that. But right now, in Cleveland County, the preparations hopefully were already done, and I'm hoping that we don't have major damage out of this because that is where the heart of this storm is. We had Ken Lemon a little while ago. He was right here in Uptown, and just north of him is where that storm was going. Now, right here is one of our storm identifiers. Let's give you an idea of that
area there, and you can see that rotation. So right between, as you were saying a couple of minutes ago, East Road 110, 120, right in through here. That's the shear, that's the rotation. Continue to move to the east. So a lot of that now is slightly south and east of Miami proper, but you're still getting lots and lots of hail in the Miami area, and that's starting to slide to the east. So
also, and if you're coming up the turnpike, be advised, this is what you're going to run into because there's a lot of nasty storms at this particular moment that are located across areas of Missouri, and it's going to get worse as the afternoon progresses. So if you do plan on being out, be aware. Further down the line, as we said, we do have strong to occasionally severe thunderstorms. Additional development now showing up around the Chelsea area and the cells that Bob has been watching. Bob will probably, I think since Vaughn's near Wagner, going to pick up any of those storms. Hey, Aaron, could you have Bob possibly move just up toward the Pryor area and give us a little bit more space in between there? Because a couple of these cells that Bob is located on, again, they're struggling to really get going, which is a good sign, which means that we are pretty much going to be situated to where we hopefully don't have to worry about the metro area too much. But if you're around anywhere from Highway 69 to the east, this is where it's just juiced up and there's still a lot of storms. And with something developing like what's in Chelsea, instead of just building and falling apart, that's growing a little bit more, so you can see what's happening there. Veneta, you do have additional strong to severe thunderstorms. We've got a hail core already on the north side of Veneta, and then we have our storm that's wrapped up and continuing to move to the east, northeast, and that's moving to the east of Miami. So the circulation feature now in the eastern parts of Ottawa County. So if you're in eastern Ottawa County, this is the storm you have to watch for. That will continue to track to the north and east, and most of the circulation with that is now just literally to the about looks like 4 or 5 miles east of Miami, and just really getting going here. So we could have a tornado develop at any time with this. We've had a tornado warning associated with it, and that continues to move along State Highway 10. If you're there, you will have to be advised for circulation, for possible wind damage and other issues associated with that. So if Alan wants to do a quick okay, Stacia, you want to have a quick update on what you're not quite okay. He said microphone's just going on. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, we do have with this a severe thunderstorm warnings, as we said, for southern Craig and Delaware counties, and also for southern Ottawa County. So not only that one tornado warning, which is in eastern Ottawa County, but severe thunderstorm warnings for this area until 3:30 this afternoon. And of course, we do have some flooding and extra rainfall. And if you're thinking of the Illinois River, it's It's going to be a little rough. In fact, looking for water to be reaching up to near 11 feet, which is going to be near flood stage. And we do have reports of quarter-size hail from the Emergency Operations Center in Miami. And so there's been brief funnels as that has continued to move to the east, and some damage to a house south of Miami reported by the sheriff. So quite a bit still going on up in Ottawa County, and that is going to continue to move off to the east and just getting ready to move out of the area. So do be advised of what's happening there. So we have this area, and then we have a new one developing. We're bringing Kevin back to catch this into western portions, southwestern portions of Craig County. Another circulation feature, and then also near Veneta. We're going to have to watch that. Stacia's been watching the storm track, so Stacia, you would give us an update.
Yeah, so our latest storm track Alan put together for us. We'll track it from east of Blue Jacket, south of Highway 25, just to the west of Fairland, and it was tracking over to Fairland by about 2:53, Afton by 2:55, and so it's moving off to the east about 30-35. Todd, Afton, Fairland, all in the track, and right now it's a heavy thunderstorm around Kelso, extending back up to Narcissa, and that circulation feature now showing up, getting a little tighter just south of Narcissa, tracking off to the east. So Fairland, Wyandotte, all in line for these storms, Trav, here soon.
All right. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate that. And as I said before, our soccer is going to be on 6.3. So we want you really to go over there because we'll have to continue our severe weather coverage. So 6.3 is our broadcast channel. And again, Cox Cable 53. So that's where we want you to go because unfortunately, because of the severity of the storms and the potential for it to last for a while longer. And notice where we're having hail chunks. These are storms that are just exploding. And those storms are unfortunately proficient at making large hail today. We were talking about the heat, the humidity, and I don't know if you walked outside, but it's like a sauna. And it's all of a sudden, it's like, hey, it's like June or July out here. And so that's not what we want to have this time of year. We have the cold front coming through. So some large hail now just starting to show up just to the north and northwest of Veneta. And then that's going to be one of the cells that we're going to have to watch. Another one is across this line. That's on the county line right now, again, from near Blue Jacket and just back to the west of Narcissa. That's where the last cell just went that Alan was talking about a little bit ago. So this is a little bit further south, maybe by a few miles, but still chunks of hail are falling. So the mature storm continues to the north and east. That's where the tornado warning is located. But additional severe storms. In fact, let's look at velocities for what's going on around Narcissa, if we could, for a minute. So even though it's not looking too impressive yet, this is an area that is starting to develop a little bit more. And so if you are out this afternoon, our tornado watch is going to encompass a big chunk of eastern Oklahoma, pretty much east of Highway 75, pretty much covers everybody. And so we have to be aware that it's one of those days again, heat and humidity. We were hoping it'd be well further south, but that's not working out as what we had planned. But this is one of the areas around Narcissa that is seeing a little bit of circulation trying to develop. By far and away, the worst circulation continues to be up to our north and east. And we do have the tornado warning still in effect for a little while longer. So let's go back to that tornado warning and the circulation feature associated with that and look at that. So it's tighter and it is just getting closer. It's moved east. Here's the Miami area. So again, it's moved on Highway 10 to the east, but it is a tighter circulation feature right in here. So we do worry that there could be a touchdown of a tornado or wind damage right in this particular zone. So around Highway 10 off to the east. Now this will be moving into Missouri. Alan, I think, also mentioned that a little bit ago. So this is going to be, we're going to be releasing that here in just a little bit. But in the meantime, there was, as we said before, there was some damage to at least one home.
More in that warning, any more information we need to know if there's any tags associated with that?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and show this up. Before we
it is a tornado possible tag, of course.
Tornado possible, that means they're watching this cell here. They've issued severe thunderstorm warning now, Newton, Jasper County, and also for Cherokee County until 3:30. They've included in that there's a possible tornado, and that's because they're watching this area here that's coming out of Oklahoma. Getting ready to cross the Spring River area now, just north of Twin Bridges. The Twin Bridges State Park is
our next one in line, huh? So, okay. And Stacia, if you could catch the Miami one just one more time on the storm track, and then we'll talk about the Fairland storm, which is starting to look very interesting.
Yes, and so Alan put this one together. He's still with us. We're still keeping him, putting him to work right now, but he's tracking this from
storm around Highway 10 down to just north of Wyandotte to Peoria by 251, Seneca by 255, Westview by 307, Hornet at 308. And again, Seneca, Hornet, Westview, all of those in Missouri, Trav. But Peoria still on that far eastern side of Ottawa County.
All right, so now our focus is kind of starting to move a little bit further southwest along the line. Let's go ahead and take a look, broader view, and take a look at what's going on with this cell at Narcissa. So Kevin is in Fairland. He's looking back in here. We also have this other cell that's around Kelso, north of Anita. But we'll look at Kevin's storm right now. Kevin, we need you to give us an update on what's going on with that cell. What's happening right there?
Yeah, Travis. So overall, it's honestly not just too overly impressive. Got some kind of raggedy clouds hanging down out of it, but I'm not seeing anything that's just too overly concerning.
Is that dark cloud is bearing down upon the Mecklenburg County area. It's right now on the western side of Gaston. So where Storm Cam is, it still hasn't crossed the Catawba River yet. It's going to take a little time because traffic always builds up in that particular spot this time of the day. But that storm is just going to march pretty much right over, all the way through Gastonia, all the way through Belmont, and right into the heart of Charlotte. And think about all the people that are on the road right now. That's kind of a scary thought to think about. But over the next hour, with all those people around, goodness, if there's a way, maybe try to see if you can get yourself to Wilkinson or find a spot where you can find a shoulder, because once that rain comes down, it will be blinding. We had
You're not going to see anything. You need to be in your safe spot,
You're just
especially if
putting
you're
yourself in harm's way.
East Side, Peoria. It's not a bad idea. If you're in Seneca, it's time to go to your shelter spot as well. Wheeler Park, Racine. As we see the potential of this being extended into portions of Newton County, that's going to be based on Springfield and what they deem is going to be issued downstream. Of course, they have the severe thunderstorm warning, but basically they're likely going to continue to monitor that low-level rotation across portions of our area as we move forward in time. Ray, you go ahead. I'm going to step away for a second
that's fine.
and evaluate some stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. If we can bring up the reflectivity, and this is where the heavy rain is. Now, if you'll notice this area here that was near East Side, right near the Spring River area here, this is where there's a lot of rain, and so that's why we're saying if you're trying to see it outside, if you're trying to get a picture, that's not a good idea because you're probably not going to see it, and you'll be putting yourself in harm's way. Sirens still sounding in Joplin at the moment. This storm's starting to really pick up some steam and move back into southwest Missouri. So again, Newton County, Jasper County, and the very southeastern parts of Cherokee County under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for large hail, also some damaging wind possible. Now we have the tornado watch that's been expanded across all of northeast Oklahoma and the rest of southwest Missouri too. So areas of south of I-44 all the way down to the state line into northwest Arkansas.
One thing I wanted to point out, Ray, so we've got our radar here in Joplin turned on to evaluate this storm. And we have some velocity signatures that we can take a better look at because it's starting to move away from the Tulsa site a little bit. So maybe we can get a better view of what we're looking at the low levels associated with this. As you can see, it's still painting that rotation over east side. Now, what you usually see with storms like this is that since they have rotating updrafts, they're usually tilted with height, and we could see that a little bit canted farther to maybe the north and east from what we're viewing at the Tulsa site, which was more between Ottawa and east side. It looks like it's around east side. Now, the resolution isn't the best.
Yeah,
but
we're looking much closer to the ground with this one now.
Of course, yeah, because this is closer to our site here in Joplin than it is at the Tulsa site, which at this point likely scanning closer to about 3,800 to 4,000 feet in the air. So definitely something observing more of the mid-levels of the storm rather than the extreme low levels, which of course is what we want to be evaluating with this cell as it continues to persist closer to southwest Missouri. Because as you can see up here, this is where our radar site is, just to the north and west of Diamond. So we should be getting a decent view of this, even though the range isn't essentially as long as Tulsa's, but still definitely getting a decent view of that over east side.
This is also kind of confirming the same areas too. Right around east side, the very southern part of this warned area. The warning goes all the way to the state line. It has been trimmed back a little. It still includes Miami at the moment. But it looks like the danger, this goes until 3 o'clock for Ottawa County for the tornado warning, severe thunderstorms for southwest Missouri and southeast Kansas. But again, the tag that was also included with that warning is tornado possible, and that's because they're watching this area right here that is just now crossing, getting to the east of the Spring River area, north of the Twin Bridges area in northeast Oklahoma. So this is all north of Highway 60 in Oklahoma. The areas across Newton County under severe thunderstorm warnings for 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Looks like we just got a new warning issuance. Jeremiah, if we could zoom out a bit. It looks like farther to the north. Yeah, up there. Go ahead and switch to Springfield's radar.
Yeah, we don't want to. Definitely don't want to ignore this area.
Click reflectivity. You can just click reflectivity.
Yeah, and this area has been hit over and over again over the last, seems like 2 weeks with severe storms.
60-mile-an-hour, quarter-size hail associated with this storm.
315.
Yeah, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, so decently quicker. Basically to the south and east of Jericho Springs, likely where that hail core is associated with that. Essentially the storm that's farther off to the north and east, but the one just to the east of Lamar there, moving into Golden City. If you're in Golden City, you definitely need to pay attention. Of course, when thunder roars go indoors, these are basically 60-mile-an-hour gusts, quarter-size hail. Basically, these hail cores are where this higher reflectivity is associated with these cells. Stockton, you're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning as well up there in Cedar County. Of course, this is moving into Dade County. So if you know anyone that's on Stockton Lake, you definitely need to be giving them a call.
Yeah, even the town of Stockton is within this too. So here's the north end of Stockton Lake, and you can see all the way down towards, they have a Twin Bridges area as well on Stockton. That's under the severe thunderstorm warning. Golden City, another community that's been hit by severe storms pretty much all week long. It seems like every other day we started to see this, and this whole line is warned for severe weather, at least 60-mile-an-hour winds. So again, that's until
here. And now that everything has leafed out and you have things growing, when you do get this larger hail, especially once it gets above the size of a quarter, it does tend to strip a lot of the leaves off the trees. And I mean, we've had up to baseball size hail today, and we've had a lot of pictures of that. And because of that, you know, you've lost
our winds. Now, the great thing about the Carolinas, we have a lot of trees, but when we're dealing with strong straight line winds like this, we can see all of those trees basically get snapped from when these winds hit the ground at such an intense.
Fairland area. So this is going to be moving off to the east. So if you're right around the Fairland area, be advised for that. And then with this circulation feature, there's a secondary one as well, trying to develop a little bit just northeast of Anita. So that's why, as we kind of continue to watch, and you can tell our shear is in both of those areas, that's where that strong updrafts are located. And so that's where we're going to keep an eye on what's happening with the potential for any rotation and any additional storms. Most of these storms are going to be hail producers and flood makers, and so that's not good. And you see the cell that's developing northeast of Chelsea right now. That one's starting to grow fairly rapidly, and we're looking at live radar, so we're getting a good look at what's happening right at this moment. And then you see the hail core up to the just to the northwest of Afton. And so these cells from Big Cabin, Bowling Springs, those are the next ones in line. Now this is all moving to the east northeast, but unfortunately some of these storms will continue to back build far enough that we'll probably have severe weather if you're on the east side of Tulsa. So there's a cell going up, and Bob is near Choteau right now. Bob's going to be headed, is he north? Yeah, he's heading northbound right now. Hey Bob, I don't want to bug you too much, but can you just, is he available where I can talk to Bob for a second? Okay, hey Bob, hey, what are you seeing out of those storms that are trying to develop just to the northeast of Tulsa?
They are, Travis, they're still starting to develop. I don't think that they've taken off quite as much as those three cells up to the north, but we're definitely watching that, especially since it's in the Claremore Pryor area and we've got a lot of people. Back to you, Travis.
Okay, sounds good. Stacia's got a storm track on what's going on too. She'll have that. Aaron, did you have something first?
I was about to say Kevin does have a shot of that area where the lowering would be if there were.
Okay, let's go to Kevin first, and then let's go to Stacia. And okay, Kevin, give us an update on what you're seeing there, will you?
Yeah, so I got a really good view of this area where that rotation is located. It seems like it keeps pulsing. We had fairly tight rotation there for a couple minutes, and now it's almost just completely dissipated, Travis. But we're going to continue watching this area right here, specifically just in case it tries to pulse back up on us.
Okay, yeah, because this is that is going to be just, we're kind of borderline on these storms of what's going to happen next. So that is a great shot. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate that. Again, that's near Fairland, looking into that storm at this moment. Stacia, you're tracking all three of those cells. What do you have?
Trav, so we're going to track the hail core over by Kelso and Todd, just to the west of Afton now. So this coming into town here by 2:57. Fairland will be by 3:12. Copeland by 3:16. Ogeechee by 3:17. So again, that's the hail core just now to the northeast of Kelso, north of Todd. That will track over across the interstate. So folks need to be aware of that. Right about Afton and continue on to Fairland. Trav.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it very much. There is some concern that these storms will continue to enhance. Now, these are on the far, kind of the northeast side of our area compared to just coming into Tulsa. Tulsa, if you're just tuning in and say, well, what's going on? We do not really have a threat in Tulsa proper at this point. Most of the areas that are going to be affected are going to be just south and east of Tulsa. And Vaughn is also located in an area that is in that zone. Is Vaughn online right now? Hey, Vaughn, just a quick update. What are you seeing? What are you thinking about this area? I know that you're further south, going to pick up all these bigger storms. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, looking back off to the west, I'm in Wagner, and you can see all these storms trying to go up, but I think they're fighting a cap issue, maybe not a strong cap. So we think that there's going to be storms blow up eventually, but and when they do, like you said, they will go explosive pretty quick. So that's why we're out, and we'll be waiting.
Across the area, and we do think that if you're east of Tulsa, you're going to have to watch out. We do have the tornado watch in effect. We'll talk more about that coming up. Tornado warning is now still just on the very fringe of the area. They've continued with a severe thunderstorm warning into southwest Missouri.
As far as where the worst of this storm is going, it looks like it's on track to impact Springfield potentially. So Hoods Branch Road, Black Road, Carr Road, Turnersville Road, Ray Road, Cage Ellis Road, Highway 49, New Chapel Road. Large area of hail potentially with this. That rotation signature continues to pick up, likely seeing some very strong wind speeds. Henry, I see that you've pulled up that same cell over there. Let's go ahead and pop over to Henry.
Yeah, so we are monitoring that in a lot in the way where you've got these reds, they're going away from the radar site, the greens towards. So this is where our tornado warning is right now. This is kind of the area that we continue to monitor right in here where the rotation is, and as Bree mentioned, heading towards Springfield. I want to look at what we call correlation coefficient. What is that? It's a way to detect debris in the atmosphere, but as Bree mentioned, debris can be anything from, it could unfortunately be structures, but it could also be leaves. It could be twigs, sticks. It is a solid object that the radar beam is detecting in the atmosphere. And while not incredibly, well, it's a little bit better than it was organized, it looks like right in here, we've got a little bit where we're getting some of these brighter colors popping in that it looks like it is some type of a tornado debris signature. So back to the active warnings, we've got one tornado warning, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, and a flash flood warning that is in effect as well for parts of Sumner County, Robertson County, and Montgomery County, and even northern Davidson County included in that, and a host of severe
crossing the Ottawa-Newton County line here before long. It's this area right down here, this broad area of rotation. It's continued to basically cycle as it's moved across Ottawa County. We continue to monitor it. You're likely not going to see much because there's a potential that it's rain wrapped. So don't be going outside. Don't be taking pictures. Stay in your safe spot. Keep us turned up on your television, and we'll let you know what trends we're seeing with this storm as it continues to persist off to the east at 25 miles an hour. If you remember, when they issued this severe thunderstorm warning, it had a more northeasterly trajectory. What we could be seeing is the rotation influencing the cell itself, persisting it farther to the east as it moves further along in time into Newton County.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, once again, we have a new tornado warning for Newton County. That one is until 3:15. Take shelter immediately.
Yes.
Get to your storm shelter, a basement, or an interior room. Try to put as many walls between you and what's happening with the weather outside, whether it be large hail or damaging wind or possible tornado. And we're also under the tornado watch now. until 7 o'clock.
So now that hail core passing north of Afton, and that's coming into Fairland here in the next few minutes. It's just about a few miles to the west-southwest of you. So that's some really large hail chunks that are potentially headed your way. And so we're going to track it off to the east-northeast. We'll do about 20 to 25. And so that takes it to Fairland here in the next 5 minutes, which, again, really heavy rain right now. Hail core just back to your west, but by Wyandotte around 3:16. We're actually going to speed it up a little bit. Let's actually go to 30 miles per hour because for folks in Wyandotte, you're looking here by at least, I'd say 3:10, Trav, for that hail core to get there.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. That's a pretty meaty storm, as you said. And so, again, additional cells developing to the west. Bob's going to intercept some of that as we look at what's happening. Also, you can see near Wyandotte that storm, and Kevin's going to be looking for what's going on there. And then also, we have some damage. Let's go to Links 1. This is out of Miami. We always hate this. And this is a garage. You can see the winds were strong enough that it blew the garage door in, ripped part of the roof off. So that is not what you want to have happen anytime, any place. We've seen too much damage already in the last couple of weeks here, and it looks like we're going to continue through this afternoon. But this is the latest look up around the Miami area. Ken Clark, thank you for letting us see that picture and giving us an update on what's going on there. Unfortunately, that's probably one of several buildings that have been damaged near and south side of Miami. All right, back to radar for a minute. The tornado warning officially is going for another 4 minutes. But if we can, let's go back to radar and show you what's happening there. Okay, so this is Kevin's going to pick up the storm the southwest of Fairland here because this is starting to show signs of rotating. So this is going to be a problem most likely for a while. And so this continues to just be right in an area that is conducive to that. There's still some south winds here, more southwesterly over by Tulsa, which means a northwesterly now as the front comes through. But this is showing some signs. It's weak rotation, but it is worthy of being aware of where this storm is going to go. Hail cores with these have continued to be strong, and it looks like it might have pulsed down a little bit. Stacia, what do you have?
So it could have pulsed down. We would really like for that to happen. So I think that hail core is, again, just to the northeast of Afton, headed over to Fairland. This is using our live radar. So we're getting into the darker colors here that like dark gray, black color, right along 190 over to Highway 69. I think that's where some of that larger hail is. And we'll track it over to Fairland by 309, Ogeechee by 315, continuing on to Wyandotte from there. So if you don't get strong winds or a tornado out of this, you're going to get some large hail. It's a nasty storm, so we want to make sure you're being safe. You still have a few more minutes to kind of get that car inside, and make sure you're getting away from windows and doors, because if you have strong winds and really large hail, that can break your windows out. It's happened before, it can happen again. Trav?
That's true, it can. And then one of the things too is that we're looking at that storm, and that's situated right in there. And if you hurry, I had a friend who had a dually pickup. I've told this story one other time, but I always told him to hurry because hail was coming. So they hurried and put their dually pickup. They just bought a really nice, expensive, big truck, and they hurried and rushed it into the garage, and they tore off the fenders. And they did that, and they said it cost more, and it didn't hail right where they were. So be careful when you're pulling into the garage when we say hurry. So that was a lesson learned through the course of
it's a story about a friend.
Well, I was here, but there are people I know closely, we'll put it that way. It was a very costly error, and then especially, and he was pretty upset that it didn't even hail. So again, please be careful. All right, so west of Adair is another strong cell that's popping up. Hey, Bob, what's that cell look like just up to your north and northwest? Is that developing pretty quick now?
Yeah, it seems to have an increased development, but I think, like Vaughn said a little bit ago, a little bit further south, we're still having a cap issue that's limiting them. So we'll watch.
I'm pointing out right now here, just west of Racine. That is where we're seeing potential for rotation, and that would include Wella Park, Racine, Hornet, Spurgeon, Belfast, and as Brett just mentioned, the sirens are sounding in Neosho. But they can't run continuously, so they have to shut them off for a few minutes to cool down. So it doesn't mean the danger's over with.
Jeremiah, can we get velocity, please?
Take a look at that hail signature for you. Also, I know it is storming in other portions of the area. There are severe thunderstorm warnings for hail and wind that continue. And it's most likely that we will have hailers and wind makers more numerous than tornadoes, but we are going to see, unfortunately, additional tornado warnings likely throughout the evening hours. So we're talking wind, we're talking hail, we're talking potential for tornadoes and likely flooding with saturated ground. So we're going to be spending some time together tonight, and we just want to make sure that you are in your safest spot. That hail signature really blossoming as it's moving into western portions of Robertson County. These dark blues would indicate potentially an inch and a half. Likely that would be quarter to golf ball size as it makes it down to the ground. Key thing to know, sometimes these storms really hold on to that hail in the upper levels. That's how they get bigger and bigger. That updraft keeps them up within the center of the storm. And then once the wind can't hold that much ice of that size, everything falls down to the ground. You usually get a really strong wind gust with that as well. So at this point, I want to take it in tighter to talk about where we would be concerned to potentially have that rotation. It stretches from Cedar Hill down toward essentially Catholic Church Road. So kind of a messy little hook on the back side of this, but this would take it directly into downtown Springfield along Highway 49. You saw an update there, New Chapel Road, starting to see this tighten up just a little bit. Black Road, Hoods Branch Road, next up. If you know anyone on Lawrence Lane, we're in the lowest, most interior space. Same thing, Kinney's Road, Kinney's School Road. If Kinney's School did not call out today, we want to make sure that they're in an interior space. Track of this would indeed take it towards downtown Springfield. So concern for rotation redeveloping is right here. The path of this moves it towards Airport Road, eventually Highway 41, the southern side of this rotation potentially towards Springfield. And we've been talking about this earlier. Clearly, tornadoes get the most attention, but the structure of these kinds of storms involves some strong straight line wind as well. So the concern for rotation is here, but I expect there's likely an area of damaging straight line wind that stretches from Highway 41 down towards Turnersville all the way into the backside of this. It's part of how the rotation develops. The wind kind of gets wrapped around and almost ingested into it. It's kind of coming around the rear flank of this storm. So likely some very strong wind and hail as far north as Cedar Hill. Hail potentially as far north as Barren Plain. This would stretch all along Highway 41 up 431, likely seeing strong wind on the backside of this, and then watching that we may see a circulation try to connect back down to the ground as it approaches Springfield. So Springfield, you are calmly and confidently going into the lowest, most interior space of your home. You've got your phone in one hand, you're holding the hand of the person that you love most, and you're walking with a confident pace. Once this storm clears you, we're going to give you that all clear, but we're going to give this one the respect it deserves and get out of the way. Mount Denson, I want you to be in interior space. Up towards Youngville, I want you to be in that interior space. If you knew someone that was going to be traveling along Interstate 65 between Robertson County and Sumner County, let's avoid that kind of travel right now. We're going to see the storm cross the interstate likely within the next 30 minutes or so. We'll put a storm track on this for you. I'm putting it on where the rotation is, not necessarily the hail, because that is including a larger area. Putting it into Cross Plains around 3:30, Mitchell 3:45, potentially Portland. So now we would be in the Sumner County area around 3:49. So we want to keep a really close eye on this storm. It is not the only storm that's out there. And it's, unfortunately, areas south right now are probably scratching their heads a little, saying, it's sunny here. It's a matter of time before the necessary storm energy will start to work into our southern tier. Everyone will have showers and storms tonight. Everyone won't necessarily have severe storms, but we are expecting them to be numerous enough that we want everyone to be paying attention. Yellow boxes are your severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, our focus is on Robertson County, specifically Springfield and surrounding neighborhoods, areas, and towns. We want you to be in that most interior space. Northern Sumner, you've got 5 minutes, and I want you down there as well. This will cross the border into Kentucky, Simpson, Allen County. Let's go ahead and be ready that we're going to want to let this one pass without trying to dance with it.
And so do want to make note that tornado warning goes for another 12 minutes. It's 3:03, it goes till 3:15. Just Robertson County in it now. So Montgomery County, it's pushing out, but it is in Robertson County now, the tornado warning. So let's come over to Smart Screen and kind of once again analyze this. This is becoming a textbook shape, hook echo right in here. Basically, very easy to identify where the wind is as it's coming into the storm. Springfield, you're smack dab in the middle of this one right now. So you all need to be in your safe place. The lowest floor of your home, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Take a blanket. Make sure you got some shoes handy. Make sure you got a flashlight too. And also, if you have power right now, if there's an outlet near or in your safe space, make sure you're keeping your mobile devices charged as well as we continue to monitor that tornado warning. So here's the latest as far as the rotation goes with that tornado warning. And it's right in here. It's coming right up towards Highway 41 along parts of Highway 49 here. And this is going to impact Springfield. This has been a confirmed tornado from spotters as well as things that we have seen on radar. If it has gone up a bit and you're thinking, well, I'm not seeing it right now. No, we know that this has produced a tornado. We need everybody taking this warning seriously, heading to their safe place right now, looking at debris detection in it, and it would indicate a little bit in here as it's coming to Springfield that there are some type of a solid object in there, whether it be leaves, sticks, twigs, whatever it is. That is indicating that there's certainly some energy that is causing these items to lift in the atmosphere and the radar beam.
Adams, no worries for you right now in Port Royal, also in Cedar Hill. But just keep in mind, there is another batch that's on the tail end of this that will be moving through as well. No warning there, but we do have a confirmed tornado warning in effect until 3:15, so about 10 more minutes for this cell. But it still looks like a very organized system. We are seeing still some signs of rotation. Last check, we can check that again, but it is moving into Springfield right now, and we can see it's a broad circulation that we're seeing right through here. But our warning ring is just popped in once again, and that's an indication at least the storm is rotating at some level. We don't see it. I believe this is an upper level, mid-level warning ring right now, but when we see it down lower to the ground, that's when we know that we've got some circulation taking place. So these storms, though, even if it's not a tight circulation right now, it can spin up very, very quickly. So if you're in Springfield, please make sure you're staying in your safe spot until this storm totally passes by you. And look at this hail. It is really coming down. If you're over in Hubbardville, this is going to be on top of you before too much longer, and you're likely to see some pretty good size hail, at least inch size hail with this storm as it moves towards the east, and we can actually interrogate that and see what size hail is showing up right now. So we've got a couple of things that we'll be showing you and checking for you, and this is that hail. We get an estimate on the size, and we'll find it pop up here in just a second. 2-inch size hail. And look at that. That's red right through there. That's some pretty high winds, 58-mile-per-hour winds, so at least enough to trigger a severe thunderstorm warning. But we have a tornado warning that is in effect right now. So it is a windy storm and also a lot of hail with this storm and very electrical as well. So those elements in themselves are very dangerous. A little bit different shape with the storm as we had a little while ago. We still had that notch in there, but we're just not seeing some of the signs of the tight rotation we did. But again, this cell already had shown signs and been warned on for a tornado, and then it was allowed to expire, and now it ramped up once again, so it could do that again as we track it on towards the east. This is Orlando. This is Cross Plains, so it's going to be headed right there.
Due respect that a tornado warning would deserve. So Springfield, New Chapel Road, Cage Ellis Road, Felts Road, Kinney's School Road. We want you to be in that lowest, most interior space. Potentially a tornado trying to come down to the ground. Hoods Branch Road, South Hyde Road, South Higher Road, towards Main Street. Potentially, this is where this would be tracking. So we just saw another updated scan here. Mount Denson, basically down towards Springfield. So all along Highway 41, I'm going to take it in super, super local, really quick. I know it's going to be kind of like a tight nosedive here, but I really want to get these roads out on the air so you can be thinking about whether or not it's you or someone you know, someone you love. Maybe it's somewhere that you do work or life. Green Hills Road, Julie Emily Lane, taking it into some neighborhoods. Green Hills Drive, Berry Circle, Crestview Drive, 3rd Avenue West, Walnut Street, Willow Street, Becky Lane, North Main Street, 4th Avenue, South Main Street, Elmwood Cemetery, Central Avenue West, Backing it up just a little bit, concern for rotation is going to be in this territory. The hail is going to be the largest hail, and there's likely some very large damaging hail is in the northern portion here. If you're hearing me talking about hail and you're thinking, oh, I want to move something outside, unfortunately, you're just going to have to let it go at this point, and just hope that the hail doesn't mess up a car or anything that you have outside, because I don't want you to go outside in this. Hail that size, not just clearly a damage threat, but I certainly wouldn't want to get hit in the head with a golf ball sized piece of ice, and I don't want that to happen to you either. So let's go ahead and stay inside. Storm is blossoming and expanding now. Orlinda, Cross Plains, heavy rain, hail threat for you likely increasing over the next 15 minutes or so. This would eventually be moving into northern portions of Sumner County as well. So Sumner County, let's be paying attention to this. Basically White House and northward, Castalian Springs and northward. National Weather Service also noticing that Stewart County, this thunderstorm is starting to show some indications that it may want to rotate as well. So we may potentially be dealing with 2 tornado warnings here shortly. The concern here is primarily hail and wind, but it's starting to get that characteristic shape to it.
It's got some decent rotation starting to show up too.
Yeah,
so
it sure
I
does.
would not be surprised if we do get a tornado warning on that any minute now.
So it would be that kind of southwest side near the land between the lakes, and then again some hail likely along Highway 49 as you see the top portion of that sort of expand and kind of blossom outward. So we're keeping a close eye. The Stewart County storm at this point remains wind and hail. Unfortunately, the National Weather Service seeing that Robertson County storm indeed still showing a pretty significant risk for a tornado, and they have issued a new tornado warning for Robertson County. This one includes Orlinda, includes Cross Plains, includes the folks I was just talking about, potentially into northern portions of Sumner. It's not including Sumner at this point, but Sumner, what's left of this, whether it's rotating or not, is going to move into your area. So let's go ahead and use those extra 10-15 minutes and get ourselves in a good, safe spot.
And so I want to reiterate something that Bree had mentioned earlier as well. You may not be seeing even a drop of rain right now. Maybe there's some sunshine poking through. This is just the beginning of what's going to be a long afternoon and night. Here's the rotation for the Robertson County storm. Again, the expanded tornado warning on it. We'll switch it back to radar, give you kind of the latest on the timing with the newest warning going until 3:45. And as we mentioned, Cross Plains, Orlinda, all included in that warning. I do want to look at that Stewart County warning because that one, this is textbook hook echo right here that we're seeing from the radar returns. And that is something that's concerning. And we are seeing some pretty well-defined rotation right in here with this Stewart County storm. So right now it is just a severe thunderstorm warning. And I say just, I mean, you still need to go on and take these severe thunderstorm warnings serious. Hail, damaging wind, all very big concerns. But for folks that are in Stewart County, and let me zoom this in just a bit. If you live along Highway 49 there, I know we've got some rural locations in there, but why don't you go on and head to your safe place now? All right, let's not wait for a warning to be issued because at that time it could be too late. Just go on and head down to your safe place right now, and we will be here to walk you through that particular warned storm. But continuing to watch that very closely. Going back to our tornado warning, putting a track on this, the latest track with the movement, I believe it was northeast, still at 35 miles per hour, if I'm not mistaken, on that. Yep, or east now at 35. So we're going to put a track on this, and I'm going to track it from where the rotation currently is located. So let's go on and take a look at this together. It is moving right over Springfield right now. Still looking like Cross Plains, Orlinda, all in the path of this. And Callistia about 3:30. Again, the tornado warning for Robertson County going until 3:45 now.
For that tornado. Remember, we had a confirmed tornado on the ground, several sightings, and now we're looking at it right there in Springfield, continuing to move towards the northeast. And Dan is highlighting that warning so you can see it just a little bit better here. So I know you know this already. We've been telling you this. If you're in Orlinda, if you are in Cross Plains, please make sure you are in your safe place. This is a very dangerous situation. This is a tornado that has already been spotted on the ground. So remember where you need to be. Lowest level of your home. If you've got a basement, that is absolutely the best place. Or if you have a safe room too, those are the best spots to be. But if you do not, then you're going to want to make sure you head to the lowest level of your home. A closet, a bathroom, or sometimes, and hallways can sometimes work out. It depends on on the layout of your home, just windows is key. You want to stay away from those windows. Remember, tornadoes, they act like funnels and they suck things in.
As well as hail, almost 2 inches in size. This tornado warning in effect for Stewart County until 2 p.m. Katie just mentioned to me that we got video in of the tornado that moved through. Katie, when you saw the video, is it from Montgomery or is it from Robertson?
It says the tornado was at 2210 Ross Road near I-24 exit 19.
So it's likely as it was crossing kind of the border into those counties. So there's a
Onto
lot
that
going on right now across the area. We have tornado watches, flash flood warnings, and tornado warnings in effect, as well as severe thunderstorm warnings across the area. The 2 tornado warnings are for Robertson County and Stewart County. Stewart County is the newest county to be added to this list. There's also severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for Trigg and southern portions of Christian County and Callaway County, even Decatur County. That's where those yellow boxes are. The green are flash flood warnings. I mention that because the Robertson County storm is not just a tornadic storm. It is a prolific hail maker and a prolific rain maker. There have already been reports of flooding starting to intensify across portions of Robertson County. So if you are impacted by the tornado warning, I want you to be aware that water levels may indeed be high outside your home or in your neighborhood or any low-lying spots, streams, creeks nearby. They're going to start to swell pretty darn quickly. So let's go ahead and take a look at these storms. Again, we've got the tornado warning in effect for Robertson County. I'm going to turn the lightning off because it's a little hard to see the structure of the storm here. Greatest concern for rotation is still, now it's on the east side of Springfield, but still includes the Springfield area. So it's right near Highway 49. The hail signature is the most significant, and heavy rain, Youngville. So again, flooding likely stretching from Youngville towards Orlinda all the way to Interstate 65, back towards Cross Plains, Eden Corner. This is our first tornado warning that we have in effect. The newest one is Stewart County. We were just talking about how the structure of it starting to misbehave. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. The concern for rotation here would be on that back southwest side of it. So this is near Highway 49. Take a look at the velocity signatures. This is how we find what's spinning, right? Because we're looking at the direction that the wind is moving. So at this
something that is a little bit different, and boy, that really correlates with where the winds are right now. So this is a possibility we also could have a tornado here. So just consider this your early warning. That's going to be coming across very close to 79 anyway, and it looks like very close to you in Bumpus Mills as well, moving towards the northeast right now. And this is, just your early warning to be sure you're in the safest spot that you can be, and it's rotating right in through here. Dan?
All right, Lisa, we have a picture from Coopertown. Let's go to Coopertown, this up in Robertson County, and this shows no doubt, a definite lowering. So some sort of wall cloud there, some structure to the bottom of that storm. It's sort of almost multi-tiered. And on the right side, there could be, it's difficult to see, but there could be some sort of a funnel that emits or is extending down from that on the right side. But great picture, great video from someone that was...
This is at 2210 Ross Road near I-24 exit 19. So this is kind of close to where that spotter came in. I mean, it looks like definitely we had something on the ground. We had some rotation on the ground. We've had 2 reports so far that was along I-24, kind of north of Coopertown, saying that folks saw a funnel. They spotted that, and it looked like it had touched the ground. So this is a really great video. Again, appreciate this, Quentin, and the fact that you're in a safe place. Of course, we really do appreciate the photos and videos. It helps us get a better idea of what's going on. But make sure, like this one, that you're in that safe spot. Quentin, you probably could have been in that safe place in this moment for sure, but this is a great video that's in right now. So again, we got this just
let's take a look at that one. It looks to be in Dade County.
Yeah, Dade County right here. This is a severe thunderstorm that happens to be in a tornado watch area.
Yeah.
That means conditions are favorable.
It is trying to, it looks like, exhibit some levels of that. Jeremiah, can we take a better look at that cell in Dade County, farther off to the north and east? Yeah. And let's get a velocity
right here,
scan
this area
of that.
here.
Yeah, velocity scan on that.
This would be on the south end.
Now,
not really showing much there, so that's
a
good
good thing.
Severe thunderstorm though for this area.
Yeah.
And again, that's the south end of Grand Lake. That includes. It's already crossed the Twin Bridges area at Stockton. The south end of that, stretching from Greenfield to Dadeville, Neola under that severe thunderstorm warning. And it looks like Stockton, the town of Stockton, is no longer in that warning. However, we still have numerous severe storms, this one producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and maybe some large hail around Aldridge, too.
Yeah, and your large hail core is likely going to be to the south of Neola. Now, what we're seeing, what we just saw in velocity, you saw a lot of those incoming winds basically being forced out of that hook there. What we call in meteorological terms of that is an outflow dominant storm. That's basically the outflow of this storm overpowering any inflow possibility at the moment and basically preventing spin up. So that is definitely a good thing associated with the storm. That means it loses some of its near future tornadic potential with that outflow. And we could be seeing that because it has such a prominent basically downdraft associated because of all of the rain and possibly hail that's falling into that downdraft, that it could be preventing that in the near future. But still in a tornadically favorable environment as we're seeing across portions of Newton County right now. So definitely still something to pay attention to.
And now we haven't heard the sirens going off in Joplin for some time now. And again, that was for the storm that we had moving out of northeast Oklahoma and a tornado possible mentioned in that warning. And as we have seen over the last several weeks, it's just been very active. So as a precaution, those sirens are sounded in Joplin. In Neosho, they're sounding because this is a tornado warning.
Yes.
That means that we have Doppler indication, and it's been consistent since it came out of northeast Oklahoma, crossing 86 highway now, just to the east of that probably at this point. But Neosho, if you're in the path of this storm,
please.
Fredville, Spurgeon, Belfast,
yes.
Granby, Ritchie Park, and Newtonia, you need to seek shelter.
Until 4 o'clock for Stewart County. That's the area that we continue to watch over in Stewart County. And that rotation is very well defined right in here where these reds and these greens are circulating around one another, indicating that rotation right there. And that is a storm that we have been really keeping our eye on closely and just trying to take a look. I know we have a lot of rule spots in Stewart County, but still looking to see if we can find any type of debris detection, and nothing that overly jumps out right now, but still doesn't mean to let your guard down. If you know anybody in Stewart County, I know we've got folks that may have some land up there, a lot of agriculture up there. This is the time for them to come off the fields, head into their storm shelters, and just basically let's ride this out together as we go through the afternoon or evening. Bree made a mention, I believe a little earlier, and Katie, with these storms, and one of them was producing about 2-inch size hail. So to give you a visual perspective of just how large that is, that's about the size of a hen egg. Okay, so that's 2-inch size hail. Larger than that would be tennis ball size. So the fact that we were getting some 2-inch size hail reports, that is some large hail to say the least with these storms. Again, a number of tornado warned storms, though, that we are watching. The one for Robertson County, the one for Stewart County as well. And just very ominous looking, taking a look at things outside right now. If we can switch over to flash and just show that view from our sky cam right now that is atop the Batman building, and then taking a look as well from atop the Sonesta Hotel in Donaldson. This one's looking north, and it's rather ominous looking as well as we continue to monitor a lot of these storms as they push through. But this is unfortunately something that is just getting going. I do want to remind folks as well as we continue to go through the rest of the evening, we have a number of counties that are under a go inward. Ideally go to the bottom floor, but go inward. Stairwells, even some of the parking garages if they're internal, these are the best places to be. Please do not sit near the window or with any of these exposed walls. You want to go inward, all right? Myself, Bree, Katie, we're going to be here throughout the evening monitoring this. But Bree, I know you've been watching some of the latest scans on modeling on the radar that we've been getting with this, and some flooding too. There's a lot that is happening with these systems. All hazards are in play today.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it is going to be a long night, and so we want you to feel confident that we're going to be here until everything winds down. Once we can give you that all clear, we will absolutely do that, but we're not there yet. And so if you are not being impacted by a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning at this point, you do have a little bit of time to kind of do some extra prep, review your severe weather plan, practice it, grab your charger, equip yourself so that if you do need to go to a safe location in your home, you have the resources there. Shoes, if you have old bike helmets, those are good resources to have when you're staying in a safe place. Make sure your garage is closed. Make sure your windows are closed. Sometimes on nice weather days, we open the windows to let the fresh air in. But if they're open today, you're not just letting fresh air in, you're letting mischievous air in, and we don't want that to happen. Flood watch in effect right now through Thursday morning. We have flash flood warnings in effect from Robertson through Sumner. I anticipate that we will have additional flash flood watches issued flash flood warnings issued throughout the evening hours because of the heavy rain that's on the way. Very heavy rain fell from Cookeville into Sumner County, Robertson County, over towards northern portions of Stewart County, upwards of 4 inches. And we will likely see rainfall totals in the 2 to 4 inch range on top of that. The National Weather Service has gone ahead and extended the tornado watch to include the entire area. So everybody that's in the light red is in a tornado watch until 9 p.m. That means watch out. Watch TV. Watch News Channel 5. So if you're doing that, you've already checked the box. You're doing what you're supposed to do to stay safe on a difficult day as far as our severe weather goes. Tornado warnings remain in effect for Robertson and Stewart. The rotation has weakened in Robertson County, but the hail has not, and the storm has the potential to tighten back up again. That's why that warning remains in effect. It's difficult to see the structure of these storms with the lightning, so I'm going to turn it off occasionally just to kind of look at where things are. The city names are a little difficult to pull out sometimes. Earlier today, we saw that rotation near Springfield. If there were any rotation of concern, it would be near Cross Plains at this point. Significant hail now extending along Interstate 65 into northern portions of Sumner County, so likely near Portland. Let's make sure we're not traveling on I-65. This is moving due east, so the track of this tornado-warned storm would take it into northern Sumner County. Whether or not it maintains a rotation, we'll see. It may be extended as a severe thunderstorm warning. I think that's probably pretty likely with what the hail is doing as this moves into Sumner. So Portland, eventually over towards Bethpage, that would be a concern for some large hail. So Orlinda down to Cross Plains. Again, I'm glad to see the rotation signature tightening there, but the hail just doesn't want to quit. And a large hail. It is unusual for our area to see hail larger than golf balls, but that is indeed possible with some of these storms. Second tornado warned storm in Stewart County. The rotation here, Dover is just to the south. It's underneath the banner that's right here. So the rotation is going to move away from you. It is near the land between the lakes area right here. Hail signature likely larger than that. There are a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings that extend from Paris all through Henry County up into Murray, Kentucky. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Decatur County in our southwestern tier. That's part of the reason why the National Weather Service has gone ahead and expanded that tornado watch, because we're going to see storms become more numerous in nature through the evening hours. So 2 tornado warnings, currently 1 flash flood warning, a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings that cover most of our western tier and our Tennessee-Kentucky border. Notice up to the north, though, the storms, there are severe storms outside of our area, just to our north. That is what we'll have later this evening. So I want to back it out really quick and also give you an idea of what to expect for the rest of the evening, and then we'll go back to the current storms that are in place. So messy, messy, messy. Let me clean this up for you a little bit. I'm actually just going to turn cloud cover off so you can only see the rain in here with the storms. So there's a lot going on, for lack of a better way to put it. The storms that we have right here, these are isolated storms. They're called supercells. They exist all by themselves. They have the highest hail threat with them, wind threat, and tornadoes. These will continue on and off, not impacting everyone, but impacting a good portion of us for the next couple hours. Looking upstream, there's a cluster of storms coming out of the St. Louis area, but also notice there's a second one near Springfield, Missouri. That's what we're going to have later tonight. So this wave is going to blossom and become larger and swing down into the mid-state. That'll happen between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. And then the second one is expected to do the same. It will blossom, it will expand, become larger in coverage, and it is also going to swing south across the mid-state. I'll show it to you with some computer modeling so you can kind of see what it would look like visually. But that's why we're still looking at waves of storms to impact us through the evening hours today. Here's an idea of one of our computer models. So again, you're seeing kind of 3 different disturbed areas stretching across Missouri Illinois, Kentucky, and Tennessee. We head into the evening hours and you start to see that energy in
That is
Missouri.
indicating where wind is coming right at the radar site and moving away from the radar site. And it's a very tight spot, so you see some circulation there. He's plotting out the path now that will take us at about 20 miles an hour, maybe 25. Again, it appears to be slowing down, but these areas here, Granby right now, Ritchie within the next few minutes, and it looks like it's going to be moving into the very eastern parts of Newton County by 3:59. So this warning goes until 4 o'clock, but if you're in Monette, even out to the east of that, Pierce City, 412, and Pierce City is right on the county line too, so that'd be a good idea if you were in this area to at least pay some very close attention to that, because that would be arriving here just after 4 if it keeps the same speed. But I think it's been slowing down over the last 20 minutes. It was moving at 25, 30 miles an hour, and now it's down to about 20 or 25, and again moving east across portions of east central Newton County now. So if you're in Joplin, Newton County, you're not under that warning. And again, we have the severe thunderstorm warning still in effect, but that's probably going to be allowed to expire at least for Jasper County. But to the south of that, we still have a very strong storm even back into northeast Oklahoma. That includes new severe thunderstorm warnings on the Grand Lake area. So now we're getting into parts of Delaware County, almost completely out of Ottawa County. So Delaware County stretching back towards Afton. Just to the north of Grove, we're seeing some very heavy rain. This is encompassing the Twin Bridges area now, and this is on Grand Lake. So not Stockton Lake on this one. This is Grand Lake, Twin Bridges area, encompassing some very heavy rain right now, and also some damaging wind to about that one extending southward into McDonald County. Doesn't include Anderson just yet, but it's going to more than likely move in that same direction. But Goodman under severe thunderstorm warning now. Seneca still under one, and some very heavy rain is landing here. And more than likely, we're going to see some heavy flooding.
In Robertson County. And I mean, you definitely see motion in the clouds. You might even see some rotation on the lower left there with the cloud formation, that lowering. So very interesting as more pictures and videos continue to come in, and we're trying to put pieces together. We actually had a tornado spotted by multiple people at different times crossing from Montgomery to Robertson County. So we know that it did touch down, and so we appreciate, again, people who are sending those things out. Now, what we do have, I'm going to give you the latest view of that. As Lisa and I both pointed out a couple of times, these storms like to cycle. And so they get nasty, just like hurricanes. They get nasty, very powerful. Then they may lose strength for a couple of days in the middle of the ocean, the hurricanes, and then they may pulse up again. This may be getting some characteristics forming up again, not far from, it looks like the east side of Springfield, of maybe a hook trying to form. This is the storm we've been watching for about an hour now that was in Montgomery County, and it looks like east of Springfield, there's another interesting spot we're going to have to monitor. I'll check for rotation, maybe down to Greenbrier. It's not sure if that's I'm not sure if that's connected or not. It looks like we've got a stationary, we've got a still on the right side, the split screen with me that needs to be refreshed because that's an old picture there. But let's go to links. Let's go directly to links and fill that second window with links if we can. There we go. And so this is what I'm talking about, east of Springfield. Let's put it in motion and see how the storm evolves. And it looks like it might be trying to develop a hook on the western side. Again, maybe trying to get some more organization. Tornado warning remains in effect until 3:45 for that area, and so we can watch that. And again, we've got other tornado warnings that we can't forget about moving up toward Kentucky. So this was land between the lakes, and now we have just tremendous lightning. Look at all the lightning here, especially on the western flank of this storm, which is north of Dover. Just heard thunder outside our studios here at WSMV, but around Bumpus Mills, there could be a tornado in progress. Now, the movement of this one is going to take it right over Fort Campbell. And so we got to get a distance from Fort Campbell and let folks know when to expect that. I'll do a time lapse again so we can get the exact track. But yeah, it looks like it's going to make a beeline to Fort Campbell, 16.5 miles away. It's 3:32. I want to verify that it's about a 25-mile-an-hour storm. What we're seeing today and tonight especially is the winds, steering winds in the atmosphere will be increasing. And so I'm going to have to do this a number of times to make sure we're accurately getting the timing here. And while I do this, Lisa, do you have an update?
Yeah, I did want, if we can go over while Dan's doing that, let's get a quick look at our Max 2 because we have had.
He mentioned it's crossing 59, which runs north and south. Highway 60 runs all the way into Oklahoma, and it's been tracking almost perpendicular to that throughout this event. So going just north of Neosho, but Neosho's still under the tornado warning. Back towards Granby, we've got Ritchie in the path of this storm, but right along Highway 60, Newtonia within this warning as well. Stark City, you're not technically in the warning, but close enough, I would definitely seek shelter. And at this point, we're down to just a few warnings, which is good news, but not probably the news you want to hear in east central parts of Newton County, because we still have Doppler indicating some rotation here. A lot of heavy rain, so this is very hard to see with the naked eye. And that's the great thing about having storm spotters out in the field, is they can verify what we're seeing on radar. And with this being rain wrapped, it's a little bit harder to tell.
So I want to also point out something that the Springfield office has pointed out. So they're monitoring this cell right now, just like we are. There is the potential, if we zoom out a bit and go back to reflectivity with this, Jeremiah, we'll zoom out a bit. So you have a lot of cells too down here around Fairland and Seneca. Now, when you get cell mergers like that, there is the potential that that can increase essentially your outflow winds from that storm and cause more low-level spin. So they're evaluating that right now. They've pointed that out, which is a great point because it is something we actually saw reviewing radar data from the tornado that occurred in Bartlesville a couple days ago. So it is something that is definitely possible with that. You can actually increase your low-level spin when you have mergers of cells over a period of time. So something we're going to continue to evaluate because it still does indicate the possibility of that rotation. And of course, we still have more cells downstream of this activity. If you're down there in Craig County around Veneta, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning associated with more development just south of Miami across portions of Ottawa County. Severe thunderstorm warnings, northern portions of Delaware County as well with that. Still monitoring that storm in portions of Dade County up there in portions of southwest Missouri, trying to slowly move out of our area, thankfully. But as you can see, still a pretty menacing looking little storm there. Likely still producing that golf ball sized hail in those 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, and it's cleared Stockton, the town of Stockton, the lake of Stockton still has quite a bit of storm left to endure. Greenfield probably going to get right in on the tail end of that storm here with some winds. If you're not already seeing the gusty winds right now, and again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for the Cedar and Dade County areas until 4 o'clock. So that one expires at Cedar, Dade, and then back towards Bolivar, Highway 13. The storms to the south of Joplin still severe as well. So both Stockton Lake and Grand Lake getting some very heavy thunderstorms this evening. But so far the tornado warning that we've been focused on and watching and waiting along with you as well is right here across Newton County. That one still goes until 4 o'clock. It's mainly now for areas east of I-49. So we have seen this track near Seneca earlier, just about 30 minutes ago. Now it's tracking east of I-49. And I think the last
We're going to be here until this threat passes. That rotation continuing to somewhat intensify with this particular tornado warning. Reports of potentially ping pong ball size hail. It goes till 4:15. And just taking a look at our debris detection in this, as well as it is in an awkward spot from the radar beam, but nothing that is overly impressive at this time. But that does not mean anything yet, as this has got some very well-defined rotation with this tornado warned storm that is for parts of Henry County and Benton County until 4:15. Bree, you've been looking at the other tornado warnings we've got, and it looks like we just had some rapid fire of a few more tornado warnings coming in that include Sumner County as well.
That's the new warning that was issued for Robertson, so they're extending that. It's going to include the edge of Robertson County and the northern portion of Sumner County. It's kind of hard to keep track of them all at this point, so let's get to it. This is our tornado warned storm. It is now for the eastern edge of Robertson County, and it is moving to the east at 30 miles per hour. The area of rotation is near Cross Plains. So Cross Plains, I'm talking to you. Want to make sure you're in that most interior space. We're not taking extra steps right now. We are taking our safe steps right now. I'm going to turn the lightning off because it's hard to dissect these storms with so much of it, but lightning is ongoing. I know it's very, very noisy outside. So area of concern for rotation is right here, just along and south of Cross Plains. The hail is what extends up Interstate 65 into northern portions of Sumner County. This warning would likely be in the Portland area around 3:45. Other towns impacted: Orlinda, Mitchellville. Also, this is Interstate 65, roughly between mile markers 108 and 120. Storm is moving to the east at 30 miles per hour, and that rotation, or that warning, is in effect until 4 p.m. So let's get some updated. We'll take a look at the streets. We'll take a look at where it's going. Henry's continuing to monitor the other severe storms across the area. And as we continue to see new warnings going, Katie, if you can focus on those, we're going to try to take these one at a time. Bottom line, if you can hear thunder, I want you to just hang out with us for a little while, because these are rapidly intensifying storms, and we want you to be safe. Barren Plain down towards Springfield, the worst of it is gone. It is indeed still raining, and there is thunder and lightning. I know emergency management is responding to reports of damage near the Springfield area. They have not told us what that specific damage report is, but I know emergency crews are out working hard, so let's give them some space on the roads to do the work that they need to do. Also, storm track on the rotational portion of the storm. Remember, there's hail on the northern flank. The rotating part is on the southeastern side. This is going to move into northern portions of Sumner County, including the Westmoreland area. So crossing Interstate 65, again, roughly mile markers 108 to 130, impacting Portland within about 15 minutes. Portland, let's go ahead and be in an interior space. Hail is going to get to you before anything rotating does. Brackentown, also Westmoreland, you've got about 20 minutes. I want you to be confidently kind of moving to that interior space. If someone was on their way home to you, let's go ahead and get them down into an interior, or get them to pull over, stop off and get into a safe spot, let the storm pass. There is a little bit of a break behind it. So even if I'm telling you to, hey, I want you to get home and I want you to stay in a safe spot, if you're in the path of a current warning, I want you to just stop, go into a structure, and then when it's safe to get home, let's do that, all right? So looking at this on kind of a tighter level, the area of concern for rotation is now on top of the Interstate 65. It is near Guthrie Road, Spring Valley Road. It parallels Highway 31 at this point, Village Green Drive, Mountain Lane, South Road, Raymond Hodges Road, Thompson Drive would be next up for this, Maxwell Branch Road. Following behind that, New Deal Potts Road, Tom Link Road, Wilkerson Lane, Jackson Road. Those are the areas of concern for where the rotation is and where it's going. The hail stretches north towards Handleton, Mitchellville, Portland, right up to the Kentucky border. This is one of numerous storms impacting the area. I want to zoom out because we now have 3 tornado warnings, one for Henry County, one for Montgomery County, that includes southern portions of Christian County, and this continued warning now for Robertson and Sumner County. Henry, you've got the latest on the tornado warned storm in Henry County.
Yeah, so that is something that we continue to monitor as well, seeing an uptick in that lightning count. I do want to take a look at the potential of some hail with this, not the hail track, but hail at this time. And we'll do a little bit of measuring with this as well right now. Again, this is over the Paris area. So reporting radar indications 1.5 inches of hail. So that's going to be, if indeed this is verifying, around hen egg size. I know that sounds kind of awkward there, but I would say between about ping pong ball size to quarter size hail. So this is kind of an idea, a visual of that hail list that we continue to watch. Now, going back to the rotation that we're watching for Henry County and Benton County in that tornado warned storm, again, it is over Paris right now as we take a look at our storm relative velocity, and that's a pretty decent little signature. There's also a little rotation up towards the Superior area that I'm watching closely in northern parts of Henry County. But putting a storm track on this for folks that may be in the path of this warning, you're talking about Sunnyside right now at 342, Old Springville at 351, Lick Creek area at 402, 407 at Bass Bay, 410 at Cotton Patch Crossroads, and 413 in McKinnon with our tornado warned storm over towards Henry County. We've got hail producing with this, some rather large hail as well that we have been experiencing at times with this particular storm. Looking back over towards the radar look of this, And the lightning uptick in this indicating that the storm likely getting a little bit more energy. So we've got several tornado warnings. It looks like we've got the one for Robertson and Sumner counties. We have also got one Montgomery and Stewart counties.
That's the newest one in. I've got that pulled up.
Okay, and then, yeah, the one for Christian County, Kentucky, too, with Fort Campbell in that as well.
Correct. So a lot to keep track of right now. The newest warning, let me back this out really quick so we can take a look. So we've got Robertson County into Sumner County. We've got Montgomery County and Stewart County into Montgomery County, including southern portions of Christian. So this is south of Hopkinsville. And then we have the tornado warning for Henry County. So 3 tornado warned storms. I want to talk about the Stewart County storm real quick. It's a large warning that crosses the border into Kentucky. So the original warning was just for Stewart County until 4 p.m. The new warning now includes downstream of it. It's Montgomery County and portions of Stewart County and even southern portions of Christian County until 4:15, 4:30. So don't get too confused about the numbers. That's not what's most important here. What's most important is that you just see that this is a large storm that is likely producing a tornado, and it is on the border. So that means multiple counties being impacted here. Also, the possibility of 2-inch size hail, which is large enough to cause damage to structures, siding, potentially roofs, and definitely vehicles. So we want to make sure that you are not on the roads with this. Area of concern for rotation is right near Big Rock. The hail extends much larger out from that. I want to go ahead and put a storm track on the area of rotation for you, though. Don't worry why you saw the colors change. It's just because we're looking from a different radar source. This also moving mainly to the east, a little bit of a northerly jog to it, around 30 miles per hour. Oak Grove around 417, St. Elmo 424, St. Bethlehem right around 430. So potentially crossing the border into our Kentucky counties. This rotation would stay south of Hopkinsville in Christian County, but not by much. Again, a lot of hail with this, some significant wind speeds as well. So let's take another overview look. A lot of folks still have sunshine, but a lot of folks don't. And if you can hear thunder, I just want you to go ahead and assume that you have some pretty strong, potentially severe storms either near you or potentially on top of you because they're moving and forming so quickly. Also to note, we talked about our Safe Places program earlier. We have a list that we can show you of the current openings that are in place. Reminder, this evolves through the evening, right? Folks can turn this on and off. This is a look at current shelters that are open in Putnam County. We do have, let's take an updated look of all the counties that are here. Stewart County, Putnam County, Pickett County, Perry County, and Hickman County have all open shelters in their areas. So there are resources available to you. All you do is just select a different county on that drop-down menu. It's going to populate what's open, what isn't open. The little paw that you see on the right-hand side indicates if it is a pet-friendly safe place that you could go to.
But along Highway 60 back towards the Granby area, just to give you some landmarks here, east of Highway 59, which runs almost right into Granby, and then you've got 60 that runs to the east. This area here around Center Point, you're in the path of that. Jolly as well, Newtonia. And then we've got Wentworth within the path of this storm. And out ahead of that, we may see this continued to be issued for areas farther to the west. Again, this goes until 4 o'clock. However, we may see that extended out because I don't think it's moving as fast as it was earlier. It's moving probably less than 20 at this point.
Yeah, it's moving pretty well, pretty slow, but it does appear that we have some level of more possibly intensification of that low-level rotation. Definitely have been picking up with those outflow winds there. Once again, as I was mentioning, the possibility of cell mergers with this, that could be influencing that a bit, and it could be increasing some of that low-level rotation as you essentially see those low-level winds spin faster because of that amplification. So something we're continuing to monitor, moving to the east pretty slowly, like Ray said, possibly even at this point sub 20 miles an hour. Basically along U.S. Highway 60.
Yeah, in these areas from Diamond. Diamond is right on the edge of that warning. However, I really think the main danger associated with this, we just have a new velocity scan that came in with that. This has been trimmed now. There's the new information. 4 o'clock still for eastern Newton County. Does not include 59 Highway anymore, but it includes Highway 60 around Granby. And again, that's tracking almost right along or maybe just to the south of Highway 60 at this point. So it might be taking a little bit of a right turn here.
Yeah, and what I've also noticed with this latest scan, you can see the strong essentially outflow, but then we have weaker inflow being noticed on velocity. Could be an indication of possibly the outflow is essentially almost choking out the circulation a bit, but still noticeable, still possible of producing a tornado nonetheless. Starting to move a bit to the east of Granby. Still need to be in your safe spot in Granby because, of course, this is not exactly where it is in association with the lowest levels of the atmosphere. We're still scanning a little bit aloft, but we are seeing it moving
that's about
off.
as fast as I would go with it right there.
Yeah, north and east, 25 miles per hour they've reported actually with this. So
and Newtonia, you definitely need to be in your shelter now. We hadn't focused a whole lot on Newtonia, but if we're tracking it on Doppler indication, it's now looking like areas south of Highway 60 also have a little bit more of heightened risk for a tornado here. And again, this is Doppler indicated. This goes until 4 o'clock. And again, that's for eastern central Newton County until 4. But we've got Ritchie by 352, which is just right there on the county line here as well. So these areas here, and again, not moving very quickly at all. So you've got Berwick and Ritchie by 353 to 403, so within the next 10 minutes. Over Newtonia right now. So again, Newtonia, Granby, stay in your shelter right now if you're able to watch us. If you've got a weather radio, take that with you as well as you get into your shelter if you can't see it, so you can stay updated with what we have. And again, severe thunderstorm to the south of that, some very heavy rain associated with that, and so many low water crossings. We don't need to see anyone trying to cross any of these low water bridges tonight, because this is very heavy rain and there's so many of those. There's hundreds of low water crossings across McDonald and Newton County, and they flood very quickly. And if you can't see the road, you don't know for sure that the road is still there. It can get washed away pretty quickly.
So another thing I want to point out, this is starting to move into eastern portions of Newton County. If you are in Berry County and Lawrence County, you definitely need to be paying attention to this because it is still rather persistent with its basically indication of the possibility of producing a tornado. If you're in Monette, you are essentially downstream of this circulation. If it continues to persist east rather slowly at 25 miles an hour, you'll be in the path of this. So in Monette, not a bad idea, even though you're not warned yet. We could see an extension of this warning of the potential of it moving in. You need to be aware of the possibility of moving into your safe spot, if not now, in the near future. Now, Mount Vernon up there along I-44, not a bad idea to be basically possibly moving into your safe spot, because this will have the potential of affecting you as well. Aurora will also have that potential. Now, Purdy's a little bit farther south, but still you can't rule anything out with these storms as they continue to move farther along to the east, as quite slowly as well. We've been monitoring this for a while now, slowly persisting across Newton County.
Yeah, essentially stay weather aware through the rest of this afternoon. Some counties here in southeast Kansas have been dropped from the watch, and that's because as this initial line gets pushed through, the risk for tornadoes associated with these severe storms will dwindle off. It'll taper off by early evening tonight for just virtually all of us, but for the moment, we are still staying with these storms that we have across Newton County, stretching into northern McDonald County, Ottawa County as well, and Craig County too, where we have severe storms. But the tornado warning continuing for about another 8 minutes at least, unless we see it extended, which it's been pretty consistent right ever since it started in northeast Oklahoma. And again, that's until 4 o'clock. Granby areas, Stella not within the warning, but if you're in Stella,
along Highway 60, so not the fastest storm ever, and it's been continuously trying to persist to the east. So definitely in Monette, you're not warned yet, but a good idea to start thinking about heading into your safe spot. Berwick, you need to be in your safe spot. Jolly, your safe spot, because you're essentially next in line as the storm continues to persist east. Wentworth, you need to be in your safe spot as well. You're within that tornado warning, even though the circulation itself is farther off to your south. Jeremiah, if we can get some velocity scans, definitely some pretty strong outflow winds, possibly owing as well to the potential of a cell merger with what's running into it from behind. As you can see, a little bit of some inflow activity there just to the east of Granby, so still some indicated rotation with this, and we're going to see it move close to the Ritchie area. You need to be in your safe spot with this. Also Newtonia, because it's just to your north. Park, likely need to be in, you need to be in your safe spot. You're in a tornado warning, and this is circulation is just to your south.
Yeah, and this is a warning going for a few more minutes. It's Doppler indicated. We have not had any reports of anything on the ground now for about 20 or 30 minutes, if not longer. So I would say that's some good news. However, it's wrapped in rain so much for most of the time that it would be very hard to see at this point in the storm.
Along with Trigg, Christian, and Montgomery. Again, that's a lot. That's just 2 warnings, and we've got that many counties involved. We've got another warning. Let me step out of the way. Robertson and Sumner almost heading towards northeast. So again, if you're along that border of Tennessee and Kentucky, kind of get ready. Yellow boxes where you have those severe thunderstorm warnings, and then the green ones involve flooding. So of course, we've had a lot of rain the last couple of days. We're continuing to see some of those heavier showers, but hopefully this gives you a bit of a clear indication of what we're seeing, because I know we're seeing a lot of county names. It's hard to keep track. So again, we've got 3 of them. The first one with Henry, and then again with Benton County. The next one goes into a northeastern portion of Stewart, southern portion of Trigg and Christian for our Kentucky counties, and then Montgomery, that's for the northern side of that. And you've got that weather radio going off no matter what part of the county you're in, you're hearing it. Also, just your friendly reminder, do not rely on outdoor warning sirens. That's not what that's for. That originally was for farmers who were outdoors and need to get safe. That's not something I want you to rely on if you're indoors, and hopefully you are indoors. But the amount of storms. So again, that 3rd tornado warning, that's for Robertson into Sumner. I know it's a bit messy. That's really the best way to describe the setup, and that's just really going to continue. Got another video for you. Again, appreciate y'all sending us some videos. This is from Jared. This is looking west towards downtown Springfield. He just sent this in, but I imagine this is probably from roughly about 10 minutes ago. It was that tornado warning that we've been watching. So again, can't confirm that that's a tornado right here, right? It does look like a funnel, it does look like it's rotating, but all of these videos, because again, great job, you're far away from the storm, you're kind of in that safer spot. It's hard to see the horizon to see if it is touching down. Either way, not something you want to mess with. If you see that, get to your safe place. So we are watching those 3 tornado warnings, right? We're still keeping an eye on all of those. So Bree, Henry, what are you guys seeing right now? But hopefully this helped a bit. I know this is my graphic that I always lean on for our counties.
So typically when we talk about severe weather, we're talking about 4 hazards. And it's really tough because today all 4 hazards are in play. We have damaging wind. We've got hail, very large hail. I saw pictures upwards of 3 inches across. We'll get those pictures so we can put them out to you. That is significant hail. We have tornado warnings ongoing across the area, and we have new flash flood warnings. I expect the flood threat to increase in the evening hours as rainfall comes in. So we're going to continue to see a mixture of all 4. Your job remains the same. It's to stay in that most interior room. There were a handful of schools that did indeed close today. Some did not, and some are doing the very best they can right now to make sure that their kiddos are safe. Montgomery County schools, they have decided to turn the buses around. They had kiddos on buses on their way home. All the buses in Montgomery County are turning around and going back to the school so that they can shelter in place within the school. New tornado warning now, so we now have 4 tornado warnings in effect for our area. This is a quick look at that rainfall because, again, part of what makes Tennessee and Kentucky so beautiful are our waterways, but they are swollen right now. Low-lying areas will be tricky to pass, so if you are one of those parents that's trying to get your kiddos, make sure that you're taking a route that's not going to put you in a position where you are in danger. This is a look at the storms that are ongoing across the area. I'm going to turn the lightning off, but lightning is a big part of this just because it's easier to analyze these. It actually looks like we're up to 5 at this point. So we have a tornado warning in effect right now for northern portions of Sumner County. This warning in effect until 4 o'clock. I wouldn't be surprised to see this extended as well. Honestly, I'm not that concerned about the expiration times because I just want you to be safe. Don't worry about when these expire. I want you to stay with me. If you're in northern Sumner County, I want you in that interior space. Area of concern for rotation would be along 109 near Doris Road and Jackson Road. It would be heading towards North Leith Road and Butler Bridge Road. All right, let's take a look at the next one. The next one is a tornado warning that includes northern portions of Montgomery County and southern portions of Christian County. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for Clarksville. So I just mentioned Montgomery County schools. school buses turning around. The tornado warning does not include downtown Clarksville. They actually just reissued that severe thunderstorm warning. So again, that's right here. This is severe thunderstorm, so hail and wind. The tornado portion or warned portion is right here in the northwest corner of Montgomery County and looks like it's about to cross the border into Kentucky's southern portions of Christian County. That's number 2. We also have a tornado warning now for Trigg County, just west of Katy. So this is towards the land between the lakes. Area of concern for rotation here, again, on the west side of these with hail and wind extending out ahead of it, torrential rain. Zooming in a little bit tighter on what this storm is doing. Again, it is a rotating storm near the land between the lakes. Crossing the lake at this point, wind speeds can sometimes intensify over water. So on the east side, right towards Trigg Furnace, down towards Shawnee Hills, you may actually have some stronger winds as this comes back over land. That's because water is fairly smooth, and so there's less friction for wind to encounter, and sometimes you can really get some stronger winds on approach with storms that are coming off of the water and coming onto the land. So tornado warning in effect for Trigg County. We want you in your lowest, most interior space. The area of concern for rotation that was in Paris, in Henry County, that appears to be crossing the border into northern portions of Benton County. You are watching News Channel 5 at 4 as we continue to track a really difficult day with a tornado outbreak across our area. The 5th tornado warning in effect, the area of concern, this is Perry County, just west of Linden, southwest of Lobelville. This is moving towards Hickman County, so potentially impacting folks from I-40 southward only down towards the Lewis County border. I'll put a storm track on this one for you. South of it, we've got wind, we've got hail across the area. Centerville is when this storm will be in your neck of the woods right around 4:45. It'll be in Graytown at 4:51. Prim Springs right around 5 o'clock. There is a lot going on across our area. We knew that the afternoon would have the potential for these individual storms to form, and that when they formed, they would intensify quickly with the potential for rotation, and that is precisely what we're seeing. Good news in northern Sumner, they have released the tornado warning there. They're maintaining it as a severe thunderstorm warning, so hail, the dominant threat at this point. We will keep a close eye on it. So now it is our western tier, Trigg, Christian, Montgomery, Henry, portions of Perry County, portions of Hickman County are under the tornado watches. We will continue to see these individual storms impact us. I'm going to turn the lightning off. I know this is a muddy map. But then we're going to see kind of 2 more areas begin to work into our neck of the woods.
Mainly hailers. And you can see them behind me. You can see them on the screen. We've had a lot of rain as well. We still have a flash flood warning in effect until 5:45 for a big part of the area, the north area, north of Davidson County, even northern Davidson County itself, Springfield, Greenbrier, Portland, Gallatin, you're all in that flash flood warning. And that could be, for some of you, the most dangerous part of the storm, the most dangerous part of this whole outbreak, because if you get swept away by water, I mean, that's about as bad as it gets. And so please, as we say all the time, turn around, don't drown. If you see a flooded road, you have to travel. If you work overnight, you can't get off of work tonight, well, then you'll have to sort of circumvent. You'll have to go around, find another route. There's always a way that the iPhone or the Droid can take you on through your Maps app, whatever it is that you use to get you there safely. Flash flood warning now for southwest Kentucky until 10. This is new, and it's been triggered by this tornado warning storm. So let's go over, since we just reset all the tornado warnings. Now we have one in southern Kentucky for this storm on the north side. So we're talking about the northern part of Trigg County. Heads up, KDs, you got to be in your safe spot now. 4:45, the expiration time. There could be a tornado rolling over your area momentarily. You can see it's just on the west side of Katie's, so Katie's, get to your safe spot now. Now, farther south around Fort Campbell, we have another tornado warning. It's this one here, right over Fort Campbell, Oak Grove, Herndon, Pembroke. You have to be in your safe spot now. 4:15 is when that tornado warning expires. Unreal how busy this afternoon is. It's right around, if there's a circulation, it's right around Fort Campbell. Could we get some of those Clarksville cameras up and split screen this? Clarksville, getting hail now. We should see that in some of these cameras. And so just west of I-24, yep, just west of I-24, grasslands could be quite big around Briarwood Eastern Hills, Ashland Hills, Beacon Hills, the Shady Bluff, Paula Heights, Belforest, New Providence, Boyd Acres. We're looking at the Cumberland River. This is the F&M Bank weather camera. And so they have a camera that we get to use, and we share it with you on WSMV4, and it shows the weather along the Cumberland River. Now, if I remember right, I think we're looking northbound. I'm not sure of that, but I think we're looking northbound along the river up toward Kentucky, and you can't see much of anything along the river there, but that could be right where we're sort of zoomed in here. Right here, this Clarksville, the river bends through Clarksville right just like that. And so that could be a little hail shaft over the river where it sort of looks milky white right in the middle of the screen. We're also going to look at more tornado warnings farther south. We have this big one. So we can't forget about you down in Linden. If you're watching anywhere in Perry County, you got to be in your safe spot. Linden, Lobelville, and then moving to the west side of Hickman County. You remain in your tornado warning until 4:30. And so for 25 more minutes. There's an interesting storm on the northern side of this that may have a little hook. There's another
warning has expired, but that's the same storm that we're still following that's moving across southwest Missouri now, and even had reports and some pretty good photo evidence on the northwest of Seneca, where we may have had a tornado as well, and that was from law enforcement near Seneca. That was about an hour ago. So in an hour, it's moved from Seneca to west of Monette, so it's not moving across Newton County very fast.
Still in Newton County, technically.
Yes, true.
But downstream warning issuance, of course, in Monette. If you're in Monette, you need to be in your safe spot right now. Purdy, I would even say it's a good idea for you to be in your safe spot, even though you're on the cusp of that warned area. As you can see, rotation is not very consolidated and not very essentially noticeable right now. Just to the north and west of Berwick, looks like. Basically, if you're in Berwick, Jolly, Wentworth, safe spot right now, because this rotation continues to push to the east, not very fast, at about 25 miles an hour. And we have had some issue where we'll have a lot of rain in the area of this rotation, possibly making it hard to see as it moves further off to the east. Definitely, even in Mount Vernon, not a bad idea to be in your safe spot right now. If you're in that tornado warned area, you need to be in your safe spot regardless. But also, it is important to think ahead. Even in Aurora, you need to be paying attention to this right now. You're not in the warned area, but definitely a good idea to be thinking about going to your safe spot. Thinking with Madry, as you can see, Aurora will be downstream of that, closer to 5 o'clock. So you got about an hour, but still, that's an estimated time, and you need to be taking precautions.
Yeah, Pierce City is right here on the edge of the county line here. That is at 4:25, so you've got just a little bit of time to seek shelter. Not much. I wouldn't hesitate now. Wentworth, really within the next few minutes. So if you're in Wentworth, take shelter immediately. We've got a Center Point and Berwick within the next couple of minutes. So this area right here, we've plotted where this is indicated on the very western side of this track that we've plotted, and now it's moving east at 20 to 25 miles an hour. So Berwick, Monette, and the areas around, the areas around Monette under this too, Jolly. These are the towns that are in the path of this storm. You're getting reports that the town of Neosho is sounding sirens again as well. And we have our reporter down there, Dustin.
Go ahead and,
he has been following this storm, and he's actually down there live at the moment. We may be able to hear sirens. Dustin, are you able to hear us here in the studio?
Yeah, the sirens just sounded about 30 seconds ago here in Neosho. We're at Morris Park, where we were following the storm that had that tornado warning in it around, let's see, that'd be around Wentworth, Pierce City, where it's at right now. But the rain was so heavy, the hail was coming down, we had to take refuge here under an awning in Morris Park. But the tornado sirens, they were going off. They just now turned off here in Neosho. So it's still, like you guys are talking about, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning where we're at here in Neosho. So it's still a dangerous situation. I see we have some strong rain and possibly hail coming up into Neosho. So we're watching the rain, we're watching the hail, and of course we're watching circulation too. But right now, tornado sirens going off in the city of Neosho.
So thanks, Dustin. Yeah, of course, seeing flash flooding being a major issue as these storms continue to move through. What we're seeing is a little bit of what we call cell training, where these cells continue to basically move over the same area as one another, dumping copious amounts of rainfall as they do so, as well as that golf ball size hail. Now, sirens are sounding in Neosho, but there isn't much indication of any tornado.
And like I've said before, we're going to treat severe thunderstorm warnings just like tornado warnings. At this point, Sumner, it is still considered a thunderstorm warning. Hail potentially as large as 2 inches. I actually saw a picture in Stewart County of hail 3 inches across. We'll get that picture on the air soon, but really significant stuff. So it's not just the tornado threat, it is a large hail threat that is also a concern across the area. Roads in Sumner County that we would be concerned about are Jackson Road, as well as South Lead Road, Butler Bridge Road, Fowler Ford Road. That would be the area where we're starting to see a little bit of rotation tighten up along Highway 52 near Angeltown, Rock Bridge, Paul Thompson Road, Rock Bridge Road, Chestnut Hill. Those are the areas that we're looking at potentially seeing that rotation maybe try to increase just a bit. Really complicated when you look to our northwest because there are a combination of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So Trigg County, that is being extended as a severe thunderstorm warning. Hopkinsville, I want you to be ready for hail, gusty wind, and prepared if this were to tighten back up again. The National Weather Service out of Paducah may have to upgrade that to a tornado warning. We're treating all warnings with respect today. We are inside, lowest, most interior room. Severe thunderstorm warnings are the yellow boxes that include Christian. This is now Southern Todd. Todd, you had a tough day earlier. There was a tornado warning for you right around 1 o'clock. Southern portions of Christian County. This is a tornado warning. The storm is right on the border, the rotation here. So this rotation will track north of the Clarksville area. Clarksville not under a tornado warning at this point. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Zoom in a little bit tighter to that Trigg County storm. So the rotation now beyond the ground. Trigg Furnace down towards Cedar Point over towards Cadiz. Looking like that rotation has weakened, which is why they're keeping it as a severe thunderstorm as it moves to the east. But Hopkinsville is going to be on your doorstep in about 15 minutes. Oak Grove down towards Clarksville along Interstate 24. We want to try to avoid travel in that area. Tornado warning now, a new one that includes southern portions of Stewart County and Houston County, including the Erin area. This is the rotation. So this is the storm that Henry was watching earlier when it was near Paris. The rotation now starting to cross the border, and it looks like it wants to hug that southern Stewart County border. So that means areas north. You have a thunderstorm in place, a severe thunderstorm, and we'll watch that one very closely since there's so many tornado ingredients in place today. That's why these are all coming together, and we want you to be ready for that. Henry, you have some new information for us?
I just want people to get an idea. When we're talking about the hail, this is a live look in Clarksville.
Yeah.
This is our Skynet site that is in downtown Clarksville, all the hail that's on the roof right now. And you can see even flashes of lightning that are happening with this. I would say by looking at this from this view, you can even see the hailstones falling with the camera. So you just do not want to be out messing with this, with that tornado warning continuing in Montgomery County. Taking a look at things here from the Power 5 radars. Right over Clarksville, intense rain. Let me stop the loop and actually go on and put the latest hail signatures on this. Again, this isn't the track. This is what is potentially falling. And I would say that looks about right. Probably P to upwards of quarter-size hail in some of these locations. Yep. Taking a look at some of the radar estimates and the size that we're seeing. Well, some of them trying to get a little aggressive. There could be a little contamination in the measuring there. But I would say you're probably getting at least hail to upwards of 1 inch, and in some spots probably 1.5 inches with that. The breakdown on hail sizes when we give you these numbers, because I know sometimes that may be kind of confusing. Okay, well, exactly how big is 1 inch on that? Some people are more visual learners. That's how I am. And quarter-size hail is the size of inch-size hail. If you're getting towards that 2-inch size hail, you're talking about potentially, I know it sounds kind of weird to compare it to, but a hen egg. That is what 2-inch size hail would be, and that is all certainly possible as we continue to go through the day with all this. So looking at things, hold for Hickman, Humphreys, and Perry counties for another about 17 minutes. It goes until 4:30. 3:30. The current time is 4:13. For those of you that maybe were tuning in for News Channel 5 at 4 o'clock, I'm Henry Rothenberg along with
that funnel. And look at this, just in the series, there's yet another area, broad circulation here. So these are areas where we could be seeing tornadoes. So we want to make sure if you're in these locations, head to your lowest interior room in your house. If you're in an apartment, same goes for you. You can go downstairs, hopefully if you know your neighbors, and share some space with them just to stay safe till this tornado passes you by, or at least potential tornado. Protect your head from flying debris. Make sure you're using pillows and blankets and even a helmet, a full-faced motorcycle helmet, no kidding, is one of the best protections you can have to help protect your head. And then the old adage we always say, you never want to be in a car or in a mobile home when these storms are coming through. So just some tips for you as we get these tornado warnings this afternoon. And this, of course, is a very intense thunderstorm that we're seeing here. That flashing this go-around is showing us that this could be a very destructive thunderstorm with high winds, and also looking at a lot of hail and lightning with this storm as it moves towards the northeast. All this black indicating where we see some of that hail right there around the Ross View area, all moving toward the northeast. It was just in Ross View yesterday that storm headed towards Port Royal and the Ross View community, and of course passing the interstate there. Adams, you've got some of the heavier rain right now, and more is on the way as these storms track eastward. And we dive down here and take a look at Ashland City, seeing some of the heavier downpours too. And folks may be wondering what is going on in Nashville. Well, it's quiet so far. But we've got a lot that's going to be headed your way from the west. As you can see, that row of storms is lined up, and they're all moving towards the east. And then we can see those storms there a little farther to the north. Traffic is slow going. I mean, it's that time of day, but no doubt thunderstorms are also slowing folks down as we look there at one of the, I guess that's our driving live shot. Is that what we're looking from? All right, and where are we? Madison, over in the Madison area is where we're looking. So just off to the north here of Nashville. No storms right in the immediate area, but we still have numerous warnings off to the north there. All is quiet for the time being. Can you see this? I mean, count them. This is just one supercell after another that's going to be headed right here into Nashville, a whole line of them. So this is what we've been talking about and hopefully warning you about for several days, that we could see these storms moving through. Dan?
All right, Lisa, here's my advice. If you work in Nashville, if you work in Franklin, if you work in Murfreesboro, you know, maybe down at Spring Hill, Thompson Station area, Columbia, just go home. You know, if you're not home, if you're not working from home today and you're waiting, you typically leave at 5:30, 5:45. You want to let the early traffic go. Just go home now. Get out of town and get home safely, because we just saw that traffic in Madison, and I thought to myself, oh my goodness, we're going to have full roads on the back half of the commute here as these storms are coming in. And the biggest problem with them so far has been hail. And so no one wants to be out there when that happens. There could be some
even around Globe, I would be taking shelter at this minute. Again, that's just a few miles to the east of Monette on Highway 60. And then even getting closer to central areas around Pleasant Ridge. McDowell is not in this warning, neither is Purdy, and it looks like really this is confined to areas along Highway 60. So again, this warning, now it looks as though the strongest part of this storm is out of Newton County. So in Newton County, you've still got some storms left. You've still got some heavy rain, some hail, but it looks as though the strongest part of this storm that is potentially producing a tornado is in Lawrence County. And yeah, this is potentially producing a tornado right now near Monette. So we're watching that one. On the backside of that, some very heavy rain. We had the sirens going off in Neosho, and we actually have Dustin Latimer, who is down there right now. He's been tracking these storms with us, but he's been out in the field trying to do this. Are you there with us, Dustin? Okay. All right, this is the hail. Wow, yeah, that is the hail that's actually just falling.
Yep, that definitely looks like golf ball.
Well, I can see why he's not out in this. This is dangerous.
Yeah, this is live, by the way. This is happening right now in Neosho.
This is the kind of hail that can cause some injury.
Yes, of course. Like if you're in Neosho, you need to be taking shelter, because we do have hail impacting the ground right now with storms moving over, as well as flash flooding that is likely ongoing. So we're continuing to monitor that for sure, as well as the potential of a storm producing a tornado moving over the city of Monette. You need to be taking shelter. As you can see, hail being produced by storms in Neosho right now. And we are Also seeing another severe thunderstorm.
And so this is where we have tornado warning near Monette, Missouri. We did have a tornado warning as well for areas in Ottawa County and extreme eastern Craig County. I just showed you the tornado from Brandon, and then we'll also have some more pictures coming up in just a little bit. Meantime, we have a boundary coming right through Tulsa. That's going to help us out. Wait till you hear station's forecast. But in the meantime, we have multiple strong to severe thunderstorms that are showing up. Right now, Kevin is near one at Grove, Bob. And then this storm that Vaughn is coming up on, I wasn't going to talk to Vaughn, but I'm just going to briefly, Vaughn, if you could, would you give me a quick update on that storm coming into Pryor? Do you see anything with that right now? What's going on there?
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago, this storm wasn't anything, but it's really exploded in the last 10 minutes. I'm sure it's got a little bit of hail with it right in the Pryor, and we'll be up on it here pretty quick, so we'll let you know.
All right, thanks, Vaughn. Appreciate it. And then along that line, as you can see, Bob is on the Warren storm that goes till 445. He's right around the Ketchum area. Bob, if you would, give us an update from your location. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Travis, this system has tried to produce a wall cloud. I think
there are storms to your west, and so I anticipate more waves of storms to move through Robertson County. So if you are one of the folks that has been impacted, if your home or your property has been damaged, we're not to cleanup mode yet. We've got to get through tonight before we can put our guard down and really start to assess what happened, clean it up. And so the priority tonight is safety. That's what we want you to focus on.
About 4 cells where Kevin is, one between Bernice and Grand Lake, the center of Grand Lake, and then also around the Ketchum area where Bob is located and then where Vaughn is located. Let's go talk to Kevin for a minute. Kevin, can you give us a quick update?
Where they had most of the damage over on Ridge Road. And this is a picture that someone captured of that tornado there very close to Springfield. Is that correct? Talking to our producers there in the booth. Yeah. So definitely proof positive in the pictures there. We were showing it to you on radar, and there is a picture of that.
We have winds coming away from the radar. Now we've got more hail falling across Newton County, and once again, yeah, and this is live as well, so large hail falling across Newton County. We had the sirens going off just a little bit ago in Newton County. I'm not sure as to what the reasoning was there. It wasn't tornado warned. However, emergency management can sound those sirens when they feel the need to. So,
of course.
And the large hail, damaging wind, and the rain too, causing severe problems here. But again, the strongest part of the storm now, the strongest part is with this tornado that's on the leading edge of this storm. But everything behind that has been warned as severe and is also within an area that has a tornado watch that goes into this evening.
Today, so far, we have a couple pictures that have been sent to us. This one is from Fairland Trav. This was sent in to us from Rachel, and then we also have one from Miami. So this was earlier this afternoon. Unfortunately, this, as you can see off in the distance, this tornado here did do a little damage. We'll have a couple pictures to show you of that coming up. Here's the tornado watch that Trav mentioned. It's until 10 o'clock tonight. It includes counties along I-44 to the south, but as the front comes through, some of those counties will be taken away, so expect counties to be removed from north to south as we go through the rest of this evening. And dew points behind the front, it feels so much better than it does along and ahead of the front. Dew points across southeast Oklahoma are in the mid-70s. Muggy meter, that feels miserable. But lower dew points up to the north of the boundary, 50s around Pahuska and Bartlesville, feels so much.
Through the southern portions. This puts it into Cumberland City at 4, Woods Valley at 508, puts it into Beech Grove at 532. Quick look at streets here. So this is Tennessee Ridge, McKinnon. If you're near 109, near the Pollard area, I want you to take in some of the roads here: Pond Lane, Old Stewart, Walford Hollow Road, Hurricane Road. That's one. Our second tornado running south, so it includes Perry County, the Lobel area county, and then the newest one is the northern port, so one at a time. Lobelville, that's where the rotation is running towards Coble. So Highway 13, move the northeast, roughly 20 to 30 streets in this area, and then northern way rotation signature. Road, we're talking to Russell Creek, closer to the Coble area. We're talking Highway 438, Whitson Field Road. We want you to go ahead and take your safety precautions. Lyles Center. Northern Wayne County, that is a pretty how far away the radar is. And so we're seeing a pretty strong town. That's impacting Hohenwald, areas along Highway 48, Highway 20, and 412. We want you to go ahead and be in that lowest, most interior space. We'll take a look at some of the street names here also. So these are Choate Cemetery Road, Topsy Road, Hayes Road, Cawthron Road, Trace Creek Road, Alfred Ray Road. Seeing that rotation move, it's going to move away from Waynesboro, so it's moving to the northeast. But seeing these storms really start to pick up in our western tier means we're going to start to see some counties that have largely been untouched today. It has been the afternoon south of I-40, and so there is a lot of fuel for these storms to work with. Right now, these individual storms, meaning they are their own. The reason why this is important is it means that they're together. They're not influencing each other, and they're not feeding. Over the next couple hours, these may start to one larger complex. If we can get that to reduce the tornado risk somewhat, but it will increase wind risk as these storms move towards interstate 6 fall apart. So I want everyone that is right now, but I want you to be thinking because what's happening to my neighbors future. So Cheatham County, Lytton County, we're going to see impact with 2:55 to 6 p.m. storms moving into an untapped fuel is there. All the food is there. Hail and tornadoes to continue to be a risk. Williamson County, Murray County, haven't seen a southern expansion just yet. Lincoln, Moore, Franklin, I want you. And then we're going to see another round head towards us from St. Louis overnight tonight. So this is not a one and done. That's what Leland was saying this morning. This is a vigilant, steadfast, hunker down, hang out with the Storm 5 weather team and make good, smart, safe decisions for you and your family. These 3 tornado warnings continue looking like we're transitioning to more of a wind hail threat across our Kentucky tier with severe thunderstorm warnings for Trigg, Christian, Montgomery, Sumner County. Katie has been in-house with us as well. Katie, let us know what you've been working on.
Yeah, so really I'm into the newsroom, and I just want to let you know as well, so I'll try to get that to you. But there is some debris on the roadway, so of course, really tough timing. Maybe if your kiddos are still in school today, you're getting home from work. So Interstate 65 northbound in Davidson, there's around mile marker 87.6. It was just 10 minutes ago. So northbound, the 2 right lanes of the are blocked off, and that includes the shoulder. So I'll say over to Henry. So Interstate 65 northbound in Davidson, mile marker 87.6. It was just 2 right lanes are closed. Especially, we are going to see some issues, and especially those back roads.
It has drainage problems too. Air flooding that's occurring, or the flash flooding. The potential county tornado, the signature allow that to expire. Have in the area. Flood warnings that are in effect. Christian, Robertson, Sumner County. Middle Tennessee.
When it comes to common sense, do you have it? We're going to be talking about compounding interest, why it's important, and if folks know what it is. Do you know what compound interest is?
It's what we earn on our money when we invest it.
Yeah, like mutual funds.
Savings accounts? Rachel, what is compound interest? So compound interest is your money in your account earning interest when that interest is coming in on a principal amount, and then it compounds when you continue to earn interest on top of your interest on top of your principal amount. Visit us at tn.gov/securities for more.
these stories on people who are so kind and giving, it makes me want to be a better person too.
Hi, I'm Emma from Cookeville, Tennessee.
Hello, my name is Jessie Baby.
From Christian, Tennessee.
From Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Good morning, Sunshine. Good morning, Sunshine.
Let's take a call from Taylor. Taylor, good morning.
It breaks my heart because I have a child in school myself.
I'm so sorry you're going through that.
Our mission is to bring people together,
bring us into deeper community.
A lot of insightful comments.
Hope is key to all of this.
Deep in our bones, alive in our history, one theme remains. We care what happens. Plenty of change, still the same.
We get to tell people stories. I never want to take that lightly.
I'm a people person. I'm always ready to get out and meet the folks making a difference.
And we've got an amazing team who care about this community. This is our home. We ain't going nowhere because we care what happens. We hope you do. Every town needs one. A person who cares enough to find answers. News Channel 5's Phil Williams is that person. Now, he's the recipient of the prestigious John Chancellor Award. Our community is stronger when News Channel...
Let's take a call from Taylor. Taylor, good morning. Hi, Taylor.
I've cried 5 times today. It breaks my heart because I have a child in school myself.
I'm so sorry you're going through that. Thank you for sharing that.
America is suffering from mental illness.
Well, you're assuming that everyone in Tennessee believes like you do, and they don't.
A lot of insightful comments tonight. We have Thomas.
I'm enjoying your dialogue tonight.
We're talking about division.
Our mission is to bring people together,
bring us into deeper community so we're not alone.
Hope is key to all of
I think the most important job for me as a mom is to set the tone for our household. It's so important that I empower the people around me, especially my family, because I know words matter and they will carry over. Consistency is key. I talk to my family the same way I talk to the people watching.
A splash of rain. Oh my stars. This is gonna be lollygagged so much.
As a weather team, we really care about you, and we want to set the tone for the day regardless of the forecast.
Tornado we've got right now, or numerous tornado warnings that we have right now. Watching that one for Lewis, Perry, and Wayne counties that will continue until 4:45. I know we've got some photos and some video as well, I believe. Did we have those loaded in the system? I think I heard in my ear a little bit ago. I think, did we have some flooding video that Katie was talking about, or some images that we're loading in?
The image was really not showing what was causing.
Okay.
And I don't want to give the assumption it was weather related. 100% sure. But the fact is that even traffic delays, and then if it stays that way and people are caught in a storm later down the road. I know you did just mention really quick, Henry, the extent. I double checked. So for our more southern counties, this is, I believe they're until 11 p.m. Yeah. So if that was now included in a tornado watch, that's 11 p.m. or further inside, and that includes parts of Kentucky. Everybody looks a little different. It looks like 9 p.m. So Kentucky, southern middle Tennessee, 9 o'clock, and then we see that tornado watch go until 11. Want to clarify. Looks like, though, we do have one tornado warning. That's the only one for right now.
Yeah, that's so the one that was in effect for the one remaining tornado warning, Wayne County coming into Lewis. This is just as significant and deserves this. Put a storm track on kind of west. Also, a note we're talking coming in. I was recently just sent on a bridge over state. The water had covered that are left just about the low lying water. Those low branches, some as well. Those flood prone spots. The tornado warning storm now out in East County. It is squarely in Lewis County. Hohenwald, I know it is coming down in buckets outside and is likely very noisy. Hailstones as large as 2 inches are possible there. The rotation is now just to the southwest. It's right on the Lewis-Wayne County border. So this is going to be moving towards Hohenwald. Hohenwald, I want you in that interior space. These individual cells are moving a little bit faster than what they were earlier today. We're up to about 35 miles an hour with forward speed. All that matters to you is let's act, calmly, confidently, and quickly if these storms are. Hohenwald from Highway 412 down to Highway 20s, Metal Ford. I want you in that most interior space. They're extending this as a severe thunderstorm warning, or a thunderstorm warning that extends further to the east. Eastern, that would include southern portions of Hickman. Let's just be thinking about who's ahead of this. From Little Lot to Columbia, this storm is going to go. And me personally, even if I wasn't, I knew that there was a tornado warned storm moving, I would get out of its way. And that's what I want to as well. Lowest, most interior room. Tonight, we want you to assume the safe in your home and just stay with us as we get a pretty significant severe weather day. Storms are individual, so they do have their own individual together. So I'm going to put a storm to western tier and draw a picture idea of where Columbia. I expect storms to be on your doorstep. On your doorstep. Bowling Green. 5 Chester likely closer to full speed. This current forward spin. Tell you what. Same if I wasn't there and hold the lead. I'm going to say, well, before these start to cause mischief in my neck of the woods. Now, what we have right now are these individual storms that are bringing a significant hail, wind, and tornado threat to portions of our area. This is not our one and done. So we're still waiting on a cold front and some energy that's got to come down out of St. Louis. It's messy. From the Show Me State into Illinois, into Kentucky, all the way down into our area. As we head into the evening hours tonight, the storms that will continue to bring a hail and tornado threat. This evening, the energy in southern Illinois and central Missouri, I know it's a lot to keep track of, those are okay. So right now, our primary risks are warnings, the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for hail. These second rounds start to move towards, we will likely transition to more of a wind and the tornado threat. So our threats are going to evolve through the evening. Are going to be through the evening. Here's what's out tonight. So we see those individual storms, right? We start to get kind of a larger cluster as well, because then we're going to get a larger swath with Missouri by about 6 o'clock. We're going to back it up. So our individual storm, then we see another large from the northwest. This is night 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, about daybreak. For our northwest, because of this, it's not just going to be a simple. There's seeming. So as we head into the evening hours, Hamptons. Generally approaching from Dixon, even up into Kentucky, that extends up into Todd County, the potential that some of these could try to rotate, but at this point they are not rotating, even in northern Christian County. So north of I-40, we had a prolonged tornado threat this afternoon that has now transitioning to more of a hail threat, wind threat, and a heavy rain threat. Now we're starting to see the introduction of tornado concerns in our southern tier. Significant hail coming out of Wayne County into Hohenwald as well. This is a very strong storm that's moving along Highway 412 in the Hohenwald area, Highway 20, Highway 48, where the rotation would be here, and then the large hail is located potentially 2 to 3 inches in size, and that will break wind damage roofs. I mean, that does significant damage along Highway 20 and Highway 412. Been keeping a close eye on these and their flood risk as well.
And a lot of rainfall with these, and more rainfall on the. We take a look at what is happening with all this activity on the screen right now. So numerous severe thunderstorms, lots of lightning with these. In fact, as we take a look at these lightning counts, concern, you know, that saying when thunder roars, go over lightning strikes with all these storms. Continue to watch all of this activity push. Most of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect, that are still in effect. I want to turn the radar off and just kind of along northern parts of the mid-state over the last 6 hours. A couple of inches of flash flood warnings that are flooding in Clarksville. We've seen video of it all across associated with the wind. It could lead to flash flood. It can have a tornado in the northern tier. That movement on together in the northern parts of Christian County. That is where we are watching. So for our friends that maybe they have loved ones in the northern parts of Christian County, or you're watching us from there, movements to the east, it's about 30 miles per hour. The two towns that would be in the path of this, Mannington at 455. If this were to hold together and be extended 507, it would be moving into the White Plains area. We've got hail that has been showing up with this. Let's do a little bit of measuring of some of the larger hailstones that radar is indicating. So about a ½ an inch, getting to about nickel size hail in that case with some of these. Wouldn't be surprised if we got some reports, larger hail associated with it. And as we bring this view back in, watching all of these storms, lots of light. Other tornado warning that we have down towards places in Perry County, moving right over Hohenwald, right, with that particular tornado warning. Everybody under basically for the rest of the afternoon, and we do have numerous warnings that are across the area as well, Bree, that even when that's not going to be the end, because we got to wait for the cold for the leap.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is going to be a long night for us. The National Weather Service, the tornado warning for Lewis County to that warning will be coming out. So Lewis County size hail, that's like a $50. Hohenwald. This is the storm in northern for us here, because there's a lot to keep. The storm out of Sumner to, it's now moved out of Sumner County. Flood war Sumner County. This storm with thunderstorm portions of Allen County. So in Macon County, I'm actually just going to turn significant portions of 18 hours or so. Warren storm with Wald. that base, making of it. Spring Hill, Columbia, Mount Pleasant. I want you to go ahead and get to that interior space if you can. There you see that new warning coming on in. Take a charged device with you. Grab a charging cable. Let's try to get as much power into our tools as possible because we're going to continue to see power outages across the area. Time frame on this puts it into Mount Joy at 5:25, puts it into Arkland at 5:38, puts it into Columbia right around 5:52. Speaking of power outages, our newsroom keeping a really close eye on that. Carrie, you've got some specifics there.
I do, and I just wanted to point out, we were talking about Cumberland Electric. They're really significant earlier, 4,000 customers, down to 471, so they are working hard. Restored. We also have some pictures in from Clarksville. Look at this. They are the City Works Department trying to get rid of flooding, storm damage. As we have said throughout this morning, the flooding happening on this areas to the north of Metro, getting inching this morning after a very rainy week already. They're actually putting down sandbags in Clarksville that were affected, especially in the downtown area. About going out or running an errand. But Tennessee, today's not the day to do this road. We cannot say this enough. You've got to know what is under that one picture of debris after that water. You don't want your tire, ruin your car, not worth it. Again, this is just a, we want you to be aware now, but throughout the evening.
It's going to be a long night. You to feel equipped, and B, we want to if it's feeling more crisp, making sure. And I had a few to prioritize my phone or other mobile device, a charger, shoes, a helmet of some sort, and if I had a child, which I do, I would bring something that was comforting to them. Those are the 5 things that I would prioritize, because if you have that, your feet, wear on them, some sneakers, if you've got a helmet on your head, that helps protect you. As a mobile device with you, that will help you stay connected if you're in a safe PV. And if you've got littles with you, you want to try to use as much confidence as you can. And I know in a situation like this, it might feel very scary, but you want to give them something that is familiar, them to know that we're navigating this together. That's how we do together. Hohenwald, that road healthy and intact. It looks to be in the central, and it is south of 412. But Murray County, so Murray County, Mount Pleasant, 865 south of town. I want you to be at Cameron, Columbia. This, and it's just a wall of gray. Offers that you're likely not going to see much structure if you from the west. Go out because they are such as, you got to be thinking about what is this thing going to look inside and look at a storm. If you are in truth, if you're in Wayne's best, because and the area of less flank. But look, so if you're in Mount Pleasant, if you're in Columbia, and you're in Santa Fe, you're in Spring Hill, you're anywhere along 65, if you come out and you look at it, you're just looking at rain. You're just looking at rain and hail. And then the wind is going to start to come in, and then you're outside when hail starts to approach. And I don't want you outside when hail starts to approach. I want you to be safe. North of this, near Little Lot, very vigorous thunderstorm there. Likely quite a bit of hail, quite a bit of lightning with that storm. It is not warned at this point, but it is not a picnic either. So our tornado warning remains in effect for Lewis County. It does include western portions of Murray County and Hickman County till 5:15. The north line is starting to want to be more of a concern, but even as we look to the north, and I know there's an off, you can see we've got a tornado warning coach. It's right here. This will likely track, but as we head into the evening hours, we'll see the severe evolve, but not necessarily go down. Sort of trading hats at this point. Is it hail removal? Is it flooding? Is it wind? Is it some flavor of all three?
It is, and I want to talk a little bit more about that hail storm that we've been tracking down County, Murray counties. So here's a big right now, more on the way. We have had some large hail reported around the warning going until 5:15. So again, we still have some time, just no warned storm. These getting some radar 55, 60,000 feet. The brighter they turn this into with cloud tops even over winds. Draft storms to form. The larger the winds and fairly as we look at the ones that are moving through Hohenwald. So showing up at 1.9 inches, looking at our hail comparison map, that is between golf ball size to hen egg size hail. So that's getting right there again, golf ball size to hen egg size hail. That's some large hail. That is enough to do some serious damage. You want to stay away from skylights when you've got hail that is falling, but you do not want to go outside. If for any reason you are outside, make sure you have something protective on your head, a hard hat, some type of a helmet, but ideally just stay away from going outside while you can. Hail is going to remain a concern with this as through the afternoon. And it looks like, Bree, did we just get a new tornado warning there in Houston and Montgomery counties?
Yep, we did. So unfortunately, we're seeing her start to tighten back up in Dixon, Houston. And so now a tornado warning there until 5:50. This is a large storm. So as like I was saying earlier, we were individual compact storms begin to move what they're doing. As they morph, it will start to hazard is, but it also means that moves across middle. This tornado warning storm. Lightning off here, area of rotation is Houston County, about to cross like it's just going to touch the southern just where it's concerned for rotation is we'll start just 49. It's generally the forward speed on the and actually not move down part of it, moving it storm. So let me back up. I want you to just kind of see red towards what would have been for a lot of people just because of some schools already closing, or maybe there was closing early, and we're going to see these storms move towards our downtown corridors. I-65. I want to make sure folks aren't on the road for this. Cumberland Furnace 527, Coaling 548, Doddsville 557. Again, that's the storm track for the rotation. Now let me show you the whole storm. So hailing, a big concern with these, hail 2 to 3 inches. That will damage roofs. There will likely be a lot of insurance claims with this, with new roofs. Vehicles, I'll tell you right now, when it is safe and you head outside to happened in and around your home. Take pictures as you can before you clean it up. Circle the day on your count. Then you'll have the pictures that you need for any insurance claims and of course you'll be able to reference the day. So right now, let me show you the individual storms. Tornado warnings still in Dixon County and for Lewis County, turning too much of it. This whole line move into Cheatham County, Williamson County, Davidson County, and will cross and start to impact areas east. Weather is not a guarantee, but I expect that there will, from Hendersonville south into Rutherford day. There was a lot of heat, these where it just rains every would back out. Guess what it does? It air, so it's almost like the same raindrops just is fuel for severe weather. Moisture and heat are fuel for storms. So we've tracked on these storms. They are they'll make money. Our Bill 519. So we're going to stay, put ourselves on roadway. 530, 520. Storms are going to. These will look back to the north and see what's going to come later this evening. So multiple rounds working towards us at the same time. Rory, Carey, I know you've been keeping an eye on the reports, power outages and damage across the area. Let us know what's coming in for you.
All right, thanks, guys. Great job as the severe weather continues, and it will continue.
That's right.
As our meteorologist mentioned, into the night. So pay attention. Stay safe. We've got you covered.
Robertson County has really been under the gun so far today, and our Nikki Hauser is there with Storm 5 Titan. Staying in the truck, I understand, Nikki, because lightning's still in the area. It looks dark out there.
Yeah, guys, in just the last couple of minutes, it's gotten really dark, and what you can see right now is a lot of debris that people have been removing. If you can, you might be able to see a large tree that really toppled damage on this right side of this Ridge Road in Robertson County. This is the area that they blew through, and we've seen most of the damage. See up here, if I click a button, you can see some of the crews are here trying to damage and also to restore some of the gone off in this area. You can see this home, again, moving some of the control as quick as they can. That we've seen, you guys, there are things or homes that we've seen. That's what officials we chatted with. We've seen vehicles around here, so you can see me. We've also seen it was mostly aftermath. Again, homes that are in sheds that have been and debris, metals have been taken out of being just like the rain continues to come down, going on and heading down that way as well, to let you know what happens as again the storm moves through all of our areas here.
Nikki, thank you for that look. For a lot of us here in the metro area, we haven't seen the storms yet today, but to just the north of here, where Nikki is, Montgomery County, Robertson County, those areas, man, they have just gotten it time and time again today.
And our team still monitoring that tornado warning, which is to the south, heading due east. We're monitoring that as well. Now that storm moved through Robertson County. Right. We're getting photos and videos as well.
Look at this out of Springfield. This looks to be a funnel. Again, we don't know that it touched the ground and actually became a tornado. Scary sight. And it looks like the person who took that's near Road in Robertson County, definitely, which is a good thing.
And even if there isn't a tornado area, severe thunderstorm warnings and watches, flash watches, the hail damage we've seen. A lot we want to keep track. Let's go back over to Katie now for an update. Katie.
Guys, I feel like you brought up a really good point, especially over to Max 3, that it's a funnel tornado. We can't confirm that for sure, and a lot of these photos and videos are incredibly helpful, but again, we cannot confirm 100. Bring up Westmoreland. So Westmoreland's fire department saying that they possibly saw some rotation. Appreciate a lot of folks in Westmoreland were tornado warning times, especially days across the region. You might get these funnels rotating, but again, really smart guy. Glad the fire department did mention that. So I've been keeping an eye on that. Example, Thisville, Tennessee. Like a funnel, it's so hard to tell if that's ground. So we've kind of been keeping an eye on that. A lot of these videos and as you us. A lot of damage and kind of what we do. If you did have a tornado survey quite yet, it's still going to be storming. We're still expecting.
We're going to continue to keep all this information. Again, the tornado warning is getting closer to Springfield, out of anywhere where people can actually watch us on television. So we're going to keep this information along the bottom of your screen. The warnings we have stretching through Newton County, we're going to keep tracking those as well. I think for the moment, the best thing I can say is stay weather aware this evening. We are staying on top of it. We're not going anywhere, and that information is staying along the bottom of your screen as well. For the moment, again, the storm's coming into job.
To actually see, but we're going to watch it as it kind of moves in this general direction towards Jay. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it, Vaughn, quite a bit. And also, that severe thunderstorm will continue tracking east. We have our storm trackers across the eastern part of the state. We have a tornado watch in effect, and that is going to be east of Tulsa. So if you're in Tulsa, you're doing okay. And we mentioned that as well. The station just mentioned it. So the drier air is coming in. We'll have the forecast. But the tornado watch will continue in effect for our eastern counties until 8 to 10 o'clock tonight, depending upon the location that you are. Additional severe weather is possible. We'll be talking about that. In the meantime, in Tulsa, look for temperatures dropping off, so it's going to be a lot more comfortable here. But if you're east, you got to wait a while. Our forecast is going to be talking about at least some good timing for Mayfest and strawberries. Also, enjoy the dry period. More on your forecast shortly.
Thanks, Travis. Search and rescue teams are still looking for an 81-year-old Barnsdall man who is the only person unaccounted for after Monday night's storm. Wayne Hogue hasn't been seen since that tornado destroyed his home. Oklahoma Task Force 1 members used a boat today to search Bird Creek. State troopers are also searching with their canine units. And more storm victims are getting a look at their damaged homes in Barnsdall as well.
About 1,000 people live there, and the tornado damaged or destroyed at least 60 homes. So as News on 6's Kristen Weaver reports live in Barnsdall, the tornado is affecting just about everyone there.
Well, Craig and Lori, this is what it looks like all
Coopertown up Highway 49 and potentially towards Springfield again. Springfield, I know you're getting hard hit with hail right now. There's another rotating storm headed towards you. So here's how we look at that, of course, by looking at the wind direction. We're looking out of Nashville, so the red colors are moving away. They're moving towards the northwest, and the green is curving around and moving towards the southeast. This storm is moving. Let's take a look at an updated speed on this one. This storm is moving, it looks like a pretty good clip here. Maybe portions of Cheatham County, but I really think Springfield is the one we've got. Moving at 25 miles per hour. I'm going to put a storm track streets because I really want folks in this area, since we already know. We showed you video earlier of on his phone looking at damage. Unfortunately, this might be insult to injury for folks. And so storm track on just the rotation, potentially into Sandy in a minute. Springfield, I want you to move to now. Baggettsville within this warning to go ahead and take it seriously. It does have that character. Hail is a little muddy because you've had so but we are likely more tightened of rotation here. Even the hail up. So concern is where you see that hook, since there's a thunderstorm back on the back west of Coopertown. So as we look to down the field, cross plains, in just a little bit, brings area. That's where the rotation, which you're actually bring just to your road. I work in buckets. What's going to experience is the rainfall lessening in intensity. That's as this kind of rain-free area moves in, and then it's going to pick right back up as that area of rotation comes in. So we're not standing down just yet. Stay in that safe place with me. So pouring rain here in Springfield, but look, it's much, much lighter as you extend. So it's almost like a rain-free kind of area. Very strong wind likely wrapping around the backside of this. That's part of what helps to influence that tornado to kind of wrap up and tighten up that circulation. This is on a track to move into Springfield, which is exactly what a storm did earlier today. Layers to this. Layers in the sense that it feels cruel. Folks have already dealt with a really scary day, but each storm is doing a little bit to weaken some branches, potentially causing damage. We saw it in Robertson County. So now if we've got some, we put another storm on top of it, it's insult to injury weakened. So Springfield, hang with me. We want you, Henry, you've been focusing on a lot of safety precautions. That's don't like to see property damage, but what's most important is the people.
I really want to reiterate on this too. Power lines that may snap, trees 3 feet distance. If you see what looks to be a power chip, please don't think, oh, it's not sparking. Please do not do that. You turn it down. You never want to or try and touch it. And of course, thinking, oh, I need to move this so that I can drive by. Please, all costs, let the utility crews, they actually can come out and handle and help. Very active afternoon. Looking at the storms with more of them, and I want some there's over Robert transportation that we have been for rep right here around the northeast. So we're going to put a storm track from where the rotation is and take this out about 15 miles, which is just under a half an hour. And you're talking about this impacting Springfield at about 5:17 with the current time being 5:07. That's 10 minutes from now. Cortland at 519, Hubbardsville at 527, Baggettsville at 530, and Milldale at 532. These storms, very, very tall in height. Why is that relevant? Well, when you start to see storm heights like what we have right now over the Springfield area, 40, 50,000, even up to 60,000 feet, that indicates not only these, but with the wind in them, you're getting situations where they're freezing, they're turning into these ice crystals that are becoming, that's when we're getting the very large hail. In fact, tilting this 55,000 feet with this storm. So hail potentially associated up in Cheatham and Robertson counties. Full of other areas that you all are about to get some hail with this storm, and likely seeing it in many of these locations. In Kentucky, this was a tornado warning. Good news is it doesn't mean to let your guard down, but it does not warrant the tornado warning anymore. As some concerns with these storms being some decent radar of these spots, and then it's going to get our tornado warned for about another reports of some decent, reaching about 60,000 feet, so indicating very high storm structures, a lot of wind in the updraft of these storms, and that's supporting the development of some hail. Flooding remaining a large concern as well. Instead of showing the last 24 hours, just going to show you the last 6 hours. Take a look at some of these rain totals by radar estimates. Over 2 inches in some spots. This is prompting the flash flood warnings that are in effect in northern parts of Middle Tennessee and even down towards southern parts of Kentucky. You can see the warnings, but everybody just about under that flood watch until Thursday morning, so you can see that. I want to remind you, 6 inches of water to knock a person down, okay? A foot of water, and most flooding deaths, they can happen in vehicles. Have water like this on the road that's ponding, you may be driving 2 inches, you don't know if that roadway underneath it has been washed, how deep that water is. So flooding, a big concern. They're also a couple of hours away from sunset. It's going to be, the energy still going to be with us, and we're still going to have that storm. Now, Katie, it looks like you've maybe been monitoring some stuff. What's the latest?
Yeah, just keeping an eye on a few things. We talked about that we're watching, so it's kind of like get a video in. My graphics are just kind of get one out of Springfield, so that's what you're currently seeing moment, but really keeping an eye on that is velocity, so it shows our wind speed. A good idea of where that you see that means it's going towards radar. A couple like that can always indicate rotation. Spot that was hit earlier. So that's kind of what we're keeping an eye on right now. Media team to make sure and see when they got this in from Holly. And I'm rotating funnel, but we are getting a lot of video today. Of course, these strong winds, large hail, requires those outages.
You know, these storms today, let's get you the most current numbers. We are monitoring all the electricity utility information websites, and this is what we're looking at right now. Really here in the metro area, not a problem. NES reporting 16 outages. CDE light band, almost 1,400 there, and that is that Clarksville area, Montgomery County.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier Cumberland Electric, the cooperative there that covers a lot of that area up to the north, right on the border with Kentucky, that got hammered earlier. And as Bree and Henry We mentioned this latest tornado warning. It's taking the same track. They're working to get the power back on, and there's likely going to be an
been up and down all today. We had
outages.
4,000 earlier, then it dropped to almost up to 600 again, but that is our main source there. And Upper Cumberland as well at almost 700. Let's show you this. We've been getting some pictures in of the damage there. The city works department are clear roads even as more rain comes down, is what has happened just from earlier today, and all north of Metro has seen. We're talking inches of.
According to radar, Clarksville is about to be just a little bit, because again, we're expecting more rounds. That's out, clear some of the roads. And the damage from hail alone. We're getting
3-inch
jagged,
hail.
large hail down. So, guys, and weather desk.
Bree?
A lot like the Midwest and not the Mid-South today. We are going to get through this, though. And there's an updated look at the watches. Everyone is in a tornado watch. We want it for tornado color. Thunderstorm warning. Thunderstorm. Note the hail. Getting Roberts and County the rotation funnel. It is a tornado. In fact, time today tornado it because we have another rotating storm in your area, another hailer as well. So it is going to cause damage. Back behind it, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings for Montgomery County. This is Dixon County. Moving into Cheatham County, we're going to start to see storms moving into Williamson County and western Davidson County as well. The tornado signature in Lewis and Murray County is very impressive on radar. So that is the storm I want folks to take seriously as well. I turned the lightning off again because it's just too hard to dissect them with so much noise. This is a look at the severe thunderstorm near Tompkinsville. This is Monroe County up in Kentucky. There is quite a bit of lightning, hail as large as an inch, inch and a half here. We'll watch it. Characteristic supercell structure. If there were to be any southwestern flank, this warning in effect until Springfield, you are under a tornado. Out ahead of it, there's a large amount of hail. So Portland, all along Interstate 65, we're looking at maybe inch and a half hail. That's what these dark blues and black eye indicate. Rotation still Coopertown area, and it is moving to the northeast. So along Highway 431, we're inside. We're not going outside. We're not selves at this point. Sandy Springs, Glover Road, only where this would be going would be along Main Street, 19th Avenue on the south side of Spring. Coming into Ashland City, look at this lightning. I mean, it's flashing symbols over your house outside. Concern here as the storm moves out south. This is the tornado towards Columbia now. And the Russian signature to the high towards that interior. Highway potentially crossing Highway 31, this area of rotation. I pulled up our Skynet camera in Columbia right now, and I think it's a good representation of why we're urging you to not try to get visual confirmation. While we did get some jaw-dropping video of some likely tornadoes that impacted the area earlier today, they are too rain-wrapped now for visual ID, and that means you're going to put yourself in danger if you try to head outside, because these storms are picking up and tossing around whatever they stumble upon, whether it's branches, whether it's any sort of debris. Here's a look at one of our cameras. This appears to be Interstate 60. This is, Aaron, do we know what we're pulling up right now? This is I-65 north near Highway in Robertson County here, the Robertson-Sumner County area. In clouds there, that I'm not seeing. It is so stinking humid outside that as these thunderstorms come in, they are ensure right they're rising it in the atmosphere, and that's what low hanging clouds. When you see them stretch across the entire, that's usually indicative of straight line wind. If you know folks that were on Interstate 60, you are headed into an area with hail and potentially a tornado. Please pull off. You could be that critical voice that really helps us today. That is our priority. Unfortunately, to structure going as insurance claims, whether crops, whether it's barn, these storms are packing a punch, and they're going to is the people trying to put fear in you. But these that we have seen in some time of the area. Getting the worst portions. Large turn for tornado. Roberts at this point, those are our two tornado warned storms. The funnel cloud was spotted in Robertson County. Emergency management did notice a rotating wall cloud. That is the typical cloud structure that we see with tornadic storms. And he did observe one as it was moving into Murray County. So we are taking these warnings seriously, staying that interior space, and remaining vigilant, because it is going to be it's going to be a long evening with wave after wave of storms coming through, Henry.
Yeah, a lot of chances to get these showers and storms in the area. I want to go back to our Skynet site again. Bree was talking about the intense rainfall that we are seeing in the Columbia area. Storms push through. In fact, parts of Murray County, tornado warning, it looks like, that tornado warning. This is the same warning in Perry counties earlier. Again, that intense rainfall. I want to Dixon County. We're looking east now. Very ominous looking skies there from our Skynet site. And upping as we look off to the southeast towards these storms that are as well. I do know from folks at Austin have some fairly large hail was up there. Chris Phillips saying that of baseball size hail as well. As far as the active, at a tornado warning, northern parts of Christian, we have all effect for Robertson County, and of course the one as we take a look at it with the as well, you can see that, yeah, and there is more of this on the closer check of the tornado warned storm 45. So for another, the structure looking at radar. Go take a look at our storms coming together. Where at green impacting collapsed a little. You all are seeing towards you. Eventually, putting some streets on here for you. Again, if you hear me say your street name, your community name, this is the time, if you're not already there, get to your safe place. You want to turn the volume of the TV all the way up, take that mobile device with you as well. You can continue to stream newschannel5.com/live. We're on our social media pages streaming as well. Bel Air, the street being impacted by this rotation shortly. Shanty Acres being impacted. Old Bear Creek, you all will see this rotation moving overhead. Riverside Drive. Drive as well. Eventually we'll see this, and we've got some hail reported with this too. We have been seeing hail anywhere from quarter size close to golf ball size with this storm at times. So Columbia, if you're not already seeing it out your window, I hope you're a safe place right now. Taking a look as well at the storm northern tier, Cheatham, Robertson County, and really it's predominantly now that tornado warning until 5:30. Lots happening on the map. A lot of energy with this storm as Robertson County. So as we take a look at the relative velocity, Haitian may be not quite as broad as it was, but it doesn't mean to let your guard down as we continue to watch slides off to the east of the area. Lots of rainfall with all bringing flooding threats throughout. That will. We are about. The energy is not going to die down with these storms increase because of light. See at nighttime, whether it be a tornado. Everybody ideally just to stay at pretty much under a flood watch. That flash flood Waukee, Stewart, warning northern warning. Not take a lot when it comes to flooding conditions. Hunter Hoagland over to
and from across the area. And again, to the north of Metro, they are just being hammered one after another when it comes to those storms.
Yeah. Jagged hail, large hail, there's straight line winds, there's flooding to look out for, not just looking in the sky. And we do appreciate all the video and photos that have been coming in, but we want you to only do that when you're safe.
Yeah.
We will get to Hunter in a moment, but we want to get back over to Bree and
tornado warning.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we want to make sure that we get this on right on top of things. So this now includes northern portions of Davidson County, southern Robertson, and southern Sumner. This includes Goodlettsville. This includes Hendersonville. This includes areas impacted along Highway 31. I'll tell you, I was driving past that area today, and I know how painful it is to still have destruction of a storm that hit us, still hasn't been cleaned up, still hasn't been repaired, and now we have experiencing hail as large as 2 to 3 inches and a new tornado warning. I'm going to take a look at where this rotation is. This is the new, and there's a lot to keep track of from north to south. Portland, you very quickly along to Cross Plains, there is no risk of rotation, hail risk. We want you to be inside. Moved into, like I said, northern portion 524 split. Is about 7 miles south of Spring. Clean it up as best I can for you. We're looking at rotation is in the Springfield area. Dog to it. On these things because when southerly component them even in we want a safe spot. So Greenbrier, Highway 41, this is messy because of all the lines on this map between flash flooding and thunderstorms, but it's in this general territory right here. So this was the original tornado warning that included Springfield. That rotation is now south of you. You are still under a hail threat. So I don't want you to head outside just yet. And out ahead of you, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Sumner County. This new tornado warning, watch my fingers. The northern portion is White House. This goes down to Gallatin Road, Highway 31, and it does include portions of Hendersonville. So the Saunders Lake Peninsula, this goes all the way down to the bottom towards Old Hickory, portions of Madison, as you kind of ride your way back to 824. So we'll take it down and get some street level apart on these maps. So I just wanted to walk you through that really quickly. Twist warning, it is likely going to impact 865 and portions of Interstate 4 because we're kind of near that split, right? This is where both of those kind of split apart, and we've got starting to drop down to the southeast. So here's another to get really close to the radar. So Stig is the storm is moving miles per hour, so we'll put an updated. Pretty densely populated area as well. Again, so we want to make sure that everyone is in location as we get through this. For Hendersonville, 546, 551, Gallatin concerns today. This is to make sure that you. I will difficult process. So to Ridge Top Grove View Road, dividing Ridge Road. This is Moss Wright Park. This is where 65 turns north. A lot of neighborhoods in this area. It's moving to the east and may impact portions of 65 there. Also seeing storms moving into western portions of Davidson County. I'm just going to turn warnings on because it's easier to see them. So red boxes are tornado warnings. Yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. Our Skynet cameras, this is looking west and it's just pouring rain. That's all you're going to see from it. This is looking north. You can't see anything. 65-24. I mean, it's just positively torrential outside. I know this is remarkable for our area. We do have storms that extend in between this severe thunderstorm warning here in Dixon County and this tornado warning down here. I'll turn the radar on briefly, but difficult to pick them out with all of the lightning that I turned it off. So just taking a look at what we've got a tornado warning for southern portion of Robertson County. Your rotation threat is starting to decrease, but heavy rain and some hail potential. This is northern Davidson County right here. This is the Southernville Gallatin Road, Highway 31 kind of connects Portland up here, central portions of tornado warning storm that we want to take into account is the severe thunderstorm warned Cheat and Davidson. It was upgraded hour. When we start to get into 70 or 80 miles, it's significant damage. The fireworks, when it comes to wind approaches 60 to 80 mile per hour. Had wind storms here, and that made to northwest. Watching this tornado. You have some small hail loop. View in the Columbia. Quick check. To starting to increase this magnitude coming into town. Going back to radar, the rotation is just on the southwest side of town. It's right here, so it is moving into downtown Columbia. This is again near Highway 31, intersection of 412. Taking a look at this with our wind speeds, and it maintains that kind of tight rotation with it. Going down to street level, this is West Haven area, Pleasant Hills neighborhood, Sunnyside Lane. You're down in your interior space with us for a little bit. We're hanging out. Mooresville Pike, Tom J. Hitch Parkway, Iron Bridge Road, Cliff White Road would be in the path that is now, but that is indeed where it's going. It's south of the Hardy. Getting a couple more streets on the north side here near 50 and 31, Sharon Park, Woodland Park, Hatcher Lane, really, really tight, and then we'll back it up and take a deep breath. Hatcher 15th Street, Pickens Lane, Woodmont Drive, Main Street, Shady Brook, and big picture and kind of take a deep breath here. I'm going to continue tonight, and I want to give you the rest of this evening is going to involve more you to be safe, especially if you have damage and you're not at that point yet. Is together, and it will continue to do that. You are in the Northern Plateau. Rutland County, Marshall, Bedforms are going to impact you in the next 2 hours to maybe even get to a shelter. Shelters, I know, open a handful of counties that you have options of them. Storms will be in the next move to a safe options. Okay, so another one, old hike. We want you to be in a safe structure. Calculate the speed to get there. We have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that remain in effect for our area. The 2 areas of concern for rotation are now in the northern portion of Davidson County. That's where our hail signature is the highest. It's right near Greenbrier, and it is moving towards Millersville and Interstate 65. The southern portion, the biggest concern for rotation in Columbia. We'll take a look at our Skynet camera. You can see clouds really starting to lower there. I don't see.
I'm going to pan it a bit for you.
Wall cloud. Pan this around just a minute, but Columbia, let us do. You do the protecting. You're down in that lowest space. This is looking south.
Yeah.
And with the rain splotch on the lens, it's what's next to the flagpole. But at this point, it's just really low clouds as that storm comes in. You could be whipping. With any of these storms, you're going to get some rain and hail comes down. This is a storm. We're not seeing rotation on our 60-degree view. Variegating the sky as well.
Basically, the direction where that rotation is blocked, given the way that we're seeing that cloud, certainly least.
And the fact that this has had signature on radar. So your job, you hear your space, maybe you're watching us on your phone. Maybe you've got the TV turned up. Assure you we will. We don't want they need to. It's stressful. We don't want there's been issued so the strongest portion of town we can take a look. And this is really out there. Severe thunderstorm warning canceled for Robertson, Davidson, and Sumner. Some good news. We're now dealing with straight line wind and hail. We have 1 tornado warning in effect. It is Murray County, Columbia, what we were just showing you. This is another updated look as the storms move across downtown Columbia. It is a rough go.
And we're looking to the southwest here. I'm going to pan it a little more west because you're seeing the wind pick up right now too, as well as the rain. And the concern I would have with this too, Bree, is if it were Well, look, the camera's now starting to bounce around, so we're getting the brunt of that storm to move in. Kind of want to stay with this shot because we know that that rotation, tornado warning storm, was kind of coming in there, and your directional shifts here with the flags, too, on the flagpole as well.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that street level. I think folks need to know the names of their streets. Go ahead, Katie.
Okay, so this is wind speed been showing. If you look just south, there's Columbia kind of at your screen. So this is showing north of Columbia. The red and the greens just we're away from radar. It's a really good indication of rotation. Key that there is a tornado on the ground, but it gives us a good idea that this storm, a bit of a closer street view. If you're in Bel Air, Taylor is towards Chattanooga. Acres of Hideaway Road, Baker Road. I mean, if any of this looks familiar, maybe that you work in, I know still at work, definitely get your safe for one tornado warning that we're watching. I'm looking at this is right along Route Columbia, well South Hill. Again, right over side dry, especially with those major road Columbia camera. I don't know. It's that you want to be right.
It's unfortunate threat. Warning impressive signature counter portion of your large, indeed surrounded by rain, surrounded by hail. So visual confirmation is going to be really difficult. There are some reports that a wall cloud has been spotted a couple times with this storm. We don't want you to spot it. We just want you to get out of its way, and we want you to stay safe. So at this point, the rotation has now moved to the eastern portion of Columbia. There is still significant hail being indicated on the backside and even the front end of the storm. This is just hail right now. I've showed you a couple times what the history of hail looks like across the area. This is around an inch, potentially 1.25 inches that's falling just on the north side of town. The other thing I want folks to know, since we're seeing storms move to northern portions of Davidson County and Sumner County, the speeds are still intensifying there. So coming and into Sumner County, northern portion, let me turn the lightning off. We're seeing some indications of our straight line wind in a portion of this line. There aren't some key features to fill on, but from actually White House. White House has some really strong straight line winds in, stretching down into northern Davidson. Not surprised here. We're just hearing that there is because of these incoming storms on Nashville and the western edge of Lebanon, Mount Juliet. I fully expect your area shortly. So go ahead and take those. Smith County, the cab of this storm that is moving now, and hail. That is our primary. South of I-40, our biggest, and a tornado impacting Murray County on the east side. Like it's got that back end looks much rain with potential 12. Enters the border. I would in northern. You see the tornado warning past Columbia. This now includes southern portions of Rutherford County and northern portions of Marshall County. Do you have a time on that, Henry? The new tornado warning?
I have not yet. I was actually looking at BNA. While you're looking that up real quick, I do want to mention, because I was pulling up that BNA Skynet site, our Skynet site that is over there at the Sonesta Hotel. And just to show folks real quick, I'm going to put this up on flash. You can see the camera bouncing around a bit. Doesn't look like a lot's happening at the airport right now. Please be mindful that it is not BNA that actually issues it is the FAA that will order instances of weather to go onto a ground stop. So it's not just for the safety of passengers on the plane, it's for the safety that are working on the grounds at the airport. As we have look right there from our Skynet site over towards Nashville International Airport. Right now at that rotation here, information on the updated part of this. We will get that for you as far as the time and the movement goes. It is currently producing quarter-size hail moving northeast, and it's set to go until 6:15. Storm that we had been watching, such as the northeast of you, and we zooming this in right near the Layton area. We're talking about where the rotation heading towards Red Road as well. Potentially we'll need to watch. I know Katie, the street level as well with these. What's the latest that you have?
Now, so
downtown Columbia, northern portion, 6:15. See it turn the lightning off at 30 miles per hour. So let's start with the storm track and let's take a look at our street level. So we'll zoom in. The area of rotation storm track on this could potentially work into the Murfreesboro area within the next 45 minutes to an hour. So Murfreesboro, let's go ahead and prepare for this storm since it's moving towards you. Unionville 6:27, Pottsville 6 o'clock, and then Walter Hill shortly after 7 p.m. So then we can take it down just a little bit tighter. South of Spring Hill is likely dealing with some significant hail. The northern portion is where we find the hail with these storms. There's the concern for rotation. It's near 412. Did our Bear Creek Road, Rip Steel Road, Old Highway, Bear Paw Trail, Cranford, Osborne Road, Mount Olivet, Stone Circle. That's where the action is right now. It's right here. Now, one of the storms I was talking to earlier, out ahead of it, a gap in the rain along Interstate 65, pouring again all along 431 from Pottsville. So what that means is that the is likely going to be 5, Pottsville up towards Wallow, and then the rain intensity is going to decrease where that really kick back up and move towards perhaps a little bit of tightening spotters in that area.
What are you train spotter just post 4 miles east northeast?
And the National Weather Service is calling this in again for folks from downtown and part of the reason was of a train spotter on some people hear debris and they immediately picture a home that has been destroyed. Yes, that can be debris, but debris is anything that isn't a raindrop or a hailstone. It could be branches, right? It could be some limbs that were knocked down. It could be anything that isn't a raindrop. So I don't want you to hear this and immediately assume a strength or an intensity, but I do want you to hear it and say, okay, there is something being picked up by the wind that is being swirled around. That is not rain, and I don't want that thing to hit me or what it is. So you're going to be in that lowest, most interior space. Concern is right here. It's where you see this with the red and green really close together. We'll do some mapping and a reminder to you of what your job is. Out of the way, your job, if you're able, is to love and make sure that they know that they also out of the way of Mother Nature today, because we have some very damaging storms. Wind is the biggest threat. Downtown, stretching north into Robertson and Sumner County, and eventually an updated scan. So at this point, potential Sharp Road, Cliff Amos, Clara Mathis Road, Old Highway 99. This is going to be quick shortly. We're concerned about the potential for this storm create image. So Rally Hill, we want you in the interior space of immediately nearby. We're not dilly-dallying. Burn Lane, Old Highway 99, lowest base. You stay there until we tell you that Interstate 65, Murray County, Rutherford. So this is the board out to Murray County, and that track on towards Eagleville, or what's left of this. So Bethesda, Vernon 619, Almaville likely around 6:30. We want folks to take this seriously. Hail as large as an inch. The National Weather Service identifying how strong the signature is on radar and really wanting us to drive home the message that this is one of the strongest storms we've seen this afternoon as far as a tornado threat. And so we want you to take that very seriously. Your safest location is the lowest, most interior room of whatever structure you are in. Sometimes that's a hallway, sometimes it's a bathroom, sometimes it's a closet under the stairs. Literally count the walls between you and the outside, close the door, move to that space, and we'll give you the all clear area of rotation. But for now, from Spring Hill to Julia, this looks like it's about to cross the interstate momentarily. 55. This would be between mile markers 42, if those are mile markers that are particularly, we need you in that lowest, most interior. Another look at that storm.
Yeah, so as we are looking at detection right in here, well, latest scan just came in, just putting in a bit indicating debris. So we've had spotters. So we have got radar that is could be anything from structures to just our beam is detecting something that is not hail. It is a solid object again on it, and I'll tell you, spring 412 big, and just getting in for Clara Matthews. This road off to give you kind of a better I've been seeing. We're to look again. Right now, this is starting to cross over you. All right, Bethesda, you all are potentially in the path of this as well, and it's just south of 840 right now. So if you were anywhere in Murray County, if you were anywhere within the warning outline of this storm, parts of Marshall, Murray, Rutherford, Williamson counties, Warning goes till 6:15. Now is the time to head indeed to your safe place as we continue to watch this tornado-warned storm. But again, one more time, just showing you here. Now, north of the match where we've got this little blue spot in here, it's this area that is right in here. That is what we're certainly something of concern as well. Watch these storms push through the rest of the evening. B&A on a ground stop right now. That is issued by the FAA move, and quite a bit of rotation that you're seeing right now.
Weather Service is now issuing this particular tornado. It's the highest level they can issue. It's called a particularly dangerous. It is a confirmed large tornado on the ground just to the south of crossing the interstate. They are officially calling the sea for portions of Murray County, southern portions of William, and northern portions of Marshall County. So seen so far today, and that is difficult. We have already seen some of the most destructive storms on this afternoon, but this is now a tornado. It is likely crossing the it just roads that are in this area. We're looking at Lee Road, looking at Barker Road, 29. And what the colors represent is moving. Those pink territories, winds really a mile distance away from this. So for this to have such an impressive signature when we're looking a half a mile up into it, that with the confirmed tornado spotter report, that's why the National Weather Service has upgraded this to a tornado emergency for the storm that is crossing Interstate 65. It's moving towards Rally Hill. 431 is the next roadway that would be impacted from this. The streets out ahead of it, Tallymore Road, Reynolds Road. I want you in the interior space. If you or someone you know is on Simpson Lane, Perryman Road, Moses Road, Rally Hill Road, Ollie Chun Road, we want you in that most interior. We continue to watch this confirmed tornado. 65 move towards 431. And this would take it into southern portions of right along the border of Murray County and County. Tornadoes do not move in. They can kind of wiggle around a little bit. Often when you see video straight line, that's part of the reason why when these tornadoes are issued for a large area, it's because not just the rotation, but also the way that these form. Long straight line wind comes around the backside of these, creates the rotation right here. Core of rotation with this, and it's going to move right on the border. This border of northern Marshall County, Rutherford County here. So confirmed tornado likely impacting 431. It looks like it wants to impact multiple counties across. There are also some severe thunderstorms north of this. To this confirmed tornado is Sumner County town, Gallatin, and it is sideways. Minimum from the hail. I'm going to go back to that tornado warned storm, put a storm track on this for you. I really hate to see this after such a difficult day. It's tough. And we want folks, everybody at home, we want every single one of you to stay safe. A storm track on this puts it into Holt's Corner at 616, puts it into Eagleville at 622, puts it into Mount Vernon at 626. So the area of concern, I'm going to put it back on radar for you. Now east of Interstate 65. Columbia, you are out of the clear from the rotating part of the storm. It is still storming across portions, but the worst of this is now just to the east. Kind of back it up and get some perspective on this. Is right here and out ahead of it area of hail and pouring down towards Eagleville, even into sections of Bedford County. That's where Unionville is. Storm is moving. It's got a little bit of a northerly jog to expect it to sort of hug the border. Confirmed dangerous. Behind it, hail still stretches to just north of Columbia. Rotation is now east of you. It has crossed the inner portions of Williamson County, the Eagleville area. Another tornado warning that has popped up for May County. So our Sumner County storm has popped up. Do you have a County storm?
I do. About that Murray County storm. So come over to Smart Screen. I do want to show. I've switched our Skynet site to watch, and it's not very ominous. Storm. So Rutherford. Also almost along Highway 4. So look at the smooth now, and as we zoom this in, Rally Hill, you'll be impacted here momentarily. Lively, Bear Wallow being impacted by this as well as we continue to watch with this particular tornado warned storm. I also want to show you as we continue to look at our debris signature, and you can see certainly some very, very colorful images right here. We are now coming up on 6 o'clock. For those of you tuning in for News Channel 5 at 6, I'm Henry Rothenberg, along with Bree Smith, Katie Melvin. We are in extended severe weather coverage as we take a look at things happening across the area with an active tornado warning. And you can see right across I-65 where we have this little blue spot indicates debris potentially in the atmosphere is detecting. Most likely, given that this is indeed a confirmed tornado that was on the ground. The tree branches, it could be structures, it could be leaves. But we now, the top of a, if you will, when they issue what we call a tornado for parts of Murray and Williamson counties as well. So there's a lot happening right now. We've got that tornado of severe thunderstorm warnings that have had a lot of potential to even go tornadic. We're keeping a close eye on is this one south of Spring Hill. It is moved to Steve Highway 431 right now, back the Eagleville area. And in fact, we'll put a storm track on, take this out. So if we take this out, about 6 cities impacted. Holt's Corner, 5 minutes. Eagleville, 6:10, 18, 23.
The second warning the county. This affected worse of the rotation camera, not 5-10 minutes. Impressive here at this point. It looks like the rotation is closer to the Castalian Springs area, so just to the southeast of Gallatin. This is a pretty impressive look on radar considering how close this storm is to the radar site. The radar site is on the Mount Juliet side of Old Hickory Lake, so we're very, very close to the radar site, which means that this storm, we're looking at about 800 feet up. That means we've got a really good look at the bottom of this storm. The worst of it does appear to be just to the east and southeast of Gallatin. Again, closer to the Castilian. It's a slow mover, but it is a Gallatin now. Areas east. Is that our Gallatin camera?
Yeah. That's our,
yeah, the wind is just.
Strike.
And those are headlights that you see there. So if you know anyone in the encourage them to pull off the road, get into a safe structure vehicle. This is a scary storm to be. As far as the rotation concern with this going, it is just to the east of the Gallatin area. So it's things. This is going to be moving to. We'll take it into street. Just really difficult to see over and over and over again. Cairo Road, now as we look towards Gateway Road, on for rotation now. Hail, unfortunately, as large as one. It is moving. We'll expect this to Wilson County. Make a rotation here. It's running to the eastern edge of some portion. 109, and then eventually, if it can hold together, that would impact portions of Smith County. Likely staying north of the Carthage area, but this rotation, an important rotation. So now we have 2 tornado warnings that we are focusing on. One just southeast of downtown Gallatin, although conditions in Gallatin are still very, very difficult right now. That tornado warning in effect until 6:30. Straight line winds are what extend into downtown Nashville and are likely going to be pushing closer to the airport along I-40. The confirmed tornado that we know Kane County is now trying to move into northern portions of Marshall, kind of that triple point of the border of Williamson, northern Marshall County, and Murray County. So it's this area we're concerned about for rotation with this storm. Wilson, we're getting some in for service. Marshall County, we're expecting area, the northern portion within the next 5 minutes or so. We are seeing starting to come into the National Weather Service as well. We're starting to kind of working together on in a way. Persistent storms are in flood today. 2 tornadoes. The area of rotation is right on the right above 431 northern Marshall County. We want focus for hail core. So in southern portions of Williamson County, moving into northern portions of Hill. Let me up a little bit, but Chris Road, Moses Road, Creekview Circle, Lund Store Road. That's where this is headed. So now our circulation is on top of 431. It's going to move into northern portions of Marshall County, not the southern portion. Current warning continues until 6:15 for the tornado warning for this storm. This is the what the National Weather Service decided to elevate to a tornado emergency because it was confirmed destructive and on the ground. There have been some reports of damage and emergency crews are responding to that. The second area of concern is the southeastern portions of Sumner County. So south of Castalian Springs, really right on the lake, between where Sumner County and Wilson County kind of come together. So we're seeing these storms trying to move out of counties. Downtown, we're dealing with severe thunderstorms because it's easier to see it that way. So your job remains in a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, you most interior space of your home. We have the confirmed destructive tornado that is going to be near the Williamson County and Marshall County, if not imminently, right here. And then the air storm is mainly along the Cumberland as it becomes old. Hickory and eventually Smith County is pulled in.
So I do want to show folks, but very, very important on the smart screen. Obviously, we know a warning means it's happening, but emergency, severe and are all possible. The fact that this is producing some damage for this, and I'll tell you what is the if for folks it's circulating around that eye to see. That's when you need radar. You do get times that you get some breaks in that rain shaft that allow you to see the tornado, but in this case, it's likely becoming a bit rain wrapped, which is certainly very concerning. Looking at that rotation again right now as it continues to move just south of Bethesda, moving off to the east and northeast. It slowed down just a bit. It's going about 20 miles per hour. I'm going to put a track on this, and we're going to take it out about 30 minutes. Let's say it holds together beyond its 6:15 expiration time, which it's 6:09 right now. I want folks to just go on, if you hear me say your city name, and just head to your safe place. I'd ample warning time and not need it, then need it and not. We're talking about College Grove at 6:19, Eagleville 2, Patterson at 6:30, and the Windrow area at 5, where this rotation is for this tornado emergency. Eventually clip probably around Almaville, parts of 40 in that southern tier right there. Looks to go the Eagleville area, and as we take a look still at debris detection, not as well defined as it was a bit areas that we're watching awfully close associated with that storm. Of course, we have got severe thunderstorm warning report that will go until 6. There is with all this activity. You've been monitoring some information.
Well, I did want to let everybody know. So we're in storm right now, right? They're saying there's a confirmed tornado, and now saying there has been multiple structures on folks at the moment, right? So, I mean, everything is really pointing us in that rotation. So if you're Comstock Road, you've got just enough to there. That's a hallway with that. That's going to be good too. Again, over towards Marshall and Eagleville. I'm still trying to pronounce some of these. We've got West Webb Road here, Horton Highway. If you're in any of these spots, this is where that's kind of heading. It's pushing off towards the northeast. So right now it's over Giles Hill Road, crossing Keys Road. Murray County Emergency Management has confirmed they've seen some structures damaged. They haven't really let us know really how widespread it's been. They're just saying there has been some structures damaged, and they are helping some folks out right now, and that the Maury County Fire Department is on the scene as well. So again, just checking in, looking at some of this rotation at wind speed. It looks like it's near Giles Hill Road, and that the Maury County Fire Department is on the scene as well. So again, just checking in, looking at some of this rotation at wind speed. It looks like it's near Giles Hill Road, going towards Elmore Road, and then towards Eagleville. So if you're in Eagleville, you're in College Grove, if any of this looks familiar and looks like your neighborhood, it's definitely time to get to your safe place. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on this. Seems like it may be moving just south of Murfreesboro, but that's the general area it's heading towards. Even Christina, right around 24, still kind of got some time on this. So we are keeping an eye on this. Again, this is some of that rotation that we're watching. I'm going to see if I can take just a bit of a wider view, let you know exactly where we're looking at. So there's Eagleville, there's Unionville. Still have some time on Murray. Murray's not in that tornado warning, or I should say that tornado emergency that we've been watching. But again, just what we've been keeping an eye on. Bree, do you see anything right now to pass?
They have it. They've gone ahead and extended the tornado warning out ahead of it, so downstream. This now includes southwestern portions of Rutherford County. So this is the Eagleville area and some northwestern portions of Bedford County. I will say the weakening that I noticed, the National Weather Service also calling out, and while they are continuing the tornado warning, they are not continuing the tornado emergency. And the difference here is on the intensity of the winds that they're noting within the storm. When an emergency would indicate wind speed strong enough to create significant damage. Tornadoes of any strength can create damage, but I wanted to clearly communicate that to you, that it has weakened a bit, but it is still a confirmed tornado that is right along northern Marshall County. So it's north of Chapel Hill. It is expected to track just to the barely north of east. It's really moving more east at this point. So this is the area of rotation. We'll get an updated look at where it is. Right along 31. Taking it down to street level, we are looking at Dowdy Road, Smiley Road, Reynolds Road, Mount Vernon Road. I know it's not raining right now along Mount Vernon Road or 31, but that's going to change pretty quickly here. Taking it at even tighter, Smiley Road, Thick Road, Perryman Road, Moss Road, Piles Road, Wilson School Road. That's where the rotation is currently. Where the strongest hail signature is being indicated is where you see the purple colors. So this is also where the heaviest rain is. We're starting to get some reports of significant flooding that's happening, and I expect those reports to increase as well. So we're staying away from flood-prone spots. This is Webb Road. This is Owen Hill Road. This is Giles Hill Road. This is Elmore Road. This is West Webb Road. And then that hail signature even extends up a little bit further north towards the College Grove area. John Windrow Road, Bow Road, Angie Lynn Lane. So large storm that's impacting a pretty large area here. Generally south of the 840 loop is where we expect the worst of this to be. Williamson County, I know it's loud, I know you're getting stormed on, but the worst of it is to the south of you, and it's moving east. So Rutherford County, this is moving in your direction. So we want folks in Eagleville, we want folks from Christiana to Murfreesboro to be moving to an interior space, because this storm is going to intensify over the next 30 minutes or so as it moves towards you. Hail first, heavy rain, and then potentially some straight line wind and potentially a tornado moving into these areas. Windrow, Versailles, Crescent, this is where we're seeing this strongest portion of this storm move. It is not the only storm that we've got. It's not the only storm we're going to get tonight. We also still have a tornado warning for southeast Sumner County, Trousdale County, southwest Macon County, and a severe thunderstorm warning that includes the majority of Wilson County. So all along I-40 down towards Watertown. This is Lebanon, this is Mount Juliet, this is up towards Hermitage, Old Hickory area, just pouring rain. As far as the rotation in the northern Warren storm and the Sumner County storm, this is moving closer to, it's still kind of on the lake area, and you can see how close this is to the radar. So the greatest area of concern here is now kind of approaching 231 for rotation. There's significant storms happening all around this with as far as the hail goes, the straight line wind threat goes. This stretches from Gallatin to Hartsville. 231 being impacted here, this storm moving to the southeast, and it is embedded within a very large area of some hail, potentially as large as quarters. We do still have some additional flash flood warnings that are in place in this area as well. Streams and creeks were out of their banks in Gallatin earlier today. There were some bridges over some waterways, Station Camp Creek, that were, the water had gone over them earlier today. And now, about an hour ago, the water had gone down. It's likely back up. But after the water went down, there were tree trunks stuck on the road. So there was branches and tree trunks that had gotten washed, that had covered the roadway, so impassable at that point. Our focus remains on all of the severe storms in our area. The area of concern for rotation now in northern Marshall County, likely moving into Rutherford County. It might clip just the extreme most northwest portion. This is Bedford County right here, Unionville. That rotation should stay north of you, but you are included in that tornado warning. So let's just go ahead and be in an interior space, especially because the storm is so large, and it is impacting such a large area, both with the hail, the heavy rain, and the history of a confirmed tornado being produced on the back edge of it, on the southwestern flank. So at this point, that's going to be near Highway 31. It's moving towards Highway 41. The track on this would take it towards Christiana potentially, maybe just north of that, closer to Crescent. Let's both Crescent and Christiana be in that lowest, most interior space. Plainview around 713, putting it into the Gum area around 718. So two storms that we're focusing on right now. This storm does have a history of producing both damage and being a confirmed tornado that was on the ground. So it's got some potent rotation to it. And I'll tell you, it's also moving into an area that has been untouched today. Areas south of Nashville and southeast of Nashville did not get any rain this afternoon, and so they've got ample amounts of fuel, unfortunately, for this supercell thunderstorm to move through. Henry, you've been analyzing this as well with Katie. Let's take a look at what you've got.
So I want to show real quick Lebanon, heavy downpour. Heavy downpours right now moving through the Lebanon area, which of course is associated with part of that warned storm. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that are in effect. As we take this over to the smart screen and look at that bigger picture, there is so much happening on this map. So many lightning strikes with these storms. And as we really take a look at what we have got going on right now, again, with our tornado warning, Trousdale County, Wilson County until 6:30. So that is for about another 10 minutes that this tornado warning is in effect. You can see that part of it was shaved off. The tornado warned part is just north of the Lebanon area. Lots of lightning. Lightning is a big threat with this too. We have got strikes that are close to 1,000 strikes with this particular cell as well. So certainly a very big concern is the lightning out there. Heavy, intense rainfall, but take a look at this right in here. You can see that part of the warning was shaved off. It still does include part of Castilian Springs, but places like Lebanon, here's Lebanon, so the tornado warned part is just to your north. Let's go on and take a look at this when we look at the velocity mode on all of this, and you can see again where that rotation is right now, getting it in for really a tight check right here. It's right over the Hunters Point area. So Beasley Bend Road, rotation heading towards you, Ford Road as well, towards Speck Road, Providence Road. This rotation looks to move overhead for you all. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Doesn't matter if we've had spotters saying, hey, I've seen it on the ground or not. We've got some very impressive signatures here from the Power of 5 radars that we continue to monitor with this as it pushes through. So putting a storm track on this from where the rotation is and just taking this out to the east a bit beyond the polygon, if you will, if this holds together after 6:30, even if it doesn't hold together, you're going to have a significant thunderstorm for Dixon Springs, Riddleton, Graveltown, Pleasant Shade, and defeated from basically 6:37 till 6:54 with those cities that we are watching closely. We have also got hail with this. We've been seeing potentially quarter-size hail, nickel-size hail, and probably in some spots even dime-size hail that have been showing up on some of the radar returns with this tornado warned storm that we're monitoring. So here's a look at, again, that bigger picture. Lots in the way of lightning, of course, our other tornado warning, and it looks like me bring this in because it does look like they've just put a
They
massive...
removed Sumner.
Yeah,
so
and
Sumner's in the clear now.
Sumner's in the clear on that, but it looks like we've gotten a massive outline for Davidson, Sumner, Trousdale, and Wilson counties on that severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 6:45. So Sumner, you're in the clear. Wilson County, we continue to watch closely. And again, looking Wilson County, you have got some intense rainfall. This is at Dreams Boutique here at the roundabout in Lebanon from our Skynet site. And you can look at this. You can see some of the ponding on the road. So I wouldn't be surprised to get some reports in areas that are flood prone in Lebanon of flash flooding that could be coming in. But folks, let's, if we can, just avoid going out on the roads right now. Stay in for the evening. Let's get through these storms as they continue to pass through the entire area. But you know, I got to tell you, Bree, we are going to be dealing with this for really one of the worst time frames, which is nighttime, because we're going to have the threats of flooding tonight. We're going to have the threats of tornadoes, damaging wind, and of course, you don't have the luxury of daylight to be able to see this stuff as it is coming, so it becomes much more riskier as folks head to bed.
Right. So, you know, when we knew this was going to be a long day, and it is a long day indeed, there are some spots that are not being stormed on right now, and there are some spots that are dealing with some incredibly powerful storms. We do have another round that will come through late tonight, and we want you to be ready for that, but we've got to focus on what's on the plate right now. So what's on the plate right now are 2 tornado warnings. Again, let me turn the lightning off for you because it's hard to pick them out here. One is now for Trousdale County. That one is also indicating areas of very, very strong straight line wind, potentially 70, maybe even some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts across portions of Trousdale County and the northeastern portion of Wilson. It's this one right here. So there's a combination of straight line wind and the threat for rotation for a tornado to be moving kind of near that Wilson-Trousdale County border. Really strong winds heading towards the Carthage area if this can maintain its strength as it moves to the east. The second storm is the tornado confirmed storm that is moving into southwest portions of Rutherford County. This likely moving towards Interstate 24 within the next 30 minutes or so. That's this storm here that we've been tracking. I'm going to take a close look at that one in just a moment, but I wanted to start with Trousdale. So we have that. It's very messy. Most of the day today, we've been able to show you a pretty solid, classic hook look on some of these storms, and this just looks huge, right? It's just a big kind of blob. The area of concern for rotation would be here, so it'd be on the southwestern edge of Trousdale County, but there is a large area of wind that's getting wrapped around the backside of this. This is a different way to look at shear, which is basically the track that a tornado would take. So looking like this got its act together on approach to Gallatin, and now it has moved out of Sumner County. So Sumner County, we're not dealing with a tornado threat, but you still have a wind and hail threat. Southwestern portions of Trousdale County, it weakening just a bit. Hopefully this continues to stop spinning. We'd really like to see these to lose some oomph. It's unlikely they're going to lose all of their oomph just based on the circumstances in the atmosphere, but I want to do everything I can to try to get these things to calm down because it's been a tough day. So just to the southwest of Hartsville, you see right, you know, as the Columbia kind of, or as the Cumberland, the Cumberland snakes its way around, this is going to continue. So not seeing a whole lot as far as that really tight couplet here. Again, the area of concern would be closer to 231, so that does appear like it's weakened just a little bit, but I put on some wind velocity just to see what radar is picking up, and look to the south. Just on the southern portion of this tornado warning, where you see these extreme bright reds across portions of Wilson County, there is a really large area that's just got 50 to 60, maybe even some 65-mile-per-hour persistent straight line winds, highway speed straight line winds across this area. Now that is storm number 1. Storm number 2 that we've been watching, which had the confirmed tornado coming out of Murray County. Some good news here also, showing some signs of weakening, which I would love to see. It is not going to fall apart completely, but the rotation signature with it continues to decrease, and that is a gift because we really need to get some mercy from these storms today. Eagleville stretching south along 41, 231 over towards Christiana. We are still dealing with a prolific hail threat here and the possibility of a tornado embedded within this rain and this hail. So we want you to take that tornado warning seriously. I'll turn just tornado warnings on, or just warnings on, so you can see it a little more clearly. western edge of Rutherford County from Almaville to Eagleville, just north of Unionville. This really looks like this is more of a Rutherford County concern at this point as it moves into the western portion. That's where hail signature is the strongest. That's where that rotation, when you see it, it looks like a blueberry on there near Eagleville, that dark, dark, dark purple. Now, Henry mentioned that we are going to see an additional round of storms tonight, so I want to take a moment to just show you what the rest of the night, what we're expecting, because there's a lot on the plate right now, and there is another round of storms that will impact us tonight, but how it impacts us is going to change. So we've got a mess of storms across the area. The green boxes are flash flood warnings, so flash flooding is ongoing and concerning for Christian and Todd County, for our northern Tennessee counties, Stewart, all the way across Robertson, Sumner. Robertson, of course, hit hard today by 2 tornado-warned storms. And then we have 2 tornado warnings. The National Weather Service does plan to extend the Trousdale and Smith County storm further to the east. That is embedded within an area of strong straight-line winds and hail as well. So now we look to the northwest to see our future. The storms that impacted us today formed pretty much on top of us. Some of them formed in West Tennessee and moved towards us, but in general, this was a situation where we saw them forming on top of us. Well, they are not the only storms that have formed today. There is another complex closer to St. Louis. It's right here, and even this energy back out in southwest Missouri, and you might be scratching your head thinking, how could this even bring us anything? Like, what's going to be left in the atmosphere? Unfortunately, there is going to be enough left. This is our cold front, and so this is going to be the final push that comes through. The storms that are here right now, which let me pop off lightning because it's so messy, they were really individualized in nature, and now they're starting to congeal together just a little bit. Storms across Kentucky also dropping down. So here's a look at some computer modeling and timing of how we expect this to play out. Notice how this computer model is capturing what's happening right now pretty well. We've got a large area of storms somewhat congealed together, extending from Nashville to areas east. There's activity in West Kentucky, and there's activity near St. Louis. So what we have right now will start to wind down in the next hour and a half by about 8 o'clock, moving out of our eastern tier. But at that same time, the next pulse of storms comes in from the northwest, starting around 9 o'clock for our northwestern tier, 11 o'clock near Interstate 65, along our southern tier during to the early overnight hours. Now, as it moves through, it is not going to be a repeat of what we have had all day long. We will likely see the threat for severe weather tonight evolve, moving away from tornadoes. Not to say that a tornado or 2 won't be possible, but they will start to become less likely with the second wave that comes in, and flooding and straight line wind will start to become more likely. Since the ground is saturated, we bring another batch of heavy rain on here. That may lead to some additional trees down, which could impact power outages across the area. And with that being, now we're heading into those overnight hours, grab those flashlights. You grab your battery-powered tools, charge everything that can be charged, just so you have resources in the overnight, because we are going to see a second round of storms. My concern with that second round really is going to be mainly additional damage from trees potentially down, damage to structures, because 60 to 70 mile per hour winds can do that, especially if they've been hit multiple times today. But it's the power outages and wanting to make sure that you have resources in the middle of the night that help you stay connected to what's going on, especially as, you know, daybreak starts tomorrow. We start to do the assessment work about what happened today and the damage across that area. The new tornado warning that includes Smith County from the storm that is in Trousdale County. This is in effect until 7 o'clock. Slow mover, only moving at 20 miles per hour. The areas that are impacted here are Pleasant Shade, South Carthage, and Dixon Springs. Likely going to be near Carthage in about 15 minutes or so. So coming in just a little bit tighter. The area of concern is here. It's kind of where you see that little notch coming out, and it is moving very, very slowly. So let me put a storm track on this for you. We'll take an updated look at some of the streets. And then we'll get a check with Henry and Katie on the latest there. If this can hold together, it would also continue towards the Granville area. So Tanglewood, 648, Carthage, 656, Elmwood, 708, Granville, right around 720. The tornado warning does not include Granville. Granville, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, but it is possible if this continues to rotate that warning would be extended for your area. So streets in this area, Rome Road, Wilson Lane, Farm Road, Spar Mine Road, Beasley Bend Road.